What's up, everybody? Welcome to Sunday. That means football, it just feels right. Feels right here in Simland. This is the Dream Stream, Madden Simulated Football coming your way. Half dozen Sims. And to start things off, the Guess Who's Back again, Nooner. Me, Adam Kaufman, because I did the last two last night. Welcoming in Brandon Cristal. How are you, BK?
I'm frustrated. I was in a good mood until,
I don't know,
90 seconds ago. Because DraftKings is restricting my location or the state of Colorado or whatever, or our internet provider. And so because I was trying to do it on my computer and not my phone, I don't know, they're on the same Wi-Fi network. I wasn't able to get my lineup in, and I feel like I might have had a really good one. So I just took a screenshot of it, tried to save it.
So do you know it then?
I'll just read it to you.
Yeah, at least you can tell us, and then we can celebrate you later if need be.
Yeah, here, I'm also dropping it into our chat. But I captained Marvin Jones Jr. Figured that was a good way to go. He always seems to play well. And
yeah, any opportunity to get Junior in there, you need to do that.
Absolutely. Then I went both QBs, something I wouldn't normally do with these two crappy teams. But I went Stafford and Darnold. And then I don't say I've never rostered Hogan, but I went ahead and rostered Hogan, Prater, and then Herndon. So my man Matty P and Herndon, we'll see if today's a Herndon game. Every time I do Crowder or Jameson, without fail, the other one plays well. So I just stayed away from it. How's your lineup look?
So I also have Marvin Jones Jr. in the captain spot, where he is 14% represented out of the 106 entries for this Nooner contest, 50% owned overall. So, half of us, quite literally, will be banking on his success. The chalk, although a guy I actually considered fading today, Le'Veon Bell is in there in the flex for me. 84% owned. He's about 19% in the captain spot. You did fade him. I have Kenny Golladay. I have TJ Hawkinson, Chris Hogan as well. I was between Hogan and Perriman, and I went Hogan, and I've got Matt Prater, as you do. So I have a kicker, not both. But you and I actually have reasonably different lineups. I faded both the QBs. 3rd and 2 on the way from the 34 after the Herndon pickup for 8.
I'm going to have to do some real math here in a little bit, but it'll be one of those where unless, Marvin Jones is doing his thing, it won't even be worth calculating, I don't think. Unless all my other guys are. We'll see how we go.
Somebody in the chat King's conference room says, checking something off my bucket list, chatting with the DK Sim fam during a Madden stream. I guess somebody, I got to ask, where you been?
How lame is your bucket list?
Yeah, that too. But also, where you been? I mean, we're at 2,000 plus Sims at this point. Come early, come often, folks.
Just because I'm closing out some windows and pulling up the YouTube chat, and I'll pull up the Twitch chat, but I went right to the Brady Superflex
video
tweet. No, just the tweet, or the tweet/IG post, how it started, how it's going.
Oh, that one. Okay. Not to be confused with the video that he just put out this morning.
I didn't see a video this morning. Was it the one? Was it something related to a jugs machine, or was that something else I saw?
He was throwing footballs back at the whatever that thing is officially called, the football distributing machine, if you will. Here, I'll send it to you.
It's not called a jugs machine?
I have no idea what it's called. I just know what I see.
It's called a jugs machine.
Great. Take your word for it.
Litzau's letting us know Nelson Cruz is hitting a homer today.
Hello. What's that now?
I said Litzau's letting us know Nelson Cruz is hitting a homer today.
Well, good.
I'm excited for Nelson, I guess, and all Nelson Cruz fans.
I mean,
is he on Tampa? Is that where he got?
He's on Tampa now. Yeah. Nice pickup. Detroit, couple minutes gone by here. Stafford, 24-yard gain to our guy, MJJ.
Put his arm through another player. That is very Indiana Jones. I don't know.
Mr. Nick says, morning, Coffin BK. Going to a wedding later. Hopefully we'll still make it to work tomorrow.
Sunday weddings can be tricky.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, they can be awesome. The question is, do you have 9 o'clock meetings or somewhere you have to be early? Because if not, you definitely let them know, I've got an appointment.
I mean, find any reason.
Just to be a little late. You don't have to skip your whole day.
I mean, hopefully you don't need to be in the office at all. And then you can just be at home and say that your morning is booked up with meetings. Start around 10, 11 o'clock. Ease your way into it.
Went to a charity event last night. It was good to run into some folks that I'm going to see at some Broncos practice this week. We were kind of talking about what things will look like in a modified COVID world covering the NFL this season.
Who'd you see?
Well, so one of the people we work with was throwing a charity event, so that's why people in our industry would be there. A couple guys that just work for other TV and radio stations, and Benjamin Albright, who I work with. So we were talking about, and then a couple former Broncos that were invited too. Ryan Harris, who also works in the biz, and Orlando Franklin, who works in radio but has taken a month off to go be a coaching intern with the Niners. He's married to Bobby Turner's daughter, and Bobby Turner's a name you know if you followed Mike Shanahan and now Kyle Shanahan's coaching tree. Because he's never veered off that tree. He's only stayed with the Shanahans, really. I don't know exactly when he got to Denver, but he is the running backs coach for Kyle and was the running backs coach for Mike all those years when the Broncos had 1,000-yard rusher after 1,000-yard rusher, right? The Mike Andersons, Tatum Bells, you name it, after TD. But so he's Bobby Turner's son-in-law. So he's going to San Francisco. Anyway, that was a long story to tell you. Just I saw those guys and we were kind of talking about Hall of Fame weekend and you know what camp's going to look like with only 25 media members are allowed around the field and in the post practice. And if you've seen some of the couple camps that are open, you know, Chiefs are open because I don't know why the Chiefs are open. Oh, rookies. I guess they were covering rookies and Mahomes. But so I saw the way they're spread out in their tent. Was that Galladay? Easton
After up to 52 passing, and that time around, no.
Not Galladay.
Not Galladay.
That's the guy that looks like Galladay.
Allison.
Yeah, of course. Geronimo.
We never see yet. Geronimo!
Geronimo!
We never see Allison in these Sims. Never.
But yeah, so like there's a certain number of media. There's an unlimited, I don't say unlimited number of fans, like 5,000 or 6,000 fit into the area where the Broncos allow fans. So if you're a media member and you don't have a pass, you can just get in line and go watch camp as a member of the public. And media that isn't in the tier that's allowed around the field and at the press conference is going to be up in that general area anyway. They might be in a kind of a roped off area with some work tables or whatever, but they're basically in the same viewing area. And that's where like our tent is, our broadcast tent. It's kind of up on this hill. It's not down by the field. So it's going to be interesting, that's for sure.
2nd and 2 from the 10, 2:40 to go, opening quarter. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, producer Jordan, undercover boss Tom, our technical director, and Jim in ops, or as Glash, if he were here, would say, Jim!
There you go, Jim!
Jim!
The way Tony Romo does it.
Hey, Jim! Carry-on Johnson with the first down pickup. 1st and goal on the way from the 7. Geronimo Allison, by the way, is owned in less than 1.5% of contests in the larger, or I should say in lineups in the larger contest. 1st and goal from the 7 on the way.
I don't know if you saw, so Ed Werder, I don't know where all he posted on some of his social media, that, you know, the Cowboys obviously first opened, that they and the Steelers are playing in the Hall of Fame game 2 weeks from this past Thursday. And he said, you know, Cowboys PR did a great job of setting up the chairs and the podium and everything, socially distanced, all that. And then Jerry Jones comes in and gives handshakes and hugs to pretty much everybody he sees. Although Ed Werder was quick to say he did not give him a hug. I don't know if there was a handshake or a fist pound or nothing. I don't know.
Maybe an elbow bump. 2nd and goal into traffic. Good enough. Touchdown, Detroit. Danny playoff Amendola.
He still doesn't have a team, does he?
I believe he is still a free agent.
Well, and as I think I've mentioned before, when Cliff took that Arizona job, and they've obviously been friends forever in the Texas Tech connection, he told Cliff that 2 years in Arizona is part of his retirement plan. But they have so many receivers down there, and they have the fast kid from UMass. His name escapes me.
I mean, even Larry Fitzgerald's technically still out there.
Yeah, right. But
now for him, it's really more Arizona or bust.
Andy, what's his name? Andy, the
Isabella?
Yeah, Andy Isabella. Like, he's a much faster, much younger Danny Amendola right now. They're about the same size. Amendola may be an inch taller, maybe 2 inches taller at most. But Isabella measures at 5'8", 180, which is my exact size. I think I'm 178 right now. He's a little faster than me.
7-0 Detroit, minute and a half to go in the quarter.
4.2s. He was clocked in the 4.2s. He was out at some camp at Air Force Academy and somehow ran in the 4.2.
That's pretty quick.
And I think his combine.
Catching up with some of you in the chat, Javier coming in hot. Javier Flores says, Koff, I just joined the Sim Fam League. By the end of the year, I will be the top player in every category. Javier, you've got some serious work to do.
I'll take the under, Javi. I'll take the field.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I'm going to give you a run for your money,
oh,
but
that's a hold. Too bad. It's going to bring back
people out there that
nice
played
run.
literally thousands of contests, like the CEHs of the world, who's hanging out here with us.
Kai Becton, left tackle. Nope, the tight end, Ryan Griffin. What a bum. I'm just kidding.
Meager, by the way.
Andy Isabella, 4.31. 4.31.40 at the combine.
Yeah, that's right. Darnold, incomplete. Meager says, my brother and dad are in a wedding band, and they have a wedding tonight. Problem is, my brother left his suit at the wedding gig last night. Different one, 2 hours away. Yeah, that's.
Can you think of any wedding band that will ever live up to what the Dan Band was able to do in Old School? Because we just watched Old School. We were showing the 14-year-old Old School, and then we all fell asleep. But incredible. What's funny, so I had it recorded from a few months ago, and I didn't realize I recorded it from the Paramount channel.
A little different.
Yeah, and so like right away, you could tell like just from the get-go the way they cut the very first scene or second scene when Luke Wilson's going in and
when he gets home.
Yeah, when he gets home. So I was like, okay, well this is gonna not be the same. And then right when they cut the wedding scene or the wedding party and they cut off that, so I'm like, nope, we're paying $4 on Amazon and we're renting it right now.
Yeah, this is not the same.
The effect is just not. There's some things, look, he's going to be a freshman in high school, and I hear how he talks to his friends. He does a pretty good job.
By the way, says, just go to the Sunday wedding, party your butt off, and don't worry about tomorrow. That guy has to deal with that crap, not you.
You only live once.
It's a problem for future you, Mr. Nick.
Future. It's a way to live in the present.
1st and 10. Likely the final play of the opening quarter, picked up first and 10 from the 49 on the way. Darnold up to 21 passing. It was Hogan. 13-yard pickup with that catch. We'll give you some numbers here in just a moment. Take a look at our leaderboard as well. Undercover Boss Tom says, such a great movie. No. The greatest movie. My favorite comedy ever. Old School. Almost 20 years old, by the way. Almost 20 years old, that movie. Absolutely wild. Stafford, he's perfect and handsome too. 4 of 4 for 54 and a touchdown. Darnold, 2 of 4 for 21. Kerryon Johnson, 4 for 24. 20 apiece for Bell and Swift. And in the air, 24 for MJJ, 19 for, Geronimo Allison, 13 for Chris Hogan. Single catches for everybody. No one has multiple catches to this point. So rest assured.
Anybody's ball game.
That'll happen at some point. I'm confident. Stats are updated. Thank you, Jim. Let's see, taking a look here. I am 66 out of 106. Not good. Reg Bear is in front by about 2 points. Has MJJ captain, Bell, Stafford, Hawkinson, Swift, and the Lions DST still sitting on 10 points.
How many states, as I'm thinking about not having a lineup, how many states can you not just play DraftKings? I understand sportsbook limitations across states. Huh?
I don't know. I know that
it can't be that many anymore.
No, I would suspect not. I know that I tried to join an Olympic basketball contest for this morning's game. USA went down to France, by the way. But I, unfortunately, Massachusetts restricts the Olympic contest. And that's a state-to-state thing.
Right, and Massachusetts restricted college stuff for you because I tried to send you college contests in the football and basketball season.
Yep.
Although, was there results on that Massachusetts legalized gambling vote?
I do not know where everything stands there.
Okay. I feel like you would know if it passed. Like it would be.
Well, it's a gradual progression.
Oh, okay.
It's not like all of, it's not one thing passes and then all of a sudden everything is legal in the state. It's a gradual situation.
Hopefully it's trending in the right direction. Not that you don't love driving to New Hampshire.
Producer Jordan notes that Madden ratings start getting released for wide receivers. He believes, let's see.
Well, I imagine we'll see the 4 or 5.99 guys first.
Could be today. We've got, because NFL on ESPN tweeted, Madden 22 ratings are coming. Join Ocho Cinco as we kick off Madden Week today in about 15 minutes. So maybe some ratings will start to come out today. You want to just ask your ratings adjuster friend?
I am right now.
He'll tell you. He'll let us know. When are the ratings due out, guy? 3rd and 5, incomplete.
The Madden ratings adjuster, my man Dustin, for some reason is at Equipment Guru on Twitter.
Okay, so ESPN, here we go. ESPN, thank you, Jordan. Madden ratings week. top 10 receivers will be tomorrow on First Take. Full wide receiver reveal on SportsCenter. You'll get some analysis on NFL Live. Again, that is tomorrow. Long kick from 50. No good. So we remain 7-0. Sam Ficken. You can't rely on Sam Ficken and those 50-yarders. Just not going to happen. Tuesday, top 10 defensive linemen, and then the rest of the edge rushers. Wednesday, running backs. Thursday, safeties. Friday, quarterbacks.
So I don't have any inside knowledge.
Okay.
But I will go out on a limb right now and tell you that Aaron Donald is going to be the highest rated defensive lineman. Just mark that.
You think he will be a 99 again?
I do think he'll be a 99, not just on his jersey, but on his rating.
I think
highest receiver, though, we could do that real quick just for fun. Who do we think will be the highest rated wide receiver? I mean, Michael Thomas obviously hurt most of the year. He's going to be hurt to start this year, which makes him a really intriguing fantasy draft pick, right? Because if he's going to miss 8 weeks. So I'm going to take Michael Thomas off the list. Julio going to Tennessee. I don't think they'll make him the highest rated wide receiver because of his age.
No, definitely not.
I'm thinking it's probably Hopkins, right?
I was thinking about Hopkins. Tom throws out Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek and DK
Adams.
Metcalf, I feel like, are your top three. Am I missing somebody? Oh, Diggs was first team All-Pro.
You think that DK Metcalf's going to make that kind of jump?
No, probably not. But I do think they put him in the top 10. Rather, I think he's earned his way into the top 10 is a more accurate way to say that. None of my Dallas guys. Cortland Sutton coming off injury, Jerry Jeudy and the other rookies last year, other than Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson will be the highest, obviously, from last year's class to start the year.
Yeah.
Judy and Ruggs and Lamb can shoot past him.
Stephon Diggs yesterday. Some attention in the chat.
Yeah, I think it might be Diggs. But here, I guess. Oh, Devontae Adams.
Yeah, I said that 6 times. Pay attention.
Sorry.
Still 7-0, by the way.
All right, so let's all take one vote right now. Everybody take one vote, and then I bet you he'll at least tell us who the highest receiver is.
We got a field goal try here. It's going to be from
Prater. He's on my roster.
Kicks
Easy
up.
money.
No problem. 10-0.
He's kicked the longest field goal in NFL history. He's going to make that.
You think our man's going to break news right here? You think he's going to tell us the highest one?
I don't know. Maybe. So let's all pick one vote. I'm going to say Adams is a good pick.
I think Adams, Hopkins, Hill, Diggs are probably your best picks. I don't think
we can only pick one, so let's all pick one. We can pick the same one if we want.
Sure.
No, there's no Jimmy and SA is going Devontae.
I'm going to go Devontae too.
Okay.
Sean says, Goff, can I get a shout out for my 78 years young mom, Tina? What's up, Tina? Thanks for watching. A lot of Hill, a lot of Adams, more Adams in the chat. Mostly Adams at this point in time.
But I bet you he's not a 99.
Oh, see, I disagree. I think if you're talking about highest rated receiver, whether that's Adams or another guy, I think it's a 99 for sure.
There's probably no 99 running backs, right? Because McCaffrey he missed all last year, so they'll make him 96, 97.
I mean, he may get there during the year, but he won't start in
Sure. Henry won't get there. If Zeke, where we could go down the list.
Dalvin Cook?
No, I don't think he gets 99. He's in the mid-90s for sure. So if there's 4 or 5, and that is inside info, 4 or 5 99s. Any offensive linemen that were just dominant? My man from Indy, he's going to be there at this class. Didn't he have 99?
Do you think there'll be a 99 offensive lineman?
Well, what's the big guard from Notre Dame that has been all-pro every year of his career?
Can't think of it.
6 overall in the draft. Pretty high pick from O-line for a guard. But so Aaron Donald for sure. After Aaron Donald, maybe whoever the top receiver is. So if it is Adams, maybe he's 99. Any quarterbacks that are 99? Mahomes, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, Mahomes is the guy, and he was last year, and I suspect he still will be.
So Mahomes probably at 99. Josh Allen's probably the second highest behind him, I bet.
Just because we mentioned Tom Brady before. Obviously, he's not a 99, but where do you think?
No, Tom will be in the low to mid 90s because they kind of dock him just for age. Knock his arm strength,
right.
It could probably be 93, 94. His awareness will be 100.
What was he at? He was a 90 last year, right? Yeah. Tom says Madden 21, he was a 90. You think he goes up off of last year? I mean, he should.
Yes, you go to Tampa, you win the Super Bowl, he's going to be 92, 93, I bet. Well, so who are your four? Brady. So if Aaron Donald is Aaron Donald our only consensus 99? What's his name? I can't remember the stupid guy's name. The guard for Quentin. I
can tell you that
Quentin Nelson.
Russ Wilson started last year to 98 and he was bumped to 99. He got
most of the year. They probably bumped him back down once they started slipping, didn't they?
I wouldn't think he'd be a 99 to start this game.
No. Oh, Rodgers.
Yeah.
League MVP. Shows no signs of aging. There was a report today that Rodgers wants 2 years, 90 fully guaranteed as part of his new deal. Broncos
there was also the report, and I don't know what the money was, but there was the report that they offered him a deal to make him the highest paid player in the NFL over a couple of years. And declined.
Right. So I don't know what to make of that. I don't know who's reported it. I didn't see it from Ian or Adam or NFL Network types. I saw someone throwing out there like, so if Rodgers is demanding this, Any other defensive players that are 99s? Derwin James would be one if he could ever stay healthy.
Stephon Gilmore was going in.
No, he got no shot.
No, I know he's not. I'm saying he was going into last year as the reigning defensive player of the year.
Ramsey will be close. I bet Ramsey's the highest rated corner.
Last year going into the year, so I know there were, again, like Russ Wilson, there were changes during the year. But going into the year, it was, if I'm remembering right, defensively, it was only Gilmore and Aaron Donald. And then offensively, it was Mahomes, Christian McCaffrey, and I might have been DeAndre Hopkins.
Okay.
That might have been the group, but I think it was
pitch and catch there.
Nice grab right there.
Crowder.
Jay Crowder, not the Phoenix Suns Jay Crowder.
No.
Jamison Crowder. And a timeout.
So I don't have any Sims this week. I may be picking one up as like a sub because there were a couple openings. I forgot to fill out my availability, and my man didn't remind me.
Well, that's not really on Drew.
Not at all. Not at all. I'm not blaming him. It's 100% my fault. But every now and then I'll be like, hey, make sure to get your availability. Now, I've got a really busy week. Obviously, the Broncos basically starting Tuesday. Rookies and quarterbacks already there. Nice.
Touchdown. Jets. Hogan. There he is. Chris Hogan. Now I feel better about not rostering Perriman and going with that guy. The new lacrosse player, Chris Hogan. The actual, not college, but actual lacrosse player with the touchdown. He will not be in Madden 22. So enjoy him while you've got him.
So who is his, or how is his lacrosse career coming?
I think it's slow going. I think he's already been traded once.
Okay.
That much I know.
That league's weird, though. They just go to every city and then play, right? Like they don't have home city.
Pretty much, yeah. People shouting out defense.
Hey, so I didn't watch any of the 3-on-3 hoops.
Bobby Wagner.
I didn't watch any of the 3-on-3 hoops. Is Al Harrington on the team?
I didn't see any of it. I watched after we were texting earlier. I caught most of the second half of the USA-France game, but other than that, I've not seen really any.
You pay for Peacock, or do you get it free because of your Xfinity?
Got it through Xfinity, yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
USA 3-on-3 basketball. Women played Romania, and they played someone else.
Yeah, I have no idea who's on that team. 0. Final minute of the opening half. BK, AK, undercover boss Tom, Jim, Jordan.
So the qualifying team was Robbie Hummel, who's an analyst, Dominique Jones, who played at Fort Hays State in Kansas from Harlem. He's 5'9". Joey King, a 6'9" forward who played at Minnesota. graduated in 16, and then a 31-year-old named Kareem Maddox.
I mean, how does that roster get formed?
I know, but that's the qualifier. So give me the actual roster.
Another timeout.
Here you go. Everything you need to know, courtesy of my friends at USA Today. I just don't know why we wouldn't put like 4 NBA players that were part of that like qualifying group. Be like, hey, you want to go win a gold medal? Sorry, you didn't.
Yeah, sorry you didn't make it on Team USA, but the larger squad to go do 3-on-3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like, what would have been fun, and there's no way they were going to do it, but you could have got LeBron, Chris Paul, Melo, and D Wade.
Sure. Yeah, Olympics doesn't care if you're retired in real life, right?
Yeah. All right, these are women's. Okay, give me the men's basketball 3-on-3.
Carter, a.k.a. Carter, says, when did they start doing that 3-on-3 for the Olympics? Is this the first year? He says this is the first year I've ever heard of it. Yeah. I think this is the first year, isn't it? Or at least if it's not, this is also the first year I've ever heard of it.
Sporting News is explaining it and giving me the team. So let's see if they actually do a better job than our friends at USA.
10 ticks left on the clock here. Lions looking for some more.
Oh, we don't even have a team. That's why.
So Hummel, Jones, King, and Maddox didn't qualify.
I guess not. It says Belgium, China, Japan, Latvia, Netherlands, Poland, Russian Olympic Committee, Serbia.
Raider from 52. What a boot. Good.
I have to actually look at my scores here, the way this is going. Well, MJJ.
Raider, and that's going to help both of us.
So women's China, France, Italy, Japan, Mongolia, Romania, Russian Olympic Committee, United States. How do we not have?
You would think U.S. basketball would be capable of having a 3-on-3 squad.
Yeah.
But then again,
there's a lot of people who play basketball in America professionally, used to play, college. Like, it's a thing here. Just letting you know.
Travis said, wow,
you're a big hockey guy.
France, KD stinks. Whole damn team stinks. Seriously, Middleton, a rebound, an assist, a steal, didn't even score a point. I mean, I'm going to cut the guys coming off the finals a little bit of slack. Can't be easy to participate in a championship run and immediately hop on a plane to...
Who are the 3 guys?
Holiday, Middleton, and Booker.
Middleton, Booker, and who was the other one, sorry? Oh, Holiday? Drew Holiday?
Yeah. That'll take us to the break, by the way. Sam Darnold lost a yard on the ground. Pardon me.
How much run did JaVale get?
I don't know. Like I said, I didn't see a lot of it. I didn't even see Tatum. I'm sure he was out there, but...
It's funny, the
I haven't
sentiment...
looked at the box score.
The sentiment around JaVale when he came here, like, hey, he just knows how to win. He's won 3 of the last 4 titles. I'm like, okay, I guess.
Kind of. Like, I mean, yeah, he was rostered.
He talked about the winning culture here, bringing a winning mentality.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, are you bringing LeBron? Or who else was? Or are you bringing Steph?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
62 for Marvin Jones Jr. on 3 catches, 4
all right.
for
I'm gonna have to do a little. I'm gonna have to have you give me these numbers.
I'm sitting 17. Bonzo.
All right,
a 5-point lead.
I'm gonna tell you what my score would be.
I mean, how are you gonna do that? You gonna do the math?
I think I can check the big contest. I did this the other day.
Okay. If you need me to give you some numbers, I can do that.
Okay. Well, let's see.
13-7 through 2. Quarter number 3 on the way as BK obsesses over whether or not he'd rank in the top 20.
I just want to be ahead of you.
Understandably so.
Did you listen to Matt Damon on Bill Simmons' podcast?
No.
Wasn't bad.
What'd I miss?
Matt Damon said he watched every Bucks game despite being in Australia and France and all these places making all these movies.
Was he on about anything in particular or just kind of chatting with
he's got that new movie coming out called Stillwater.
Ah.
Having nothing to do with the band Stillwater from the movie Almost Famous.
So good sports chat, the two of them?
Yeah, it was.
Good.
It was mostly about It's not letting me look at the big free contest right now.
Throw you some numbers if you need them, man.
Okay, well, then let's do them in order. MJJ, QBs, QBs.
All right, MJJ, you got a pen?
I have a pencil.
All right. MJJ's 13.8 captain.
Okay.
Stafford's 9.44. This is riveting for everybody. Darnold 8.74.
Okay.
What else you got? You got Hogan.
Hogan, Prater, and Herndon.
Hogan's 12.5.
Okay.
Prater's 10.
Okay.
Herndon is 2.9. I'll admit that went a lot faster than I expected it to.
Well, you're good at reading.
Second and 16 from the 21. Balls tipped, nearly picked.
All right, so based on scores through that last play.
What's your point total?
I'll tell you in a sec. What's yours?
43.3, but I don't have the QB.
Oh, mine's 57.46, and I wasn't doing it just to mess with you. I was about to just say one.
See, you'd be sitting in second place right now.
I wasn't doing it just because I was ready to just, like when you said 43, like, oh, mine's 44.
Yeah.
But as I did the math, I'm like, wait, no, that's way more than that.
Yeah, you'd be sitting in second place, just about 4 points back. Have to see how BK does going forward. Watch out, right, Bonzo. Well, coming for you. Won't count, but he's coming for you.
But everyone will know. Everybody will know. So this is what happened in my life Thursday. This is Thursday. My wife was talking about taking the 14-year-old to Seattle to start her work trip next weekend. But she didn't actually have to fly on Monday, so they were going to fly out Saturday. And then I'm like, well, if you're going to Seattle, I'm not going to go to a concert at Red Rocks without you. Not that I couldn't. I was like, this is going to cost a whole lot more money because then we got to get our babysitter for the weekend, like we're doing when we go to the Hall of Fame or nanny.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I'm going to go hang with Winalda in Vegas.
Yeah, right.
And then she just, she was kind of doing the math, and he'd have to miss football practice Monday. And I was like, you're going to go to Seattle in California all that. I was like, I don't want him in the habit of knowing he can skip a practice day here. Like, he's in the football, like, be into it. When he's ready to move on, great. He could be 2 weeks in and skip practice day just because. It wasn't like it was some pre-planned trip or a wedding or family reunion.
That's good. And still a good work ethic in this kid.
Oh, well, I did get some inside info. Guess who the top receiver is?
Or does he know you're about to share it with the public?
I told him we were talking about it. I didn't tell him where.
Top receiver, who is it?
12:30. Are they out? He said that something was happening at 12:30.
Right.
And he's in Orlando. So let's see. Here you go. Here, there's a Madden rookie ratings are out.
There you go. Well, we can go over some of those for sure.
Oh, this is like a promo. Surtain's awareness is 95. I'm sure this is going to be written somewhere rather than watching a video with Ocho.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the Madden 22 Twitter.
I'm going to go to EA Madden NFL.
So let's see. Wait, hang on.
Ratings are coming.
So yeah, here I'm gonna give you a bunch. So J.C. Horn man coverage is 74. Apparently he guessed 84. He was way low. Surtain awareness, he guessed it would be 95. It was 75.
They're like, hey, you're still a rookie, dude.
Yeah. Asante Samuel Jr. speed, he guessed 92. That is
80.
accurate.
Oh.
Mac Jones throw power, he guessed 87. It's 85.
No way.
It's 85.
Oh. Feels high.
The receiver for the Jaguars, what's it? Travis?
No, he's a running back. ETN.
No, well, he's
running back from Clemson.
I'm just telling you, they list him as a receiver. His short route running, he guessed 87. It's 67.
I mean, I don't think he can't be listed as a wide receiver. He's a running back at Clemson for the last 3 years.
Elijah Moore to the Jets. Lindenbaum, you listening? Change of direction. He guessed 100. Obviously, he doesn't know how Madden works. Nobody's 100 anything. He guessed 100. 93. Mac Jones asked to guess his break tackle number.
Yeah, the Jaguars listed ETN as a running back.
He guessed 52. It's actually 26.
On what?
His break tackle number.
26 is awesome.
All right, wait, hang on. Overall, Mac Jones. He guessed 66. What's your guess?
70.
71.
I'm kind of doing based on what Drew Lock was a year ago.
Asante Samuel Jr.
Overall?
Oh, no, it's not. So Mac Jones is the only one we got an overall number for. Touchdown, Detroit, Kenny Golladay.
No, don't have him.
Yeah, so the only guy we got an overall number on is Mac Jones.
Well, because numbers are starting to leak out, let's let our friends, let's all be friends here in the
Madden universe,
DraftKings chat world. And all I will say is, most people's consensus guess on the top receiver
is the top receiver. So Devontae Adams.
You said it, not me. I want to let the record show that I did not. I did not say that name.
Question is he a 99? I'm going to assume he is.
All right, so just for the sake of this, as I'm writing these down, 99. Donald Adams. I'm going to say Quentin Nelson's a 99. What was Nelson's rating last year, I guess? Let me see. Yeah, his Madden rating was 94. All right, well, I'm going to take him off. I appreciate dominant. Nick Bosa's coming off that injury, so he's not going to be a 99. Let's see. Madden 99 ratings all time. Thanks to I-80 Sports Blog. 180 Sports Blog.
Sure.
So last year there were 4 to start the year. McCaffrey, Donald, Thomas, Gilmore. Wilson.
McCaffrey, Darnold, Thomas. No, Mahomes was 99.
I'm just telling you what it's saying before the season.
There were for sure 5. Mahomes was absolutely a 99.
On 9/26, they made Mahomes a 99.
There's no way Mahomes was less than 99 entering the season. There's no way.
I'm just telling you what this guy is claiming.
Let me look at my Chiefs notes from Madden 21. I mean, that'll tell me because I didn't update those ratings. Yeah, 99. 99 overall, 97 throw power, 97 awareness, 97 short accuracy. Look at this run. Look at that run. Wow. See you later. Touchdown, 74-yarder, Brashad Perriman. Just when you think it's safe to roster Chris Hogan, Brashad Perriman up and does that.
Didn't see that coming.
So Jordan sent us, I don't know where it's from. It says, Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes officially a member of the Elite Madden 99 rating club. This is CBS Sports. The 24-year-old was not given a 99 rating when EA was released in August, but the game adjusted his rating. When did the season start? It had to be early
last year.
Had to be early September. So he was less than a 99 entering the year? I just don't see how that...
Dustin just confirmed it. So I said, why not? Do you need to prove more? Winning league MVP and Super Bowl MVP, that wasn't enough.
So there were only 4 entering last season? That just doesn't even feel right. I guess it is, but doesn't feel it. Brian Liza has jumped in front. 6-point advantage. Amendola captained. Perriman, Hogan, Crowder, Darnold, Stafford. Perriman, quick 16.6 in the flex. Not bad. Final 90 seconds, third quarter. Smash that like. Haven't mentioned that. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button. Greatly appreciate it, folks. Up over 50 likes, nearly 400 watching on YouTube. Let's get those likes up. Hit the like. Appreciate you. MJJ, 18 from the bonus. Thank you, Jordan. Mac Jones coming in at 71 overall. Not bad. Makes me wonder what some of the other rookie QBs who went ahead of him are.
Higher.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
I told Dustin I have a hard time figuring out the 99s this year. He said it's easy. Is it Donald, Devontae, Mahomes, and I would guess Quentin Nelson and to be my highest one.
See what he says. It's easy.
Is there a linebacker that's playing like Luke Kuechly level right now that I'm missing in my head?
I mean, in Simland, it would be Bobby Wagner, but I don't think so.
Australian series just said Luke Kuechly. He played for the Carolina Panthers.
End of quarter. So through 3, it is 19-14 Lions with points in every quarter. Touchdowns each of the last 2 for the Jets. Look at some of the numbers for you. Check our leaderboard as well. Darnold, bonuses in play. 203 passing, couple of touchdowns for him. Kerryon Johnson's the leading rusher, 10 for 51. Your receivers, 2 for 86 for Perriman. He's got a touchdown. Let's see some of those other big numbers at the top again real quick. We got Hogan, 3 for 35. Galladay, 3 for 27. MJJ, 4 for 82. 5 for 73. Crowder, touchdowns for Galladay, Hogan, Perriman, and Amendola. Thank you much.
Perriman has 14 more yards. He'll hit the bonus, FYI.
Yep.
18
Stats updated
for my
through
captain,
3.
MJJ.
Thank you, Jim. Brian Liza, 6-point advantage over Bonzo.
When do you want me to do my scoring? Maybe if MJJ scores here, then we'll add up my score.
Fair.
Matt,
Ralphie says, Koff, Jones will be a starter by week 5. Well,
it's not a great bet. Like, everyone thinks he should start week 1. You're not going to get a lot of pushback.
I don't think he will be starting by week 5.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll have a friendly bet with you.
How early do you think Mac Jones is starting for the Patriots?
I need to look at their schedule, but week 5 seems about right. Undercover Boss Tom says week 8.
I can tell you and I think a lot of people lean on week 5 because the week 4 matchup is Tampa Bay in town. And it's, no one thinks the Patriots are going to throw Mac Jones into that fire.
I think that Brady thing with the jugs machine is CGI.
Yeah, that's what most people on the old Twitter believe as well.
Yeah. It's like, do you remember a couple of years ago when the NFL did those videos where like guys were grabbing the ball through the wall and stuff and kicking it off like a bell?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
I vaguely remember seeing that.
The Reebok Fantasy ads. Were those Reebok Fantasy ads? Yeah, they're definitely fantastic. Reebok Fantasy Football. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Chris Cooley reaches through the wall.
Mr. Miyagi, never again, Hawkinson.
Mark Bulger.
Tom says, I remember Blunt diving through the car.
Yeah, he jumps through a car window and lands on the other side. Like when Kobe jumped over the Lambo.
Were you going to say that didn't happen?
Kobe jumping over the Lambo?
Yeah.
Of all things that happened, that's probably the most likely.
Must be says, higher overall, Wentz or Hurts. We don't know yet.
Wentz or who?
Hurts.
Oh, Hurts? Wentz will have a higher overall. Hurts is terrible. And if we'll know that by about week 6. They're going to be really mad, and Jeff Lurie's going to be mad that he didn't let them go get a quarterback with where they were picking. Jalen Hurts is not an NFL quality starting quarterback. He might be an NFL backup to get you through a game.
Lions making noise, looking for more. Stafford, 246. There's Hawkinson, 4 for 41. First and goal from the 6.
Let me see who his other quarterback. Like, is Nate Sudfeld still there? How about speaking of Eagles, Zach Ertz's wife had a pretty good soccer game. Or Julie Ertz, whose husband Zach also played.
Right. Oh, picked right on the goal line. At Jets DST, Mosley's got it.
Look at my man MJJ there. Junior. No good.
All you got to do better than that.
All right, who are the other quarterbacks here?
We are in safety range, though, with the ball at the 5, so we'll see. Maybe Detroit can answer right back. Darnold, quick release, got it away. That's completed. First down and more. Herndon. That helps you.
Nice.
Darnold, 222.
Oh, Flacco. Flacco and Nick Mullins are there. I'll take the field, if you will. I'll say Flacco and Nick Mullins start more games than Hurts. 17 games, Flacco and Mullins. That should have been a pick 6, too. That was pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
So I told you 14-year-olds playing football, right?
Of course.
He's now switched to safety because they have 50 receivers. So he went from receiver, then he thought he maybe wanted to rush a passer, and then they lined him up at 3 safeties. Like, this is a pretty cool idea. I was like, yeah. So I sent him. It's hard to find just safety highlights that aren't Ryan Dawkins, Steve Atwater, Ronnie Lott just taking dudes' heads off. Like,
right.
So I found like a Justin Simmons highlight package. I'm like, watch the way he plays because this is how the game's played. Like, you can't do what Dawkins and Atwater and Kenny Easley were doing. They're just leveling. Like, see how Justin's around the ball, smart tackler, flies downfield. A smart player, good tackler, gets his hands on the ball every now and then. And Justin's a 6'3" safety, you know, and skinny.
Sure.
Like those 5'11" and
19-14 Detroit still. Halfway through this final quarter, at least of regulation. Your buddy ever respond to you after you volunteered your names?
No. I said no, and I told him Donald, Devontae, I guess, Mahomes. I would have Quentin Nelson, Ramsey, no RBs, no LBs. I mean, are there any edge rushers that you're like, oh, TJ Watt, I guess? He might be a 99.
Nah.
But probably not.
2nd and 10 from the 43. Sammy. Off and running. You might want to slide. There you go. 3 for 13 for Darnold.
Oh, Kelsey?
Yeah, he is coming off. Excuse me.
Or Kels, I guess, is supposed to be his name.
What was he last year?
You saw that video, right? Where he was on that podcast or whatever and talking about at Cincinnati, they changed basically a brother's name first in 2007 on the pronunciation guide. Look at Le'Veon talking up yet. And they wrote Kelsey, S-E-E, and it's stuck ever since.
Let's see. DeAndre Hopkins, 98 last year. Chandler Jones was 95. I was just looking at Arizona.
Are we going to set a record for the fastest game ever?
It's in the running, right? Mahomes, 99. Kelsey was 97. Hill was 96 going into last year. At least that's what I believed was the case, since Mahomes evidently was 98.
He's got an email about Radio Row in Canton. Which will have no one there.
Kareem says, Bell get released mid-game?
No, he just had a big play.
2nd and 8.
It's probably not worth adding up my scores right now, or should I do it for fun? A 2-minute warning?
Let's wait until after.
Okay, well, a lot of people will be gone by then if they go get a snack to get ready for the next one. Maybe not.
You want people to celebrate your victory if you're able to win? Is that what it is?
Absolutely. I want to get text from you the rest of the day. About all the well wishes.
Just in awe. 2nd and 8. Darnold from the 37. Thinking about running again. He is laterally.
Run the ball, dude.
Come on, Sammy. Throwing across the body. Completed. That Perriman?
Yep.
Yeah, and that's the bonus for Brashad. 1st and goal from the 10. 267 passing for Darnold. Perriman 3 for 113, but the big score. Hogan wasn't a bad play, but suddenly he looks a lot worse. Perriman up over 20 in the flex. Darnold throws again, quickly. It's Perriman again.
He'll lose 7 yards. Forward progress, he's on
I'm dead at 6.
Come on, Hogan or Herndon? I think Herndon, right? Just because of his lack of
popularity.
Yeah, popularity.
2nd and goal. Clock's still ticking. Jets looking for a lead. Darnold All alone, right side, quick release.
Adam.
Off the mark. He was looking Perriman again. Darnold 22 from the bonus. Obviously can't get there here. Probably won't get there at all.
How high is Josh Allen going to be rated on Madden? 98, 97? Oh, Rodgers, right? I guess I should have said Rodgers.
Right. 3rd and goal. Left side. Touchdown. Jets in front. It's Crowder.
Ooh.
First of the day.
What's the rule on me booing? Frowned upon? I don't even have my lineup entered. And I'm still... We got softball doubleheader coming up here in just a little bit, though.
Going for 2. That keeps this thing, keeps the idea of overtime actually a potential situation.
More than viable.
It's good. Crowder again.
Although getting the ball back is going to, I think, be a challenge.
Well, Detroit will get it with all its timeouts available in 58 seconds. More than enough time for Stafford and company to get to Prater range.
Yeah, Detroit's down 3. Detroit was up 3. Pretty dumb.
Mike
Yeah,
says,
Prater's definitely sending this to overtime.
Keep hitting that like. We're almost at 100. Stafford 54 from the bonus. Well, got the range, obviously.
What do you think of Black Widow?
Liked it.
Yeah, me
Exceeded
too.
my expectations.
Did I tell you when I went to the theater and the kid's like, what are you seeing? We're getting popcorn. Big sad. I was like, oh, Black Widow? He's like, oh, it was really good. I go, yeah, it's my first Marvel movie, so I'm excited.
Really?
Yeah. I thought it was good. I liked it more than 14-year-old. I like the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we were talking about Florence
Elena.
Pugh, the Oscar-nominated actress.
2nd and 19 from the 16. 30 ticks left. Faked handoff.
Let her rip, Matty.
Really fool anyone. Prater.
Too bad he had Hawkinson just there. Floating around.
There's Prater.
Can Prater make a 90-yarder?
Getting loose without the helmet.
A lot of kickers will do that.
I know, but I don't feel like you see that a lot in Madden.
Yeah, I don't know.
Madden, they usually have the helmet on.
So I'm friends with Prater on Facebook, but he uses like an alias, and I'd forgotten about it. I was like, oh yeah, like something popped up with his wife and kids. They were like, on the beach or something, or fishing or something.
Why even bother to have an alias on Facebook? Why not just have a private page?
Yeah, I mean, it's a private page, but like his last name, it's Matt something.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay.
Maybe it's middle name.
It's definitely not his middle name.
Maybe it's her maiden name. Maybe he took her name on Facebook.
Could be.
Very progressive. 4th and 9 from the 26. Could be the game. Oh, boy. Oh, that's disgusting. Stafford barely even released it. Just enough, though, to avoid the fumble.
Well, the Lions traded him.
We don't want to see this anymore. All right, they're going to kill clock. You want to do your scoring real fast?
Sure.
I don't think you're going to catch Brian Liza.
Probably not. I didn't have Crowder. Or Perriman. But yeah, fire away.
All right, Jones, 18.3.
Okay.
Stafford, 17.24.
Okay.
Darnold, 26.56.
Okay.
Hogan, 12.5.
Okay.
Who else do you have?
Prater.
Prater's 10.
And then give me Crowder.
No, Herndon, right?
Oh, Herndon. Okay.
Yeah. You jerk. 5.8.
Okay. Quick add in here on the old
Give me Crowder, he says. Yeah, sure. Here's 24 points. Detroit out of timeouts. This thing's going to tick down.
Herndon,
and
5 on the nose.
5.8.
So I have more than you, which makes me feel good. 90.4.
Oh, you're nowhere close. You are more than me, for sure.
Is it better than you? Okay.
Yeah, I had 71.
Better than Tom, Undercover Boss Tom, who does pretty well?
You're top 20, though. I'll give you that much.
All right, top 20. I'll take it. That's going to...
Brian Liza, though, with 120.5 0.65, the projected winner, barring stat adjustments, obviously.
Well, I'm only 30 behind him, so if I would have had Crowder instead and Perriman,
you still wouldn't have won. Stafford, Darnold, Crowder, Hogan, Perriman in that build currently.
Oh, I guess we got to give a player of the game, huh?
Yeah. Who are you going with?
What's Dalton in the captain spot?
Darnold
or Dalton.
Darnold's a good pick. He went for 26 in the flex. He is only 23% owned overall, 3.8 in the captain.
Yeah, that's exceeding expectations. Is he the captain in the winning lineup?
No, that's Amendola, but still a very deserving pick.
Yeah.
Your guy Herndon could very well be the babysitter Billy. Oh, you know what? Actually, Le'Veon Bell.
Yeah.
Yeah, Le'Veon Bell, 6.2 points for a guy, 19% owned at captain and 84% of lineups. Yep. Just disgusting.
That's why he's out of football.
Absolutely terrible, at least for now. All right, we're going to go. Record speed sim, though. Very good.
Very
Hugging that
efficient.
X button, undercover boss Tom. Our thanks to Jim and Ops, to Jordan, our producer, Tom, obviously, our technical director. BK, let's see.
I'm not on the schedule.
Today. Yeah, you're.
Are there still some openings? Was there like a Friday early evening opening?
They're looking to. You're on Friday. You're on Friday with Moose. Yeah, that's right. Fraud shift, Jordan. Friday with Moose. You're
like
on at 6
Eastern.
6 Eastern, and then Saturday, the first 3 sims of the day are open. If you want to hop on any of those,
it's not that I don't want to. I have to be at Broncos camp, so I couldn't even if I wanted.
Well, Drew would love you to be there if you can be.
There's an outside chance because it's a Saturday. I'll let Drew know I can maybe be on the 4 Eastern because
there you go.
Based on when practice ends and getting my post-practice sound, there's not as much demand on a Saturday for turning Vic Fangio audio with a Rockies game going on and they're on the West Coast or whatever.
Let's see. Moose and I will be back for Browns Bengals, the Madden Matinee. The contest is available to you in the DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby.
I think I'm going to fill out a roster just so I can win.
Yeah, I mean, make a lineup just to feel the emotion.
I cannot wait till football season's here and I can start winning money back from you.
We'll see. All right, thanks to everybody for being with us. We'll talk to you again shortly. You got the Ross Tucker Football Podcast on the way right here on the Dream Stream. Kyle Juszczyk, the Pro Bowl fullback for the Niners. Yeah, he was part of that thing with Ross, and those two chatted about, all sorts of good stuff that's football related and more, I bet. Enjoy.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Wisdom Wednesday with my guy, Kyle Juszczyk, one of my favorite players in the entire National Football League, the 5-time Pro Bowl fullback with the San Francisco 49ers, will join me momentarily. And he's a fellow Ivy Leaguer. We'll get into that, I'm sure. Absolutely love Kyle. Absolutely love all of you, especially those of you that spread the word via social media, either at Ross Tucker NFL or at Ross Tucker Pod. Just engage in any way. It is much appreciated. Those of you that take advantage of any of our sponsors for any reason, but especially those of you that want to get into the best ball, we're announcing that later today on Wednesday. We will announce the final 3 participants in the July Best Ball Draft on the Fantasy Feast podcast with me and Joe Dolan. Make sure you get your submissions in now. Take advantage of any sponsor we have. Today I'm telling you about Manly Bands. Check out my Manly Band on my wedding finger right there. Boom, my ring finger. That's the way to do it. Love those sponsors. Love the YouTube shout out, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. All you have to do is subscribe. It's free. And then make any comment. If I see the comment, you get a great chance to get a cameo style shout out. People pay for cameos. I'll give you one for free just for subscribing and commenting and saying, I love the video. I love Juszczyk. He's a stud. There's a lot going on, by the way, with Melvin Ingram and Cam Akers and NFL Network and Peyton Manning. We'll get into all of that. But first, it's Kyle Juszczyk. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
as promised, so happy to be joined today by the best fullback in the NFL. Now, there was a time when I said that when he was kind of the only fullback in the NFL, but now there are others. I think he goes to the Pro Bowl and is all-pro every year, and deservingly so. From the 49ers, of course, and a Harvard grad, and he's wearing the T-shirt to try to rub it in. Kyle Juszczyk. Kyle, what's up, buddy?
Ross, what's going on, man? An honor to be here. And I knew I was going to see that Princeton helmet behind you, so I had to bring some of my own ammo and remind your listeners you're not the only Ivy Leaguer here.
Nice. Does it? But I know you made a ton of money. You have an awesome career. But does it still keep you up at night that you weren't able to get accepted academically to Princeton?
Absolutely not. Easiest choice of my life was going to Harvard.
So, you know what? I never asked you this. I know you're from Ohio. We're like near like Cleveland?
Yeah, I'm like 30 minutes south of Cleveland, and Medina is the town.
Okay. What other options did you have? Like, did you have like MAC offers? Like where did I think people are always curious about Ivy League guys in the NFL. Like, okay, were they like a stud and they turned down these big programs, or were they a late bloomer? What was your deal?
Yeah, I fell more into that late bloomer category. I had offers all across the Ivy League, all across the Patriot League, but my only 1A offer was from Miami of Ohio, and I only got it when I called the coach to tell him that I was going to Harvard. And his, to try and persuade me, he said, "Well, what would a scholarship to Miami do for you?" I was like, honestly, at the time, nothing, because the year before they had gone, I think they were 0-11, and going to a good Ivy League school as opposed to a MAC school or whatever division they were in at the time that wasn't so good, just wasn't as appealing.
So you were recruited by everybody as a tight end?
No, mostly linebacker. That was another thing that drew me to Harvard, was that they wanted me to play tight end, and I wanted to stay on offense. Although, like, in the beginning of high school, like, my first time getting onto the varsity field was playing middle linebacker, and fell in love with it. Sophomore and junior year, that was my thing. I love making tackles. I love running the defense, all of that. But it was my senior year that I really started to pick it up on offense. I started scoring touchdowns, and I realized how fun that was. So I wanted to keep scoring touchdowns once I got to college. So that was one of the deciding factors of going to Harvard, is that they saw me as a tight end, as most of the rest of the Ivy League was a linebacker.
You know what's funny about that, Kyle? One of the reasons why I went to Princeton instead of like scholarships to William and Mary or Delaware or whatever was because Princeton said I could play defensive end.
Yeah.
And so I went there and I actually started a couple games as a freshman at D end. And then Christmas break, I went back home to Reading, Pennsylvania, an hour west of Philly. We got a keg of Yingling every night. And I went to the diner like at 2 a.m. and I would get ham and cheese omelet, a big stack of pancakes, and a chocolate milkshake at 2 a.m. After kicking a keg of Yingling, I went back to school at 284.
Oh,
they're like, what did you do? I was like, I don't know. I had an awesome time.
Yeah.
And that's when they moved me to offense. And thank goodness, because I wouldn't have had a prayer in hell of making the NFL on the D line. So it's just kind of funny how things work out. And
definitely
so you
an
never
advantage of playing O-line is you get to eat like that.
Yeah, exactly. You never really played fullback, because what people don't know, I think you've been on the show before, but it was a while ago. What people don't know is I called a lot of Kyle's games in college, like a lot.
Oh.
And you and Cam Brate were the two tight ends.
Yep.
You never really played fullback in college. Like, is it correct that the first time you played fullback was at the Senior Bowl?
Yeah, like officially, I lined up in the backfield a little bit in college, only when we get down on the goal line or some short yardage situations, but I was never even in the eye. I was always in kind of an offset eye, or we were in a bunch formation. I was kind of back off the line of scrimmage, but never was I really like lined up behind the quarterback until I was at the Senior Bowl.
And you must have killed it at the Senior Bowl to get drafted in the 4th round. So, I mean, you must have just been killing dudes.
It went really well. I had a natural feel for finding those running lanes, which is something that I think is a little underappreciated. When you know what, I get tagged in these things every year around draft time about this guy's going to be the next Kyle Juszczyk, and it's always a hybrid, like a guy that's switching to the position that was some kind of tight end. He was a defensive end, he was a linebacker, but he's going to play fullback now. And I don't think people realize how tough that transition is to naturally finding those running lanes. And luckily enough, that was something that came naturally to me, was being able to do that. So I always just kind of get a chuckle at all these guys that are going to make that easy transition to fullback, and it's going to be so simple. Meanwhile, I know exactly what it takes.
It's a really good point, because any guy that's like maybe they're like 6'1", 240, but
Yep.
they're not quite fast enough to play linebacker or whatever. It's always like, oh, just move him to fullback. Just move.
Yeah.
It's like if you get a body type and the guy's not afraid to hit people, they think you can just move him to fullback, but it's a lot more mental. Would you say it's more mental or more natural feel? In other words, when you're finding those running lanes, is it, I know my key, I know my read, I know where I'm looking, I know where to insert, or is it like, man, I just kind of have a natural feel for this as if I'm carrying the ball?
Yeah, I think it is more of that natural feel, because things move so quickly and you have to be able to adjust on the fly. And if you're out there thinking, it's not going to work out so well. And I mean, I can remember back in college, and there was one game actually against Dartmouth that I was playing a little more in the backfield, and we were going to run some lead ISOs. And I remember struggling that first week in practice because pre-snap, I'd see there's a 3 technique. A gap is open. So I'm like, okay, easy. You insert in the A gap. That's, no problem. I thought about it. Well, all of a sudden the ball gets snapped and that 3 technique spikes inside. And now that A gap's closed and you got to make that adjustment on the fly. And if that's something you're thinking about, you look robotic or you run into your guard's butt or whatever it is, it's something that does need to come naturally. And you got to have, the footwork to be able to do so. But going back to what you said of, that you see someone who's 6'1", 240, not quite fast enough to be a linebacker or not quite tall enough to be a tight end, and we're going to throw him at fullback. And it definitely, it rubs me a certain way sometimes, just because, you'll see the stats of some of these guys. Oh, he caught 12 passes his senior year, or, he had 30 tackles on defense, where people don't realize, yes, I know I didn't go to Ohio State or Alabama, but, I caught 52 passes in 10 games my senior year. And I really was the leading receiver on the team. I wasn't just some, meathead that wasn't fast enough to play another position or not tall enough to block in line. I was actually one of the top players on my team. I wasn't just some guy that they're trying to find a spot for. So I always get a good kick out of that around draft season every year.
It's a really good point on multiple levels. So first of all, you were Harvard's best player. I mean, you were an awesome, awesome player, really fun to watch. You blocked way better than Cam ever did.
Make sure you tell him that every time you see him.
But you got after people as a blocker, and they threw the ball to you all the time, and you were a stud. And the thing I tell people is do you have any idea how good you have to be to get drafted in the 4th round out of the Ivy League? Right. It just doesn't happen. I mean, it just doesn't. If you're a really good Ivy prospect, really good, you're going 6th, 7th round. You're not 4th round is crazy. And, I think you do a good job of not letting it bother you. But dude, you're the best at what you do in the world. How many, I could look it up, but how many all pros or Pro Bowls have you made now? It's
five Pro Bowls. But that, it really wasn't until later in my career, and maybe just in the past few years, that I really got that appreciation of what you're talking about of getting drafted in the 4th round. When it happened, I mean, I never really thought I was going to be a guy that would get drafted. But then after going through the Senior Bowl and, getting that hype, and now I have an agent and he's telling me what rounds I'm going, now I have expectations. And, I was told somewhere in that 4th to 6th. So, okay, the expectation has been set there now. So when it happened, obviously I'm appreciative of it and everything, but like that's kind of now what I expected. But then it wasn't until years after, and I see guys that follow in my footsteps, and I see each. Sorry, my dog likes to hop in on these Zoom meetings. No, not right now. It wasn't until later that I got like a full appreciation of like, wow, what it takes to get drafted in the 4th round, and that isn't something that Ivy Leaguers do. Maybe it's once every 10 years or something. So I definitely have a greater appreciation of it now.
We're 10 minutes into the interview, and I have not asked you a question about the 49ers quarterback position.
We're doing good.
Do I get an award? Like, do I win something for that? In all sincerity, though, what I like to do is tell the listeners like what it's really like as a player, right? Like, I know it's coming, but you've been asked it so many times. Like, how annoying is it? Like when a question's coming and you have this like stock answer that you give, but you've been around long enough. I guess you just kind of know the way it is, right?
Yeah, no, I definitely, it's been the question all off season. And honestly, it's been the question the whole time I've been a Niner, just because there's, we haven't had a ton of stability at the quarterback position. Outside of the 1 year where we went to the Super Bowl and Jimmy was healthy the entire year, there's always been speculations and questions and all that. So I'm well versed and trained. Whatever you got for me, I'm ready to answer.
It's interesting because for the most part, you and I were in different situations. I was usually always battling for either a starting job or for a roster spot, and people would ask me about the quarterback situation like in Dallas, right? And I really didn't care. Like I just wanted to make the team or start. Like they're gonna pick the guy they're gonna pick and he's gonna play. And I really don't care. Like I gotta be out there like doing my job. I think you're in a little bit different situation. You're not like competing for a job. You're gonna be the starter. You're trying to win a Super Bowl, and who plays that position is important to you. But I guess the question is like, how often do you really think about it? Like how much, like, I think people think like all the time, you're like, ooh, I wonder if it'll be Jimmy, or I wonder if they'll bench Jimmy for Trey. Like you probably haven't really thought about that in that way at all, other than if somebody's asking you about it.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, and something that I didn't really think about till you brought that up. I really don't think about it until I'm asked about it, because even as a solidified starter and a guy that's really, I'm not too worried about making the roster, I still am very much concerned on what I need to do, and in the off season and what I need to do to get myself better. There's really just not a lot of time spent there thinking about, who's our quarterback going to be? What can I do to make him get better? I mean, there's nothing I really can do at this point. So, and it's also, just being in a NFL locker room, you're going to support whoever's under center, no matter who it is. So whoever that guy is, he's going to have my support, and he's just going to know that I'm doing everything I can to get myself prepared, and that's just going to benefit whoever it is.
So last question on this. In 2004 in Buffalo, we won 9 of our last 12 games. We were pumped up for the next year. And then they cut Drew Bledsoe to go with J.P. Lossman as the quarterback. And that was the 1 year when I remember talking to in the offseason, the other offensive linemen. And I started 13 games that year. And we were pretty upset because with Drew, we felt like we had a chance to go and make a playoff run and see what would happen. With JP, we knew at a minimum that there was going to be some growing pains. Is there any thought, Kyle, that like with Jimmy, you guys went to a Super Bowl and you probably should have won it. With Trey, 1 year FCS guy, young guy, very talented, all that, but like it's probably unlikely that you go to the Super Bowl and win it this year if he's the quarterback, right? So is there any thought in your mind like, man, I hope it's Jimmy and I hope Jimmy balls out and we win it all and then Jimmy gets to go somewhere else, whatever it is. Is there any part of you that's like, man, if it's Trey, are we really going to go win this whole thing? Because you're 30 now, it's year 9. Like, you got to be thinking about that.
Yeah. No, I'm a realistic guy and I know the numbers and, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think there's been a rookie quarterback that's won a Super Bowl. So yeah, I'm aware of that. And my thought is that as long as Jimmy's healthy, I think he's our guy. And I think that that doesn't mean that there's not a place for Trey to contribute in year 1. So my thought process really is that if Trey's out there, there's something that he's doing right during the week that Kyle sees that, all right, whatever he's doing is going to help us win. So my thought and my hope is that Jimmy's balling, but so is Trey during practice, and we can find ways to implement him into the offense and help us win games. So that's just what I'm hoping for, and try not to think about what the implications are, what it would really take for him to be the full-time starter. I mean, that most likely means either Jimmy's not playing well, which means the team's not doing well, or that means Jimmy's hurt, which we saw last year what happened when Jimmy was hurt. So those aren't the best situations. So I try not to think that that's where we're headed.
Let's talk about Kyle Shanahan's offense. It is really fun to watch what he does with you and Kittle and the other tight ends for that matter. And sometimes I see you, Kyle, in the run game and like the poor corners or safeties, like they don't even know they're just not used to taking on blocks from someone like you. It looks like they look like a fish out of water. Now, look, you did go to a Pro Bowl in Baltimore, because I was going to say how much of your success do you think is related to more or less being featured at times in Kyle's offense? But you went to a Pro Bowl in Baltimore as well. But it's got to be nice to not just be a fullback that's in there on ISO. Like, you get to do some really cool things as far as fullbacks go.
Yeah, without a doubt. I definitely have had the most fun in San Francisco because, like you said, I am a little more featured, and featured is different in as a fullback. I'm not the featured halfback or, the number one receiver, but you're an offensive line guy that can appreciate blocking schemes. And I'm very much featured in the run game and being at the point of attack and kind of, setting the tone for where we're going in the run game. And I really do have so much fun with it. But I also, a lot of what I do, I wouldn't be able to do if it weren't for one, Kyle and Mike McDaniel, our now offense coordinator, kind of their vision in putting me in those roles and in those spots, but also their vision for other guys on the field, in that if you want to play in Kyle's offense, all 11 guys have to be willing to block. And I mean, that includes your number one receiver. Like, if you watch clips of him in Atlanta, Julio Jones is out there blocking, man. He's it doesn't matter who you are. You have to be able to block. And I mean, I think back to this year, I think it was the opening play against the Jets where Raheem Mostert went like 80 yards for a touchdown. We put our Z receiver, Kendrick Bourne, on the middle linebacker and had him swap out with me, and I'm blocking the corner. So, you in the play, you see me at the point of attack blocking the corner, but the only way you can do that is somebody takes my spot and can block that inside linebacker. And so Kyle and Mike McDaniel, they just do such a good job of being able to put myself and all the other guys in positions that they can be successful and know, okay, this receiver, yeah, we can trust him to block an inside linebacker or crack down on a defensive end or, any of those kind of things. So they just do a really good job putting everybody in those good positions.
Last question. Training camp is right around the corner. This time of year, what sort of your routine or your mentality? Personally, I think the last couple weeks before camp, unless there was like a conditioning test, I was doing like O-line specific drills like twice a day. I mean, I was really trying to get my body in every position that I would be in for camp. And, there was like a nervous excitement / dreading it a little bit because especially with training camp back then, dude, it was different. Like it was and I always had to battle. So, it's like, and I don't know about you, but I never took a day off. Like even like Tuesday, the off day, I would still go in and lift or whatever. Yeah. So like, you kind of know, like, man, I am 2 weeks away or 1 week away from my ass being grass for 5 months. 5 months of not a single day off. But not to ruin your last 2 weeks here, Kyle, but what's your mentality?
No, that it's honestly, I relate to you so much there in that. So my first 4 years in Baltimore, I 100% had that feeling of dread because like you said, like I knew what it was going to be. And even only 5 years ago, things were different. Just the way we practiced and the physicality of training camp and just the hours and all that kind of stuff was just much more intense, even just 5 years ago. And I knew, I'm sitting 2 weeks out from training camp. All right, I'm 2 weeks away from, I know I'm going to injure my neck in training camp because we're going to be smashing. I know I'm going to get some kind of blister because we're playing 3 hours and you're sweating into your cleats and your feet just turn to mush. I know that we're going to be going from 8 in the morning till 8 at night. And, those were all things that realistically, you're just not looking forward to that part of it. But it's been so much different in San Francisco that it's so funny. It's just in these past couple of years that I've had to get out of that mindset because every year that I've showed up to San Francisco, early on, I was kind of like, gosh, that dread, we're going to the training camp. Like, I know what it's going to be. And then I get there and I'm like, man, this isn't bad. Like, I enjoy coming here every day. They don't run us into the ground. Like, we're playing football and we're getting after it and it's intense, but like, it's enjoyable. Like, I'm happy I'm here. And so now that I'm going into my 5th training camp of Kyle's, that the tension has been released, and I really am. I'm excited. I'm excited to go back and just see my teammates, and I know what a good time I have going into the facility every day, and even more so with this off season being shortened, and I was only out in California for like 2 weeks this whole off season. That I miss it a little bit. I want to go play football with my friends at the end of the day. So I'm enjoying my last 2 weeks. There is something to the mental side of it as well, because like you said, it's going to be a 5-month grind, no matter how physical or not it is. I'm the same way. I go in 7 days a week. On that off day, I'm in the facility all the time. So you have to enjoy the time that you are away from it. But I'm excited to get back to it too.
Awesome. Check out this man on social media. I love the Twitter handle at Juszczyk44, which is way easier than trying to spell his last name. I know how to say it. I still don't know how to spell it, but I go with Juszczyk. I know that that's the way to go. Kyle, thank you so much for coming on the show, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, Ross. I had a blast.
So I know Kyle is newly married, or relatively newly married. I should have asked him about his wedding band, in particular, if he got a manly band like I'm rocking right now. Huge fan of this company. If you are one of those guys out there that's engaged, you need a wedding band, or you might be getting engaged soon, Manly Band is where it's at. And for me and Bri, what we like about it is it's nice to get a second one. It's nice to have a change up so that your regular wedding band can either be just for special occasions, or if it's beat up like mine is, the Manly Band can be for special occasions. Absolutely love it. They've got so many different things that you can choose from: gold, wood, antler, steel, dinosaur bone, and even the meteorites that killed them. So many cool different types of materials to buy the band from. You can even get curated collections like the Jack Daniels Whiskey Barrel Collection, which is amazing. Once you've selected your band, by the way, Manly Band offers free shipping worldwide, a 30-day exchange policy, and a free warranty. To order your Manly Band and get 21% off, very specific, plus a free silicone ring, go to manlybands.com/Ross. That's manlybands.com/Ross for 21% off. Manly Bands, the best darn rings, period.
Tuck's Takes.
Big couple of days in the National Football League. The biggest news being the Pittsburgh Steelers signing pass rusher Melvin Ingram, and the LA Rams losing star running back Cam Akers for the season due to a torn Achilles.
Well, the Melvin Ingram signing is not great for our guy Cassius Marsh, who was on the show a few weeks ago, the trading card collector. He's got that business. He's a good special teamer. I think he is probably, in some people's mind, better suited as a fourth edge rusher. You know, the Steelers wanted to make sure they had a third that was legit, especially after losing Bud Dupree. Melvin Ingram opposite, TJ Watt, he must be thrilled. Now, Alonzo Highsmith's a good player, but I think Melvin Ingram thought, I'm going to go 1 year. Let me go opposite TJ Watt. He'll get all the attention. I'll put up big numbers and get another bite at the apple, plus going on a good team. And then as for Cam Akers, just awful. Awful. I was tweeting about this today at Ross Tucker NFL. The Rams don't have to pay him. My guess is they will. It's less than $1 million. Second year, minimum salary for the most part. Plus, he's part of their future and in their future plans. But a tough blow this year because he was going to be a big part of Matthew Stafford's offense there in LA.
Tuck's Takes.
On the broadcasting front, the NFL Network is going to air 23 preseason games live, and ESPN also announced a new Monday Night Football megacast, 10 games featuring both Peyton and Eli Manning.
Right, so for the 23 preseason games, that's awesome. One of them is Patriots at the Eagles. I'll be broadcasting. I don't know if anybody sees this, let me know. I don't know if they're taking the home feed or the away feed or a combo of both. But I'm very curious. Hopefully it's the home feed because that's an Eagles home game. And hopefully all of you can check me out calling Eagles Patriots in week 2 of the preseason. That would be sweet. And then as for the Monday Night Football megacast, that should be interesting. It's like Peyton and Eli Manning. It's almost like they're just watching the game from their houses, having fun. They'll bring on guests, etc. That sounds very interesting. I don't think I'd be thrilled about that if I was Brian Greasy or Louis Riddick, because probably going to take a decent amount of viewers away from the standard traditional Monday Night Football broadcast.
Tuck's Takes.
Couple more items to discuss today. Wide receiver Ted Ginn retiring after 14 years in the NFL, and Raiders team president Mark Bedane resigned after 30 years with that organization.
So Ted Ginn, isn't that interesting, Bri? Like his first couple of years, people talked about Ted like he was a big-time bust. Oh, my gosh, they took him with a top 10 pick. That guy played 14 years in the NFL as a receiver. That is amazing. He is anything but a bust. Now, maybe he didn't become a star or a dominant player with the, I think, number 9 overall pick, but a 14-year career, hard to describe just how incredible that is. Kudos to Ted on a terrific career. And Bedane, it sounds like, Bri, he was mainly, I guess he was there for so long, though, but his main function was to get them this stadium in Vegas, and he did that, but he's not going to stay on to like see what it's like when there's a crowd there. Something's weird there to me. That's bizarre. He's been with them forever. He gets in the stadium in Vegas. This is the first year they're actually going to be having people there. He didn't want to like stay for 5 more months and enjoy what he built. I feel like there's more than meets the eye to that one a little bit. Last chance, by the way, for best ball. Get a Manly band, get some Crocs, get a Warby Parker, whatever, just home try-on kit. Just get in here. By the way, Greg Cosell on Friday's show is going over exactly how he goes about breaking down video, whether it's college prospects or NFL teams. I cannot wait. I don't know if he's ever given this before. These are the answers to his test. It'll be epic. Get excited for that. Get excited for tomorrow's Fantasy Feast, or really today's Fantasy Feast. We're recording this Tuesday night, but today's Fantasy Feast, because Joe Dolan and Dave Richard from CBS Sports, he's a stud. Shout outs to Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, Sim fam, DK Dream Streamers? We are back, except we have traded out Brandon Cristal with the fraud shift for Jeff Ulrich. Moose would tell you that's an upgrade. I'm Adam Kaufman. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. Yeah, depending on who you talk to, if you like crappy golf picks and, talk about Nick Foles and stuff like that, it's a huge upgrade. Anyone else, it's probably a downgrade. But anyways. Well, happy to be back. Happy to drop in for a couple Sims this Sunday.
Yeah, and good to see you. It's been a little bit since we've worked together. This is, of course, it's a division rivalry. We got Cleveland and Cincinnati. What's your lineup looking like?
Okay, well, as you know, I made it in a complete rush because I almost forgot about it. I put Odell in the captain. I got A.J. Green. I got Jarvis Landry. I got Nick Chubb. I got Kareem Hunt, and I got Austin Hooper. So I have no quarterbacks, no special teams. I did manage to get 6 players who actually are pretty involved in the offense, so that's good. I guess we'll see how it goes.
I mentioned to the fellas, I built my lineup in plenty of time. I did it right after the last sim ended, and I probably took about the same amount of time as you did to make it, but I wasn't up against the clock. I don't know how it's going to go, Moose. You never know how it's going to go. Every sim's a snowflake, but I really do like my lineup. I went Rashard Higgins in the captain spot. Getting Higgy with it in that slot. He is less than 30% owned in our 112 entry Madden matinee. The Moose's loose free roll. He's 2.7 in captain again. Baker Mayfield and Joe Burrow. So you faded the QBs. I've got them both. Odell Beckham Jr., Jarvis Landry, and it's your Boyd, Tyler Boyd. I like this build. I do.
Okay. All right.
We'll see how it goes. It's all we can do. All we can do is wait and watch.
It's all you can ever do.
Justin Harden says, let's go. What's up, fam? What's up, Jazzy Jeff? Cough. Jazzy Jeff. You ever been thrown out of a house?
Yeah, actually.
Like the DJ?
Maybe not quite like that, but close. Maybe I didn't go flying through the air, but...
Didn't go,
I got some help. That way.
That feels like a story I want to hear at some point. Cleveland in virtual Cincinnati. Thanks for all hanging out. 1st and 10 from the 41, a minute gone by. It is Bengals ball first. There was some news earlier today concerning Joe Burrow, by the way, who, of course...
Oh, was there?
Having Simland. Yeah, nothing substantial. Just the man's healthy. He's ready, eager to participate and be a part of things. We do have some NFL news to touch on here during this thing, but let's see if I can find the exact tweet on Mr. Burrow. Apparently it wasn't Schefter because he doesn't have it. He has the other news that I was going to get into, which actually is we may as well jump into it here because we won't spend too much time on it. It's actually a retweet from Jeremy Fowler, his colleague at ESPN. All-pro pass rusher Chandler Jones requested a trade from the Arizona Cardinals this offseason per sources. Jones has been unhappy with his contract and future with the team. Cardinals don't want to trade him, and they do expect him to report to camp, but it's certainly a situation to watch. Now, you know me, big on the Cards. I don't like this news. How you feeling about it?
No, I mean, they can't afford to lose a pass rusher. That defense, I mean, they don't have really a Chandler Jones replacement. Oh, it was a nice run by Mixon, but that's. I thought their defense, stiffened up a little bit last year. They drafted a plus athlete in Isaiah Simmons, but that would be a pretty big blow, man. Especially in that division. Yeah.
Do you feel like he should be? I know it's to each their own. Like, we can't tell him how to feel, but should Chandler Jones be upset with his contract?
Probably not. I mean, didn't he miss an entire year or something? Like, there's a little bit of injury concerns. Have to go back and look.
1st and 10, end zone, touchdown.
Yeah, Joe Burrow looking good. That's Green.
A.J. Green.
He made my last-minute lineup. It's good news.
There you go.
Let's see here.
A.J. Green, courtesy of Joe Burrow. While you're looking that up, I'll give you the Burrow news. It was Ian Rappaport.
Okay.
Joe Burrow will be on the field healthy when training camp begins. He's not on the PUP or NFI list. The team just announced there are no plans for Burrow to be on it after an ACL tear in 2020. That is a significant development for Cincy.
That's great news for Joe Burrow. Great news for my Joe Burrow rookie cards as well. Gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, Chandler Jones, 5 games last year. 1 sack. Seems like a weird spot to start complaining about your contract coming off a year like that. 5-year, $82 million, 51 guaranteed. Base salary of $15.5 million. Not sure what the complaint is here, being dead honest.
Sure.
I mean, I assume he wants to re-up because he is a UFA after this year. That's got to be what it is.
Right.
But he just wants an extension. Like he wants, and this is where the NFL becomes tricky, and he's probably right to do this because he gets injured this year. There's he's done. Like there's no contract, you know.
Right.
So he's risking it because the team.
And Chandler Jones is 31 years old.
Yeah. So I think that's probably what, again, having not read any of this news and just looking at his contract, he wants some security. He wants the Cardinals to commit to him past this year. I don't think it's about the money necessarily. It could be about the money. I could be dead wrong on that.
7-0 Cincy, halfway through the opening quarter. Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman. We got Jordan, our producer, undercover boss Tom, our TD, Jim, and Ops, as Glash would tell you. Bruce Harding, he is not mincing words here, says, hey, Koff, seeing as how you're with Jeff this sim, could you give him a lesson on making sim contests for us because he is very lazy about it, with a smiley face with sunglasses and a thumbs up. Moose, it's important that in life we all know our flaws. And making sim contests, hell, joining sim contests, not your strongest suit.
No, I've never suggested it was a strong suit of mine.
I think Bruce is looking for you to improve upon this, though.
I think I've always said, don't expect a sim contest to be made when I'm on the show, when I'm hosting. I get it. I get that people would like me to. Once it becomes a part of my routine, I could do it, I guess, but...
You got the early bird special with Tom Carroll. I bet he's already made a cut.
Yeah, I see, and that's the thing. I know when I'm with you and Glash and Tom, even Emerson makes them, actually, which actually really puts me to shame. Emerson can do it. I mean, I should be able to do it.
I mean, I've even seen Kenny jump in. Rossi obviously makes them. If it's you and LaMarca together.
Yeah, there's no contest.
Doom.
If Lamarck and I go, yeah, someone else better make it, or there's not going to be a free roll.
We just hope that Lamarck is awake for the sim at that point.
Yes, yeah, as I found out once. That's important. Important to make sure Lamarca is awake.
Tommy, that's where I come in. That's right. We need the undercover boss to make a contest for the two of you.
I will try. I will try my hardest. I got a lot of sims next week, so. Tell you what, I'll try to make it part of my routine. I'll write a little note or something. We can all improve. We can all get better.
For those looking for Moose, I won't give you his full schedule, but I'll tell you the frequency with which you should expect him. He's got Madden After Dark, Monday and Tuesday. Popping in for a couple of sims Wednesday. He's got Madden After Dark Thursday. He's got 3 on Friday. And then Watch Out Weekend, 3 apiece. Saturday, Sunday next week. There's a lot of Moose on the horizon.
Yep. Is it 3 on Saturday? I thought I had 4 on Saturday.
Is it 4? Let's see.
No, it's 3 and 3. You're right.
Yeah, you're 3 currently. It could turn into 4 though.
Probably could turn into 8, 10, it's 9. If I wanted it to, I don't.
Moose season already? It sure is. Yeah, I've thrown producer Drew a curveball because Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I am not on next week. I am unavailable. And
hey, it happens.
We gotta lean on some of you guys just a little bit more.
Also, Brendan Glasheen is on his 5th vacation in 2 months, so.
Where to now? Kicks away, field goal, good. 7-3, Cincy.
Glash is coming in
full
Sunday.
use of his summer.
He is. Good for him.
Yeah. He was at, I don't know if he was at a costume party. Again, I mean, I don't text him about these things. You see pictures or stories on Instagram and you go from there. But honestly, it looked like he was doing a sim because he was just out. He had a wig on, playing dress up with his friends.
Right. So just a normal day.
Yeah, just another day at the office.
Yeah, gonna be a busy weekend, but that's cool.
Peace of Mind says, happy Sim Sabbath, or should I say, Shabbos Sim. Shoma Shabbos. Peace of Mind doesn't roll on the Sabbath. Everybody should know that. Mixon, battling through and good for a first. Picks up 13. He's got 39 on the ground already. Mixon was in a build I had for a hot second. So was AJ Green. Pulled them both out. So that's going well.
Mixon is one of those dudes I just want nothing to do with fantasy anymore, and he's probably going to have a massive year now that I've said that, and now that I feel that. I feel like every year since he's come in, I've been like, oh, this guy's talented. He's got great vision. He looks fantastic when he runs the ball. Then he averages like 3 yards per carry. He gets hurt. He gets his workload cut into.
I took him, I don't remember if it was last year or the year before, but I think it was last year in one of the leagues that I'm in. I don't remember the exact situation. It wasn't an auto draft, but either I wasn't paying proper attention or I was up against the clock for some reason. Maybe I was looking at whatever it was. Like, you know, those clocks move quickly when you're picking.
Sure.
And I wound up with Joe Mixon in the first round. And I, like the second he was selected, I was irate. I was, no! Why? How?
Yeah.
God! Mixon in the first? And I only had myself to blame, but it was really upsetting. Really upsetting.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's not even that I dislike Joe Mixon. It's just how much like he's even if the Bengals are better this year, they're probably going to be in the worst. They're probably going to be last in their division again. I mean, they're just in a tough division. And like, do you really want an offense? It's like always going to be behind with a running back. No, I think you target the Bengals. I think Joe Burrow is an excellent pick for this reason that I just laid out. And I think some of his receivers are going to be excellent picks, but I don't know about Mixon. Anyways.
AJ Green is your leading receiver, 2 for 32 with that touchdown. Let's see. Ziwa is in front currently. About a quarter of a point. Has the Bengals DST at captain. Burrow, OBJ, Ross, Green, and Gio Bernard. Where are you hanging out with your quick build? It's got to be better than where I'm doing.
Yeah, let's get a little update here, see what I'm doing. 34th.
Even with both quarterbacks, I am 98th. So good for you.
Yeah, we even had a touchdown there by Burrow. I'm very glad that Joe Burrow's back. That's a player I just am very high on for his future. I feel like this guy has a chance to be like the next Tom Brady at some point. Like I'm that high on Joe Burrow. Because it's not like a skill thing with him.
Brady.
Yes.
There is no next Tom Brady.
There's a next everyone.
No. I mean there wasn't a next Wayne Gretzky.
I'm sure there is.
What, Sidney
Playing
Crosby?
for the Oilers right now.
Oh, stop that.
I mean, he's dominating at almost the same level, but
I'm not saying a guy can't be as dominant. I'm saying
okay.
When you say the next somebody, not to totally derail this conversation.
Oh, let's derail it altogether.
That's fine. When you say the next somebody, all of their accolades come into play. Like and I mean, there are people that believe Patrick Mahomes could be the next Tom Brady. But I think all of those people are out of their minds. And that doesn't mean Mahomes isn't a better athlete. Of course he is. Doesn't mean he isn't more physically talented. Of course he is. Is he ever going to win 7 Super Bowls and, you know, all of those achievements Brady has had along the way? I don't see how that is remotely feasible. Yes, please.
To be the next Tom Brady, you don't have to win 7 Super Bowls.
I think you do.
To be the next Tom Brady, you have to overachieve for what you have. Tom Brady is a massive overachiever. He doesn't have the physical skills of Patrick Mahomes. He's got a great arm. He's got more skills than probably people give him credit for. He's not a plus athlete. So
overall pick. Exactly how much can he overachieve beyond his expectations?
He's the what?
He was the first overall pick.
Tom Brady?
No, Joe Burrow.
No, okay, fair enough. But Joe Burrow he's not like
when you're the first overall pick.
He was the first overall pick.
Greatness is expected from you.
He also went to a crappy team, and he's not like the next Mike Vick. He's not like Lamar Jackson, where everyone's like, "Oh, this guy runs a 40." There's Joe Mixon on touchdown. My point is, I feel like Joe Mixon eventually may overachieve, and by overachieve, I mean I think he'll win more Super Bowls than people think. I think he might have that winner's mentality that Brady does. I think. Where I really see Tom Brady and Joe Burrow is that at LSU is very successful, and I feel like eventually you'll see that in the NFL. He'll overachieve in terms of what he does for his team. You're right. He's a first round. He's a first overall pick. Brady was 7th. It's hard to compare. I'm separating
that even like draft status. Well, of course Brady has wildly overachieved compared to his draft status, and plenty of guys have. Not to the level Brady has, but like Antonio Brown was a 6th round pick too. Like guys, obviously overachieve. But when you are the first overall pick, anyone, we're not even talking about Burrow. When you are the first overall pick, 2 things are very apparent. 1, some level of greatness, like I said before, is expected from you. And 2, you start with a crappy team. That's why they have the first overall pick.
Sure. Like how many first overall picks have actually
went to at the time a crappy Indianapolis team.
Yep.
And obviously went on to have he was because of him and others, but because of him at the helm, they turned it around. They became a great team.
They became a great team, won 1 Super Bowl. Let's break that down further. How many number 1 overall picks at the quarterback position have actually gone on to be dynasties?
Sure.
Peyton's probably the most successful, and he won 1 Super Bowl. Andrew Luck didn't win a Super Bowl.
Well, he won 2. He won with Indianapolis, but he won 2.
Sure, yeah, okay, fair, yeah.
Well, we're talking about his career, not.
No, fair enough. For his career, you're right. Let's give Peyton the 2. Let's give him the respect he deserves. But Alex Smith. He's a number 1 overall pick. He didn't win anything. There's more examples of number 1 picks busting
I'm
anyone.
I'm Googling real quick just because I'm not going to remember him all, so why not look him up? Quarterbacks drafted number 1 overall. Okay, what the heck? Let's look at some of them.
Let's break it down. Let's see. Yeah.
All right, now we'll go from at least on this article from actually it's NFL.com. I don't know when it was written, but we'll go as the article goes, worst to first in terms of living up to expectation. Jamarcus Russell. As we know, 2007 Raiders didn't really go well. Did not go well, especially when the Raiders passed on the likes of Calvin Johnson, Adrian Peterson, Joe Thomas, Marshawn Lynch, many others. All right, then you have Tim Couch, first overall 99 to these Cleveland Browns right here that we're looking at. They've had 22 starting quarterbacks since taking Tim Couch. And that was, So this article was written in 2015. I'm gathering that now from their summary. So they've had way more than 22. They probably had 30.
Sure.
David Carr, Derek's brother, 2002 Houston Texans. Sam Bradford.
See, you're making my point for me as we're reading these names.
I know. Jeff George, 1990 Indianapolis. Alex Smith, as you mentioned, 05 San Fran. He didn't have a bad career.
No.
Steve Bartkowski, 75 Falcons. Vinny Testaverde, stuck around forever, that's for sure. Michael Vick, obviously a very good player. Had some off-the-field issues, but a very good player. Matt Stafford, who is now tasked with taking the Rams to greatness. He had some very good individual seasons with Detroit, but as we know, the teams have never accomplished anything. Cam Newton, MVP, made it to a Super Bowl, didn't win it. Drew Bledsoe, 93, Patriots, again, got to a Super Bowl, didn't win it. Bounced around a little bit. Carson Palmer, 03, Cincinnati. So, other side of this matchup here. Heisman Trophy winner. Andrew Luck. Maybe if they had some semblance of a healthy offensive line when he was there, he could have done more. Jim Plunkett, 71, Patriots. Eli Manning, 04, technically the Chargers, but as we know, he was a Giant, won a pair.
Yep.
Troy Aikman, 89, Dallas, as we know, 3 Super Bowls. Terry Bradshaw, 1970, the Steelers. He won a few, 4, right? Peyton Manning. And number 1 on the list, if only BK were still here, 1983, Baltimore Colts, John Elway.
So look, I guess for making comparisons, maybe saying Joe Burrow is like the next John Elway is better. Fair enough.
That would be
My
better.
point was,
Yeah.
I think Joe Burrow is going to be one of those guys who eventually gets grouped with those Bradshaw and Aikman guys rather than the busts.
Sure.
Which is why I'm saying he's going to overachieve compared to the other first overall picks. So maybe Brady was the bad example, but still, you get my point. I think eventually he'll find success, like Brady did.
He will be one of those that is not a bust.
That's my feeling.
He will be in the top like 6, 7 on that list that we just talked about versus, the rest of the way with the David Carrs of the world. What about Trevor Lawrence?
I don't know. I don't know about Trevor Lawrence. Too many things going on in Jacksonville to make like a call right there. I do have worries about Lawrence being a big guy, liking to run, potentially getting injured. I don't have the same feeling about him as Burrow right now. Talent's there.
I guess a better way to ask the question actually would be, because we're getting your thoughts on Burrow now. Granted, he got hurt last year, but you saw him in the league.
He did.
So, what were your thoughts on Burrow going into his rookie season, a la Lawrence right now, versus, a year under his belt?
So, I mean, Burrow was one of those guys I thought was being a little bit overrated just because, he doesn't have the pure skill. I think Lawrence is a better athlete, but you see him, when I saw him in the NFL game, my opinion of him changed completely because I saw a guy who's looked exceedingly comfortable under pressure, going through reads like it's nothing, knowing when to run, being smart. And I just feel like there's nothing but up because the Cincinnati Bengals were terrible last year and he still looked good. So I think it is a guy with just loads of potential long-term in the NFL. And that's my point when I brought up his name. So I was, like I said, I really wasn't going into the season yeah, man, Joe Burrow's I was kind of a little bit skeptical, to be honest. I thought Herbert was more interesting as a prospect. And I still think Justin Herbert is super interesting. I mean, both these guys could have great careers, but very high on Burrow after seeing him play in the NFL.
I heard you say next Tom Brady. I felt like I'd gotten electrocuted. The what?
I love bringing up Tom Brady in conversations like this with you and Glash. It's just... you can just see it. Your body just tightens up. You're like, what did you just say?
Do you want to fight? You want to get into a physical fight over Zoom? 14-6 Cincinnati. We got a tie.
He's still hating me. He says Trevor Lawrence is Jake Locker with accuracy. I don't know if that was a compliment. I don't think that was a compliment.
I think anytime that you are bringing Jake
Locker.
Locker's name into the conversation, it steers away from compliment.
Ashley Edwards would like Ross the Third. We only have a few more Sims with John Ross the Third.
I know, it makes me sad.
No.
Running out of time with
a lot of players.
All pro Chris Hogan here in Simland too. He's not going to be back. He's a lacrosse player now.
Yeah, unless we get Sim Lacrosse going.
But as mentioned, we got into it a little bit with BK in the previous Sim. Big week. Madden ratings coming out this week.
Oh, okay. Yeah, players always like that.
Yeah. They put out a video, the Madden Twitter account, we were reading, I won't do the whole thing again because we read through some of it. They had, for rookies, some of the rookie ratings were made available. I don't know, maybe they all are, I'm not sure. But they had guys guessing what their number would be in this category versus another. But the only one in the video that we got an overall rating for was Mac Jones.
Okay.
Would you like to guess Mac Jones' overall rating for Madden 22?
I'm going to say 70?
71.
71, yeah. They give him a little boost. Haskins is a 70. I think there's another rookie from this class that was a 70 this year. So, yeah.
Super Bowl Baby 67 says, until the Cincinnati Bengals get serious about building a winner, Joe Burrow may be a shell of himself by the time he gets away from that team.
That's a possibility. I mean, I'm not saying this is a lock or something. Obviously, playing on a bad team, he could go the Andrew Luck route, too. Already had one blown knee, so.
Another field goal. That's 3. That's the first one on the Cincinnati side, but 3 in this game. 17-6 as we inch toward the half. Just about there. Hope you guys stacked them kickers today. BB Craig is in front right now. He's got Siebert in his lineup. Mixon captain, already with 75 rushing yards and a touchdown. My pal waved goodbye, Jeff Ulrich. Representative start. BK has a representative start. BK's top 30 at the moment. Undercover Boss Tom is top 50. You're top 60. I am almost at the bottom. I can look down and see it. That's how close I am. Ralphie wants thoughts on Anthony Miller going to the Texans. What do you think as we get to the half?
Oh, did he get traded?
Well, maybe he's wondering if that will happen. Maybe he's wondering about a rumor.
Oh, no. There's a report. Bears trade former second rounder Anthony Miller to Texans, per report.
Yeah, I see it.
Well, that's interesting. Not so much from what I think Anthony Miller can do in the Texans, because I don't think he's going to do much. Because the Texans quarterback situation. Well, I mean, there's so much up in the air with this Deshaun Watson stuff. Anyways. What makes that interesting is the Bears really didn't have a deep receiving core to begin with. Darnell Mooney is going to be someone really to keep your eye on there. That's a guy I want late in drafts, especially with Fields coming in at some point. But yeah, wow. Allen Robinson might just get a bajillion targets next year too. That's the other thing. Cole Kmet becomes more interesting. This is the Bears wide receiver depth chart. Allen Robinson, Darnell Mooney, Damiere Byrd. Anthony Miller was 4th. Then Riley Ridley and Jester Way.
I don't know that I even remember Damiere Byrd landing there. So there you go.
No, I know. Javon Wims. Marquise Goodwin is there. He might actually
he could
press
play
into action. That is one sad depth chart. I mean, I like Darnell Mooney and I love Allen Robinson, but one of those guys go down. Jeez, man, they gotta do something. That's a little sketchy. Might see the Bears bring someone in. They really were not high on Miller. I was not high on Miller either. He really never really got a footing there.
No, a contributor, but not a steady one. Never a guy that you felt good rostering in fantasy. That's for sure.
No, never. Even when he got targets, sometimes he'd have the drops and just never seemed to work out for him, whatever he was doing, you know?
Boy, Allen Robinson could really, I mean, his season was crazy last year, and it could be that much better. Although, obviously, the flip side is now he's getting all of the coverage.
He is. Allen Robinson, typically a guy who's been pretty good against number one wide receivers. Like he dominated in Jacksonville, even with it. Good at boxing out. Bigger body guy, but you're right. He's going to get a ton of attention. I just don't see how he doesn't get like 1 million targets. So going to be interesting for sure.
Let's see what his targets were the last few years. Just out of curiosity. He was targeted 151 times last year, 154 the year before, 94 the season before that, but he missed 3 games. His last 2 healthy years in Jacksonville, 151 apiece.
How many did he have last year?
151. So he is, of his years in the league, and he basically missed the 17 season. So the other 6 seasons that he's had, and only 4 of them were complete seasons. In those 4, let's just look at it that way. Those 4 seasons, when he plays a full healthy season, 16 games, he is targeted at least 150 times every time.
Yeah. I feel like he could push for like 170 this year. Wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked if he led the league in targets.
Who's going to be throwing him the ball?
Yeah, I mean, that's like I was talking about this yesterday with Tom. I mean, I feel like the Bears training camp is going to be one to watch because I feel like right from the get-go, there's going to be pressure. We're going to get to see Fields in preseason. B Camp's probably going to be talking about what a difference there is between him and Dalton. And I want to see Matt Nagy crack. I really still feel like Justin Fields is going to be there way sooner than people think. Might take a week. Might take like one bad Andy Dalton game, but I think it's going to be by week 3 at the latest. It's my prediction. I still think there's a chance he starts week 1, Justin Fields. Really do.
Jeremy Fowler reports the Eagles have signed corner Steven Nelson to a 1-year deal. Sticking around with the Eagles. Brian asks a good question as we are a few minutes into the third, 17-6 still. Another field goal try from 47.
Yeah, man.
But that's 3 field goals on the Cleveland side. How about that? Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, producer Jordan, undercover boss Tom, our technical director, Jim, and ops. Brian says, hey, Kauf, Moose, who puts up more fantasy points this season, Joe Burrow or Baker Mayfield? He said, I'll take Burrow, but it could be close.
Yeah, Baker played well last year. I just feel like with the scenarios they're in, Baker's on a good defense. They've got one of the best runners in Nick Chubb. I just don't think he's going to have the volume. I think Joe Burrow could come close to leading the league in pass attempts. So, yeah, I definitely would take Burrow. I think Burrow is, as far as QB goes, and especially with this news that he's healthy, Joe Burrow is one of the best value targets. If you're waiting on QB, you should be aiming for Joe Burrow as your value target. I know we talked about this last week with someone. I think it was Lamarca. Yeah, it was Lamarca. We both agreed on this, that Burrow was the guy. If you're waiting on QB, you're not going after, you're not picking a guy early, or you're just passing on the elite guys, then you should be looking at Joe.
You think he has enough around him to be a reliable fantasy contributor, though? Even no matter how high you are on him personally?
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, they drafted Jamar Chase, right? T. Higgins. I think T. Higgins, again, another player, actually, that just, way better than I thought he was going to be in the NFL. Just looks like a professional wide receiver out there. And then you got Tyler Boyd as well. I mean, a little bit lacky at tight end, but whatever. Mixon can certainly catch the ball out of the backfield. I think the Bengals offense could give a lot of fantasy goodness, and if the Bengals do end up surprising people a little with their record, it's probably going to be because their offense is just legitimately clicking that well. So no, absolutely, man. I mean, it was weird at the draft. You wanted them to go O-line to protect Burrow, but taking Jamar Chase just makes that offense just feel
well, and you got the instant bond too, which
is sure. Yeah.
Meaningful.
Yep.
Yes, AD Poker, I see it. Ehrman for the Yankees with a no-hitter going through 5 against the Red Sox. Top 6 at Fenway. We'll see. And yeah, I said it. I said no-hitter. Darn right I did.
Wow. That was yesterday. I jinxed Tom's lineup. He was in second place. 5 minutes to go. He was trying to be all coy. Oh, is Mixon gonna go?
Oh,
yeah, he is.
gracious.
Go, kid. Oh, he might get caught. Might get caught. Oh no. Oh, that was Gio.
That was Gio Bernard,
wonder.
62.
Yeah, Gio doesn't have those burner jets like Mixon. Pretty sure the speed's a little lacking there.
That could change our leading lineup. I am 105 out of 112. I just want the world to know that. First and 10 from the 12. 3 minutes and change left, third quarter. It's a run. Gio again. He's not tired. Gets to the 3. See, he did all that work just to set up Joe Mixon.
Trying to give him the touchdown. Yeah, now they're probably going to bring Mixon in.
Mixon's got 1. See if he can get 2, unless Burrow opts to look toward one of his wideouts. Maybe a little CJ Uzomah. We haven't had much going on with him. There's the handoff.
Yeah, he got it.
Well, I guess he broke the plane just barely. And Gio.
Oh, it's Gio.
Gio Bernard. Wow. You know what? Good. The man let him finish the job.
Maybe Mixon's injured or something. Who knows? Fatigued.
Great tie for first now. Eddie P on DK, Super Bowl baby, and Pithu. Fooligan, OBJ in the captain spot. Green, Chubb, Bernard, Mixon, and Hunt. Look at that. 4 rushers in that build. Chubb, Bernard, Mixon, and Hunt. Respect it. You'd think it's a rain game on a now dead Wild Weather Wednesday or something.
Good wild Wi-Fi Wednesday, this Wednesday.
That's right. AD Poker says Mixon's tired.
Fatigue
on that one. Hit that like, folks. Basically at 100. Love to see us climb above that. Smash the like. Hit the subscribe button. If you're watching along on YouTube, if you're with us on Twitch, we thank you. Twitch.tv/DraftKings. Give us a follow. Any of our other platforms, DK Nation, DK Playbook, Game Center. Come on over, interact with us. Late third, 24-9, Cincinnati. First and 10 from the 29. Baker. Dump off. Good enough to get 2.
See, Odell Beckham was in the news a little bit, just talking about how he wants to win a Super Bowl with Cleveland, trying to be the guy, the good teammate. Interesting. That is a dude you're going to be able to get for real cheap in fantasy this year.
You buy it?
I think I'm probably going to be buying some Odell Beckham shares. Yes. I don't like it. I don't really want to do it, but he's so cheap and there's such good upside there that probably going to have to.
Mr. Rodriguez in the chat calling for 3 straight OBJ catches on the way. We'll see. Team JPC says Baker sucks every time I roster him. LMAO. First and 10 from the 41. Minute and a half left, third quarter. Baker can't escape. Sacked by Lawson. Yeah, I just wonder if he truly is committed to that team. If he really does want to be there. It's one thing to say the right things, obviously. It's another to go out there and be a leader. We haven't really seen that in his time with Cleveland. Granted, injuries have played into it as well.
Yeah, for real. I mean, it's a valuation thing, right? Like,
AD Poker says, can Odell behave himself more than 3 games without whining about targets?
Well, and the thing that definitely should worry you about Odell is like the connection with Baker just has not been there ever. So you're betting on something that has never really clicked.
Mm-hmm.
So like Baker has looked better with him out of the lineup, which is obviously terrible. So, but it's just more a talent thing, right? Like Odell Beckham, I still feel like talent-wise, probably a top 10 wide receiver in the league. If you get Odell Beckham in the right mind, you get like a good season from Baker. And the Browns, I think, are going to be a very good team. You know, you could get lightning in a bottle, right? And it's not going to cost you. It's not. If you draft Odell Beckham at his current ADP, which is, let me see here, wide receiver 24. He's going behind Cooper Kupp, Brandon Ayuk,
24.
Thielen.
And a 3, by the way. 24
Yeah.
in that game.
It's not going to cost you much. Now, you don't have to take them. There's guys like T. Higgins, Deontay Johnson. I like those guys too. I'm just saying, you know, there is some potential there. And look, I think Odell, like, I don't think Odell is going to be one of those names where it's like, oh, he's just shooting up boards, you know. I think there's a chance Odell falls further than that. Like, I have a feeling he could go as like wide receiver 30 in a lot of drafts, right? Maybe wide receiver 28. So, whoops. So, stupid ringtone. I gotta change that.
Is that a personalized ringtone for someone in particular, or
No, I changed it for every ringtone the other day, and it's annoying. It's actually annoying the hell out of me, is what it's saying.
Why did you do that?
I don't know. I just was like, let's spice things up.
Oh, you did.
Yeah.
Do you ever sing along with it?
No, I shut it off as quickly as possible because it's louder than it's like any ringtone I've ever had on.
I think we need to find you a new ringtone right here on the air.
No.
T-Fikes has never changed that ringtone.
It freaks me out too. Like, I'm like, God, like,
Woke up, took a flight to Simland.
Yeah.
Popping in for 2 on a Sunday. Yeah, Jordan says new ringtone could be Glass doing his buzzword. You want to get annoyed in a hurry. Moose, phone, moose, phone, moose, phone. Whatever I don't have a roll of toilet paper to yell into.
just
solid
just
minute.
moose call.
Yeah.
I should make the moose call my ringtone. That would actually be better than what I have. So.
$24-9, 14-yard line, 2nd and 6 coming. Must be, says OBJ and Landry are partners. They'll be fine. Friendships only matter to a point in sports. Baker. Why would you go right? Into the hands of Kareem Hunt, but we got a flag. Okay. Goes against the Bengals. Geno Atkins gets him to the 1. Who finishes the job here? Won't be Baker.
This is
touchdown.
The day.
Walked on in. The
Yeah,
rushing day continues in Simland.
Yeah, absolutely. All running backs. This is the guy I really want a piece of, though, for the Browns. Improve their defense. You know, a team who likes to run the ball with Kevin Stefanski. Meet all the Nick Chubb this year.
Make it 24-16, 8-point game. We got our 3-way leaders back in front. Eddie P on DK, Super Bowl baby, and Peepu. Fooligan, I am 103 out of 112. Where are you hanging out? 24th.
24th. Oh, so not bad. Oh, yeah, I rostered Chubb. So I got... did I put Chubb and Hunt in my lineup, actually? Yeah, I do. So I have two running backs.
You were
Got
just
AJ Green.
Not even knowing that you were good either way.
It's true. Wait, I might have given you wrong information on Odell. Let's see here.
There we go.
So, okay, so the Odell is ADP of 26 in standard formats, and PPR is ADP of wide receiver 28. So it's even worse than PPR. We got guys like, Ayuk, Higgins, even Juju Smith-Schuster is above him. That's about right where I would start taking a shot on Odell, actually.
If you were read down, I don't know which site you're using, but read down what'd you say? He was 24th?
28 in PPR
28.
format.
So read down the top 27 in front of him. We don't have to pause through them. Just, read them down and tell me if there are any of them along the way that you would take over OBJ, or if you agree with the current rating.
So from 27 down, you mean?
Yeah, all the guys in front of him.
Oh, all the guys, like starting at number 1.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Tyreek Hill, Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams, Hopkins, Ridley, Justin Jefferson, Metcalf, A.J. Brown, Keenan Allen, Allen Robinson. Allen Robinson actually looks like a bit of a steal after talking about his target count. Terry McLaurin, Amari Cooper, Robert Woods, CeeDee Lamb, Godwin, Julio, Mike Evans, DJ Moore. Feels very high based on Sam Bradford. That's not a player I'd want a piece of. Deontay Johnson, Cooper Kupp, Tyler Lockett, Adam Thielen. Would I take OBJ over Thielen? No, probably not, but it's close. Kenny Golladay, Michael Thomas. I would 100% take OBJ over Michael Thomas. I just don't want to deal with not having Michael Thomas for who knows, 4 to 10 weeks. There's a touchdown.
Woo! Another one. There he is. Joe Sticks. Joe 5 Sticks.
Oh, yeah.
John Ross.
So, yeah, Thielen and Golladay. Interesting. I think Golladay just probably have too many targets to take OBJ over him. So, but Thomas, I would take OBJ over Thomas. T. Higgins, I like. Brandon Ayuk, I would take OBJ over Brandon Ayuk. Juju, I would take OBJ over Juju as well. So, you've got 3 or 4 guys there. I would take them over. I think it's close with him and Thielen.
Heck, there were a couple of guys, I don't remember them, but a couple of guys that you mentioned in that 15 to 20 range that I could even argue potentially taking over. Over them.
CeeDee Lamb's.
Yeah, that was one that popped into my head.
14, wide receiver 14 right now for an ADP. Seems crazy to me.
And you still got Cooper there. You still got Gallup there.
Yeah.
You got your tight ends. Zeke catches passes. Pollard well.
Yeah. Jarwin. Oof. That is not. I don't know if I'd take OBJ over him, but wide receiver 14 for CeeDee Lamb. No thanks. Ayuk, a guy again. Brandon Ayuk at wide receiver 26, and then Deebo Samuel wide receiver 35. Just makes no sense. Deebo Samuel to me is one of the deepest values in fantasy right now.
Bounce the Cats in front by a couple points. Mixon's hit the bonus. He's 100 on the nose, as a matter of fact. Nearing the midpoint of this fourth quarter, 31-16. Moose, Koff, Jordan, Tom, Jim.
Jim!
Jim!
I don't know, Jim. Who was the swing pass?
Baker, just 158 passing. Not great. Not great. 1st and 10 from the 38 on the way. Excuse me. Super Bowl baby concurs. Lamb at 14, too high.
It could happen, right? He could supplant Amari as the wide receiver 1 there, but you're betting on something. They've played 5 games together, Dak and CeeDee Lamb. Amari Cooper has had monster years with Dak before. I know Cooper's got the ankle injury too, but man, you were betting on there's just everything would have to break your way. It feels like, CeeDee Lamb would have to take a step up. Amari Cooper would have to take a step back. The connection with Dak would have to be there. Michael Gallup would have to kind of just drift off into the distance. Blake Jarwin would have to not be a big part of the offense. For CeeDee Lamb to pay off that ADP, I don't know, man. That's not something I necessarily want to do. I think he's an interesting PPR player, but more around wide receiver 20 or lower, not where he's going there. Again, this is just an ADP site. who knows where he's going in actual drafts.
Well, and also some of those ADP sites go back to like the very end of last season versus, some you're only interested in looking at since like the start of training camp, which obviously hasn't started yet. So it just all depends on, where you're looking to look, as you might say. Hooper, 5 for 60.
Michael Pittman Jr., another guy I think offers really good value, wide receiver. Wide receiver 47. Another team with like not a great depth chart at wide receiver. Pittman and T.Y. Hilton. Someone's got to get targets there.
Well, and if you're a believer that Reich is going to reawaken Wentz, obviously, real good opportunity for those guys. What's their rush? Oh, yeah, they got Taylor.
Yeah, Jonathan Taylor. Could
Max still there?
Who? Marlon Mack?
Yeah.
Yeah. They still have Mack, still have Naheem Hines. So it's going to be a bit of a three-headed monster. But Taylor's
the number one.
He's going to be the lead. There's no doubt about it.
Hooper again.
Beauty.
Another 4-yard pickup. Get close to the 2-minute warning in a 15-point game. You have got 4 more sims today, folks. Moose will be around for the next one with Tom Carroll. Tom, as a matter of fact, is on the next 4. Dolphins Steelers for the early bird special, an hour and change from now. It'll be Tommy and LaMarca for the final 3 of the day. Had a good time with LaMarca last night. Spent a couple of sims together.
Oh, I forgot to answer your question that you threw us. No, nobody else did, so I don't feel bad.
My question?
Yeah, this was from like last week.
What was
it? On Slack.
Oh, that. I heard from the other 2. I heard from LaMarca and Buttes over text.
Okay. Yeah, I had a busy week. I wasn't even home on Wednesday, so.
Well, I'm trying to remember which one it was. I think Buke said something like, yeah, I totally forgot. And then he texted me. And then LaMarca said, like, yeah, I don't respond to group Slacks. Something like that. Of course, sure you do. For Sims, anyway. Morgan says, who's your favorite Jags receiver this year?
Yeah, that's a good question. We actually talked about this a bit on yesterday when I was with, I think it was maybe Tom, but I like DJ Chark a lot. I think he's got a lot of potential, but as wide receiver 30, in the Jags offense, there's a touchdown.
Landry. More and more offense. Keep going.
Yeah, this game is producing for us here. I mean, we can't even go off on tangents for very long because it keeps ending up as touchdowns. Cleveland trying to make a game of it, too. We're going to have a 2-point conversion attempt. They still got 3 Oh, wait. Did I add that wrong? Oh, okay. They're going to wait for the last touchdown to go for it. That seems... Usually the sim goes for it here, but okay. All right. Okay. They're probably going to do the onside kick here, right?
I think you kick away with all timeouts available.
Well, I mean, yeah. From a strategy standpoint, it probably makes sense to do that, but just because onside kicks are like impossible to get. But I feel like the sim is going to go for the onside kick here. Let's see what happens.
I'm going to put my hard-earned doll hairs on kicking away, but we'll see.
All right, this is taking forever. So DJ Chark, I feel like, is just a little bit overvalued. I would rather take a shot with Laviska Shenault if you can get him at a cheaper valuation. But to be honest, I'm not like super high on drafting any Jags wide receivers. I'm just not sure if they're going to try and throw that much. I think Urban Meyer drafted a running back. He's got James Robinson. They are kicking off, so you were right. You're right. I'm wrong. I'm stupid. You're smart.
I'm ugly.
So I'm not really that interested in any of the Jags wide receivers. I think Shenault would probably be the most interesting for me, but I feel like that's probably a situation you should stay away from. I think Urban Meyer's going to run the ball a lot. I think he's going to use Trevor Lawrence's legs a bit too. And I don't think it's going to be like a high-volume pass offense. I like DJ Chark, but I don't know. Just rookie QB. Wide receiver is so deep. Like, Shenault is going 42. Michael Pittman's going at ADP wide receiver 47. Michael Pittman's like legit probably going to be the wide receiver 1. He's the first wide receiver off the board for the Colts. Shenault would be the wide receiver 2 off the board for the Jags. Like, you got to take Pittman there. You just have to. I mean, so I just don't see it from a valuation standpoint of taking shots with the Jags wide receiver core. Mike Williams is down there too. Darnell Mooney, all going below where Shenault is. Way below where DJ Chark is too. So
Mixon with that reach for a first, by the way, should end it.
Yeah, that's a big first. That's
80 Poker says you forgot Tebow, top target in Jacksonville.
That's right. Got pencil in Tebow's 8 targets a game.
I'd be happy if he had 2. Others would say I'd be happy if he made the roster and was actually active for game days.
But I think it's to that point, the fact Urban Meyer is even bringing in like a gadget player like Tim Tebow, I think it should worry you from a point of like, what is this offense going to look like? Like, it's probably not going to be sit back, classic pass, run and gun. It's probably going to be a little weird. Like, maybe run a little bit more, gadget running plays, which is fine. And I think it could work. Like, I think Urban Meyer is a guy who has a lot of success wherever he goes, but I just don't think it's going to be what people think. I just don't think they're going to be airing it out.
Bounce the cat on his way to a win.
Bounce,
Captain, Burrow, Ross, Green, Landry, Boyd. That's the lineup.
Well, we're going to get one more snap here. I wonder what the Sim's going to do. They're going to punt.
You want to hand out some awards? Who's your Kresge Koff award going to? I think I know. I'd go one of 2 places, but where are you looking?
Okay, my Ulrich's ugly play of the day.
Wouldn't that be the babysitter Billy?
Is going to be Odell Beckham.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm renaming it for myself because I'm selfish.
Well, I wasn't sure which order you were going.
Ulrich's ugly play of the Sim.
OBJ.
OBJ, 2 catches, 4.5. He's super highly owned.
He was very.
And then
bad.
my Ulrich's ultimate performer.
I like that. Sure.
I guess we got to go with Mixon here, don't we? Or Jarvis.
Either Mixon or Jarvis. That's what I was going to say.
Let's go with Mixon. Hit the bonus. He was lower owned. It's cheaper too than Jarvis. So yeah, we'll go with Mixon.
Only 8% captain, but part of that leading lineup in the
bounce the cat
spot with, again, Burrow, Ross, Green, Landry, and Boyd. Baker, 220 in the air, touchdown. Burrow, 178. 2 scores. 110 for Mixon to hit the bonus. He had a touchdown. Chubb, a touchdown. Gio, a touchdown. 4 for 73 on the ground for him. Hunt went for 51. It was all about the rushers today, folks, but not the QBs. They combined, for minus 4 yards. Not good. In the air, 7 for 81 for Landry. 64 on 6 catches for Hooper. Touchdown for Landry, by the way. 1 for Ross as well. 3 for 46. Boyd, 3 for 50. And touchdown for Green. That's about it. Nothing else too crazy here in this one to tell you about. So, here's what we got going down. 4 Sims on the way, as mentioned. Coming up 1 hour from now, almost to the minute, it will be Lamarca, or rather Moose. Lamarca later for the next 3 after that. Moose and Tom Carroll, Dolphins and Steelers coming your way. Early bird special, 4 o'clock Eastern time. Pry yourselves away from the Olympics or put it on another screen and watch with us here. Let us know what happens with your lineups. Obviously, we root for all of you to do well. Coming up, though, we have the Unreasonable Odds podcast. Julian Edlow, No Bukes, Jules, Felix, and another Jeff with a G, Jeff Sheesby, if I'm saying that right. I might not be. Recap the NBA seasons in betting and the latest trends for MLB, NFL futures as well. And then, like I said, it'll be Dolphins, Steelers with Moose and Tom. 76th for me. Where'd you wind up finishing?
Did I wind up finishing?
Let's see. As I scroll.
67th.
Okay. Marginally better, but you were up against the wire, so you just get more credit. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out with us. I'll be back tomorrow, 12 and 8. 12 and 8 tomorrow. Look forward to it. We'll start off your Dream Stream day same way that we did today, but with different people. It'll be me and Jason Rossi. Thanks to Jordan. Thanks to Tom, the undercover boss. Thanks to Jim and all of you in the fam. Moose, enjoy the one you've got left.
I will. Thank you.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome into another edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast presented by DraftKings. We're in a little bit of a lull in the summer. NBA has just ended. NFL is around the corner. If you're doing the baseball grind, respect. If you're watching on YouTube, you may notice my co-host Steve Buchanan nowhere to be seen. It is just I, Julian Edlow, but we bring in a special guest today. Jeff Cheeseby, you can find him on Twitter. You probably know him on Twitter at OldManWhoBets. He is, as you may know, recently a DraftKings content creator. So look, here we are creating some DraftKings content. And you can also find his work at the Action Network as a featured expert. Jeff, welcome into the Unreasonable Odds pod, man.
Julian, great day for a great day, my man. Thanks for having me on.
It is a great day for a great day. So let's help ourselves and help some others. Hopefully make a little bit of coin. But before we get there, as we usually do with first-time guests, we are going to play a little game of Know You Better. So we like to start on high notes. This doesn't need to be, I don't need to know any numbers, any amounts. This doesn't even have to be the bet that won you the most money. Or it doesn't have to be the bet with the highest plus odds. You can interpret this as you will. Your favorite win of your sports betting career.
Gosh, I like to think that every win is my favorite win until we hit the next one, right? Bet by bet, we're building here, trying to build a house full of gold bricks. But a good question, man. I think two wins that stick out to me in the recent calendar year. I hit Georgetown. I think it was plus 150 versus Marquette money line, and then rode them again the next day plus 260 over Villanova, where they had that epic 72-71 win. And
yep.
I got lucky. My roommate went to Seton Hall, so I watched more Big East basketball than most. Seton Hall was getting racked by their big guys. They were playing good ball, good guards, good defense. So I was able to, I think, find that hot streak on Georgetown before anybody else did. And the Twitter fans were like, really? You're taking money line versus Villanova? They were like a 10-point dog. And I was like, we really are.
I remember I had the points, but respect.
Yeah. Fortune favors the brave on that front. So we let it ride and we hit there. And then I ended up fading them. And I think there was a game maybe in between those where I mistakenly faded, but I came back for the Big East finals and hit it. So that always feels good, big plus underdog winner, which not something I do all that often. I try to stay on just spreads at minus 110, or if we're playing baseball, nothing, generally larger than minus 150. So that always felt good, man. That was a good one.
All right. Makes sense. Now I got to take you down the opposite end of the road, one that none of us love to talk about, but full disclosure, we exchanged some notes before the show, and I happen to be on one of your all-time worst beats, which makes it twice as bad. Your all-time worst beats, sir, which one stands out to you the most?
Yeah, Julian, I'll take you back to January 11th, 2020, an absolute bloodbath of a day for me. I pulled it up in Action Network and, it unlocked a piece of my brain that I think I had blacked out, but a nice 1-7 day, minus 6.09 units. That was 1-5 on college basketball, 0-2 on NFL. Just really brought my A game that day. But if the losing wasn't enough, the way that we lost this one was just uncanny. This is Syracuse versus UVA. I had the under at 114.5. The game was a disgusting effort of offense. Both teams shot their under 33%. And obviously it went over. The final score was 63-55, going over by 3.5 points. But that for sure does not tell the entire story here. The final score in regulation was 43 all. 86
points.
Yeah, that's a 28-point cushion that we had for this under. So even when to overtime, I was like, whatever, right? Like, we're good. Of course, overtime is the place where both underdogs and unders go to die. But I said, all good. It's 5 minutes, not a worry in the world. Next thing you know, Buddy Boeheim, he has 5 points in regulation, 9 points in a 5-minute overtime, including a deep. This one was what really stung. It was in the shot clock expiring fadeaway 3-pointer that went off the bank. And at that point, I was like, I'm done. But you think about it, right? The final score in overtime here was 20-12. UVA and Cuse only scored 19 points in the second half. So then to come out and score 20 in 5 minutes of overtime. is just absolutely brutal. They hit 7 3-pointers in that 5-minute time frame. There was only 12 3-pointers hit in the 40 minutes of play. And then to top it off, we were still trending okay coming into the final minute. Cuse had blown it open. UVA was shooting terrible. And then these teams go off and score 12 points in the final 60 seconds to bust it. So I was already a little tilted, obviously, with a mediocre day. And then the one that I thought was a sure win with a 28-point cushion couldn't come home for me. So the gambling gods, the profit gods, I had somehow disrespected them, apparently. So I, said my prayers, had a nice little sacrifice that evening, and I think they bounced back ultimately. But it was that one for sure stung, man.
Yep, we've heard some bad ones on this show. I've brought up some of my bad ones on this show. And I forgot about that until you sent it to me, and then I was reading it, and I was like, oh yeah, I bet that under pretty big, and was just calling it a win at halftime. It was a win.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like you said, when it went to overtime, I was like, it's still going to win. We just can't go to double overtime. I forgot about that stat you brought up, though. Cuse had 19 points in the second half and 20 points in the 5-minute overtime.
Yeah, just blasphemous, honestly. I mean, that one left me shock and awe for sure. And, Syracuse, honestly, for me, is one of those teams that I feel like I bet wrong every time. They play that funky zone, and like teams that I think will ball against it don't, and teams that I think will tank against it ball. So I've put Cuse on the short blacklist, at least for the coming into next season. But I think they're eventually getting rid of Boeheim, right? And so who knows? It might be a new ball game. Maybe I could start betting on Cuse again.
Yep, I'll give you real quick. One of my worst bad beats of all time is college basketball, a college basketball void that will live with me forever. 2020 college hoops, DraftKings Sportsbook offered some really cool markets, including to be a 1 seed, to be any of the 1-4 1 seeds. When it came out, I thought some stuff was mispriced. I made a pretty big bet on Kansas plus 250 to be one of those 4 number 1 seeds. As the season progressed, as we were getting into the week before March Madness, Kansas was going to be the number 1 overall seed in the tournament. The odds when they closed on DraftKings Sportsbook were minus 2,000 for Kansas to get a 1 seed. And you know what happened in 2020. We didn't get a March Madness. We didn't get a bracket. COVID hit. Void the bet. Refund me of a no-brainer plus 250 winner. I've never been more mad to just get my money back.
Right. Yeah. Break even, not even a loss. But I mean, talk about closing line value, right? That thing's over at minus 2,000. I mean,
probably the best closing line value I have ever got.
Yeah. But of course it doesn't happen. I remember that season as well. I had, I go to the Big East tournament every year. I'm here in New York City. And I had St. John's first half in game. So I was able to cash the first half because they played the first half. That bet went through. And then everything else was there from void. So I was 1-0 on college basketball postseason, undefeated. My whale play, best better in the world. You already know.
Can't go better than 1-0.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So when you are getting into bets, I know you're a big numbers guy. What are some of your? This can be for any sports, whatever. What are some of your favorite trends or numbers that you're looking to back, and what are some numbers that kind of jump out to you that are some of the biggest red flags, I guess, in your sports betting?
Sure, man. Definitely differs by sport. Football, I ride the Football Outsiders DVOA metrics, which is an efficiency stat, essentially taking away, overall output on the field, what actually happens, what should, looking at offensive, defensive efficiency, and then trying to map what a line in my head should be. Don't have any specific statistical models there outside of kind of the eye test. But I generally drive that to figure out if I think a team is overvalued, undervalued. I'd say baseball is definitely where I'm stat heavy the most. I look at a combination of weighted on base percentage, isolated power, fielding independent of pitching, and just kind of triggering out positive or negative regression stats, mainly around pitchers, and then try to find kind of where the value is there. But I think kind of the process is the same. I give a quick ocular pat down of the overall board, try to figure out, what kind of fishy lines are looking, and then always just kind of ask the why. I think that why is ever changing. You never know who's undervalued or overvalued based on Vegas, but those quote trap lines, some people say they don't exist. I think that's just a great spot to go a little bit deeper and try to uncover a trend that is hitting. I think In terms of like sweeping trends, I think MLB was really interesting last year. Obviously didn't translate as much into this year, but with teams playing like 13 games in 14 days, bullpens more often than not were wildly depleted, and we wwere seeing more single and double A pitchers than we ever have. So I was able to crush the second half of the shortened season last year, but just by essentially hammering overs. Even if your starter was throwing 0 runs through 5 innings, it was almost guaranteed that the bullpens were going to allow like 4 to 6 runs cumulatively. So that was a wildly profitable pivot. And then this year, I think we kind of saw the opposite with baseball, right? All of a sudden, people have stick 'em or whatever on their hands. Pitchers are at an all-time best, and unders were crushing it. So baseball has been kind of wildly inconsistent, especially then halfway through, right? We're looking at removing the sticky stuff. That was essentially like going back to day one for me. All the data that we already had on these pitchers was kind of null and void for individuals who are losing spin rates. So baseball, I think first half of the year, I kind of took my foot off the gas just to try to figure out where these pitchers are actually landing and what their actual numbers should be. And I think now that we've had about a month and a half of that, I'm reemerging into the baseball world, hopefully to absolutely crush it in the second half.
I was going to say, we're in the second half, so it's your time to shine now, and you will be giving us an MLB play later in this show. So hopefully, as your Big East tournament, hopefully you can leave the Unreasonable Odds podcast a perfect 1-0.
That would be nice.
And just be the best bettor of all time.
Hell yeah, bro.
All right, last one here. Just general overall advice for, sports betting is really taken off, obviously. So many new bettors getting involved with so many states now becoming legal. Your best advice for new sports bettors? Obviously we have, everybody says, the bankroll management, don't bet more than you can afford to lose and whatnot. But, in getting into it, I guess your number one thing, if you're going to leave people with one thing getting into sports betting.
Yeah. I mean, I think bankroll management for sure is number one. But everybody says that. So number two, I would think something to the tune of understanding that this is not a get rich quick scheme. This is long and strong. The best bettors in the world are only generating 4, 5, 6% ROI. They're winning at 55%. So individuals who are touting 80% win rates are probably either on the heater of a lifetime or faking their numbers. So I think take it as one bet at a time, avoid parlays to the death. Anything more than a 2-team parlay is generally a losing proposition in terms of actual overall odds that the books are giving you. So, what I always try to say is just bet by bet, we build one unit at a time. We'll take our losses. We'll keep our heads straight. I think emotional intelligence and kind of just keeping calm during wins and losses is huge. So you don't chase on either side. And again, that always just rolls back to bankroll management. So stick to your guns, one unit at a time. Make sure those units are stuff that you're willing to lose because you have to pay rent at the end of the day, and losing that to some sports bets. I like to think of them as more short-term, high volatility investments, but nonetheless, just like you wouldn't blow your bankroll on a small cap biotech pharma company with a phase 2 clinical trial, probably shouldn't also then blow that on a second quarter bet in the NBA finals.
Fair enough. And that transitions us nicely right into the NBA finals. We'll tie a quick bow here on NBA season. We're going to have like 3 months off from the NBA. The off seasons are different every off season now, just because of the COVID interruption and going into the bubble. And now the NBA will kind of get back on schedule. NBA draft is a week from us recording this, Thursday, July 22nd. So on Thursday, July 29th will be the NBA draft. Quick plug, Unreasonable Odds. Next week, we will have Jeff Goodman on the podcast breaking down some NBA draft stuff. I will have an NBA draft props best bet article up on the DraftKings playbook. So our last little drop of NBA action until October, really, other than diving into futures. This was transparency. Here's the thing that's big for, I guess, new bettors. Making sure that you're transparent, making sure the people that you follow and tail and bet with are transparent. I'll be transparent. This was my worst NBA postseason ever since I've started publicly releasing plays and, writing articles and whatnot. Nothing was as it seemed. Everybody got injured. The Suns could have fallen out in the first round if Anthony Davis doesn't get injured. The Bucks could have gotten knocked out by the Nets if Kevin Durant wore smaller shoes. It was a crazy postseason, not my favorite one. There were some highs, but there were more lows. Nets to win the East was one of my biggest NBA bets. that I've ever made. But just in the end, for the NBA season, impossible as a basketball fan not to be happy for Giannis. In my opinion, I was on the Suns to win game 1 and to win the series, double result, to get that price down to a -110. Felt pretty good about it up 2-0. As many things in this NBA postseason didn't work out for me. But that game from Giannis, that was a legacy game from Giannis in game 6, one of the best clinchers I've ever seen. So happy for the Bucks, happy to take some time off from NBA outside of the draft, and we'll be ready to get back into it. I think the regular season is so much better to bet than the postseason because I like betting player props, and nothing is more crazy than load management in the NBA and just sneaking in a quick prop when whatever, just the classic ones. Kawhi Leonard ruled out right before tip. Give me some Paul George overs. I'm not smart. I'm just getting a bet in very quick that is now mispriced because of that news. But anyway, yeah, I'm ready to tie a bow on NBA. Before we get to some real stuff, some real bets. Any thoughts on the NBA season that you wanna share?
Yeah, man. I mean, I love that quote. You're not smart, you're opportunistic. That's half the fight. Timing it well and being aware of that. And of course, I'm sure you're selling yourself short a little bit on the intelligence, but neither here nor there.
I don't know anything. I could not pick a winner for my life. I cannot pick a side for my life in the NBA playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the playoffs are tough though, man. Across all sports, right? Those are the sharpest lines with the most bets. And Vegas is bringing it. They got a whole 82 game season behind them of data to be making these lines off of.
Right.
I thought the basketball season in general was amazing this year. Some more parity than we've had in a decade. The first finals that we haven't had that included Steph or LeBron in literally 10 years, which was great. Of course, Giannis with a 50 bomb to close us out here. If it was 49 or 51, wouldn't have been as good of a Chick-fil-A order. So I think he missed that free throw on purpose.
Exactly.
But candidly, I'm here in New York. I'm a huge Knicks fan. I was at game 2, the only playoff game we've won in a decade. Of course, we celebrated a little too hard afterwards. We got a lot of flack for it, but man, were we pumped. So I'm excited for the parity. I'm hoping Dame Lillard comes our way. I think we're plus 200 on him hitting. I'm not sure where that line exists, but I saw it somewhere on social media. So the best odds, of course, what does that mean? It's all speculation. But and I'm also grateful, honestly, for the Olympic basketball coming up. We of course don't have the NBA for a while, but we will have more pretty high quality hoops. Team USA hasn't looked particularly strong by any means. I think they dropped from, it was like a -1,000 favorites, like -300 to win the gold. So,
yeah,
never love laying that much juice. But in terms of being opportunistic, if there was a buy low on Team USA, you'd think that it's right now. So it could be some value on that. But nonetheless, great season, a profitable season, which was huge. I did player props for the first half of the season. I was up about 15 or so units. Just 1 unit at a time, obviously a grind. And then honestly, I didn't bet really at all for the second half of the season. I thought that the props I was betting the lines were tightening up. It was becoming more of a coin flip. So baseball was starting, took a little time off from betting. At the end of the day, we need to be rested and recovery. Have a little load management, just like these NBA players. But nonetheless, a great season. Can't wait for next.
I am very ready for 3 months of load management of me betting basketball. But like you said, the player props, that's where it's at for me when it comes to NBA. And one of the things that I learned this season down the stretch is, like you said, once that data comes in, the numbers are harder and harder to bet. So making those opportunistic player props in certain spots, generally when injury news is involved, is something that I've told myself I'm gonna do more of next year. I don't need to bet whatever big Lakers Bucks game. I don't need to bet Lakers -3.5 and my favorite prop. I'll just put 2 units on my favorite prop and be a little bit smarter with my money. So that's something that I'm trying to do to better myself next season. But we're tying a bow on basketball, and we're moving on to a little bit of baseball right now. Baseball is a grind. As I've said on a few different platforms, this is my 6th year at DraftKings. This is my first summer not covering the MLB in terms of having some articles or anything of that sort. So I'm kind of, I did a lot of basketball. NBA ran later, which played a role in that. And football's right around the corner. So I'm pumped doing some NFL and college football futures type of stuff, prepping for week 1s. And we're going to close out the show with football. But for MLB, before we get into any specific plays, what are kind of the, like you said, you want to check out the whole board, look for some potential value. What are some of the biggest things you think this season, a weird season once again with the sticky stuff rule coming into play in the middle of the season? What are some of the biggest things that you're keeping an eye out for when you're just opening up the board and going through where some value could be on a baseball card?
Yeah, I mean, quick ocular pat down on the board is always a juxtaposition of the line versus overall records. You know, if a team is 50-20 versus a team that's 35-35 and it's -110 both ways, I think a lot of people look at that and say, wow, such good value on that amazing team. But Vegas doesn't give out free money. That's when we go in and go a little bit deeper on the why. So I kind of combo that. Yeah, exactly.
Which scrub got called up from AAA and is pitching for the Astros against the Royals?
Yeah, exactly, man. So that's kind of where I start and pick and choose my spots. You know, time is finite. A lot of us don't do betting professionally. Some of us do. They've got all the time in the world to cap. But if you have a full-time job doing anything else, it's hard to go through 15 games a day sometimes. So that's where I kind of pick and choose my spots. And then from there, I'll find pitcher matchups, et cetera, that I like or not like. And then we'll only whittle there. I think once I start reaching beyond that is when things start to go awry a little bit. So I try to be very disciplined on that front. And I think MLB betting in general, you already said it, right? Totally a grind. I think a good perspective to think about it is with 162 games versus the NFL of 16, now 17 games. But that's essentially the equivalent of 10 MLB games is the equivalent to one football game. So if a team could lose 4 in a row or 3 in a row, call it, that's essentially only losing the first quarter of an NFL game. So it's like one of those things where these trends can happen where a team will lose 3 and then they'll win the next 9. Look at the Yankees. They're 9-2 in their last 11 after tanking for quite some time, and now they're turning it around. So I feel like you can find some of these more sustainable winning trends and kind of ride that momentum over a longer sample size than you can in the NFL, right? Most people aren't betting on the first quarter because of the wild variance, but over a 10-game sample size with MLB, you can find those spots and pick and choose them. So that perspective, I think, is super, super helpful, especially when you do have a 5-10 game losing streak as a bettor. It's like I still have 1,000 more games I'm going to be betting this season. We're not going to lose sleep over this little small sample size.
Exactly. All right. Before we get into any plays, I guess I'll give you the floor. Is there anything else in terms of MLB? Because I'm not trying to wrap my head too hard around the MLB season. Is there anything going on right now that you want to talk about that you think presents value or is a trend to keep an eye on going forward or anything like that in baseball?
Yeah, man, I think with the declining spin rates, I think these pitchers are figuring it out, but it seems like where unders were supreme the first half of the season, there's a little bit more availability to overs. So, I'm always looking at kind of the juxtaposition between a full game line and a first 5 line. Good example of what we're going to talk about in a second here is the Braves are -150 first 5, -130 on the game. And that's like, okay, they like the starter, they like the bullpen less. So that's where I'd go deeper on bullpen ERA, bullpen expected, fielding independent of pitching, FIP, and things along those lines to help craft that narrative. I think the lines can really help you, once you understand why they are a certain way, hone in on what needs to be answered. And in that game like this, it's going to be the bullpen. So, it's one of those things that there's so many pieces of data. I would encourage everybody, and I can give a quick rundown of some of the stats I look at and why they're important. But baseball is a game that it does make sense statistically. At the end of a season, more often than not, a guy on the back of his baseball card is going to have a stat line that reflects that. So it's one of those things that you can identify where outliers exist and then fade those outliers or ride them, depending on if it's a regression or improvement, which is huge with pitchers. So I always look for that juxtaposition between first 5 and full game, and then try to figure out kind of where the line strength is, and then bet it accordingly.
All right. This is the big moment. At Old Man Who Bets coming on the Unreasonable Odds podcast, putting his reputation on the line, giving out an MLB play. This is all or nothing for your entire reputation. One play on Thursday, January 22nd. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, you got to play for us. You're coming on Thursday, July 22nd, MLB card. What do you got for us, man?
Yeah, man, I'm looking at Atlanta here. Braves are again -130. I like first 5 as well as -150. So again, my strategy here, I'm always overvaluing starting pitching as a place to start. And I look at matchup data specifically before looking at their season trends. So we've got Charlie Morton on the mound versus Matt Moore tonight. In terms of pitching plate appearances, in terms of the matchup, both of these are pretty statistically significant. Matt Moore has 63 plate appearances against this Brave team, and Morton has 153. So that makes me feel good. That gives me more confidence in the data that it is actually representing an output that we can trust. So I start with weighted on base percentage from dailybaseball.com. Weighted on base percentage is a pretty simple concept here. Not all hits are created equal. A batting average assumes that they are. So it helps quantify whether or not these pitchers are giving up more extra base hits, more home runs, etc. So league average is at 320. Anything over that means that they're underperforming. Anything under that means that they're overperforming. And what we see right off the bat is Charlie Morton at 302, just better than league average. Matt Moore at 346. A decent sized, 25 points worse than league average. So right there, already a lean towards the Braves. Looking at expected weighted on base percentage from Baseball Savant, we see an even larger delta there. Charlie Morton at 270 versus Matt Moore at 386. So that would indicate that Morton's actually been underperforming against this Phillies lineup, and Moore has been slightly overperforming. So again, another stat we love if we're backing the Braves. Moving right along here, I know this is data heavy, but this is the process. This is how we find our picks. Next up, I'm looking at isolated power, or ISO. ISO is a measure of a hitter's raw power and essentially tells you how often they hit extra base hits. So with weighted on base percentage can give a pretty nice picture of how these players perform. League average is about 140 on this, and same thing with pitchers, right? Anything above that means they give up a lot of home runs, a lot of doubles, whatever it might be. Anything below that, very good. So here we're looking at Charlie Morton at 0.095, well below the league average, meaning he's limiting how many extra base hits he's giving. And our guy, Matt Moore, he's at 231. Elite hitters are usually hitting an ISO of over 200. So at 231 means he's given up a lot of big hits, which again, we love when the Braves are minus 130 on that stat. And last but not least, on the matchup side of things, we're looking at FIP, which stands for fielding independent of pitching. Essentially, it's measuring what a player's ERA would look like over a set amount of time if the pitcher were to have league average results on the balls in play, rather than with the actual outcomes of the game. So it takes out a little of the variance, a little of the lucky hits, the errors, things along those lines. It puts out a number of based on the league average, which is a good indicator of like where they should be. So here we're seeing Morton at 317, a very, very strong number. We're seeing Matt Moore here at 4.90, not inspiring in the least. So all of the matchup data is heavily favoring the Braves here, which I love, kind of reinforcing that Braves minus 130 bet. Does that make sense?
Ladies and gentlemen, that is exactly why I say that baseball is for nerds. That is a lot of numbers right there. I mean, first of all, a million, you just gave me a million numbers to favor the Braves. Braves money line is an official Unreasonable Odds podcast play, so I'm going to be on it. But yeah, I got to introduce you to the rest of our guys at DraftKings. Steve Buchanan, Tim Finnegan, Gary and Thorne, all of our baseball nerds. They're going to love that clip. They're going to love that clip of numbers.
Good stuff, man. We could dive into season stats as well. That's like the first matchup, right? We want to look at matchup, then we want to look at actual pitcher performance, because matchup data, both of these guys have been pitching for more than 10 years in the league. So do we want to head to 2021? All right, fair enough.
I blacked out there. Did we get into bullpens?
Not yet, man. Long
God.
story short here is that Morton is performing well this year. Matt Moore hasn't had under a 5 ERA in the last 3 years, and he's been on 4 teams. It's not good. But bullpens, both are very, very, very average. We've got Philadelphia here 22nd in the league and Atlanta at 21st. So a bit of a wash. But one stat, Julian, that I do think is important here is Matt Moore's home runs per game is at 1.75. Atlanta is number 5th in the league in terms of home runs per game. So going back to that isolated power, going back to that weighted on base percentage, Matt Moore giving up extra base hits. The Braves love extra base hits. So I think that's a really nice matchup there. And then on the Charlie Morton side of things, he's been nasty on the road, a 2.83 ERA versus a 4.24 at home. And the biggest difference there has been how many home runs that he's given up. So love to see that as well as an on the road pitcher here.
All right. This isn't even pushback. I guess this is just a thought. The only thing that I'm going to say here is a casual baseball bettor. There is nothing worse than capping the starting pitching matchup right and winning the first 5 but taking the cheaper price on the game and losing the game based on, I like where you're going. Like the bullpens are both just neck and neck, a little below average. But I hate leaving things up to bad bullpens if the Phillies bullpen just happens to be better than the Braves bullpen tonight. But as you are also saying, this is a season-long grind, and playing the minus 130 on the money line over the minus 150 on the first 5 over the course of the season probably works in your favor.
Yeah, I think it should be all right here. And, like at the end of the day, I'm going to be playing the first 5 minus 150 as well. But even looking at like run differential here, you got the Braves at plus 25, you got the Phillies at minus 11. So that's with about 100 games under our belt. So, again, we're hoping for that sample size. I do think the stronger play of the two is probably the first 5. I think the line reflects that, obviously. But because the bullpens are equally as tumultuous, AJ Minter just got sent down after blowing like 3 games in 3 days for the Braves. So they've got some new guys taken into the 8th. I think it's Luke Johnson, I want to say, who's been pretty good. So I feel like this maybe is a hot take, but I want to say that the Braves bullpen is trending up, or at least it's trending new, which I appreciate. And of course, it's a circus in the Phillies bullpen, and it has been for the last couple of years. And that's where those overs really come to play, not because of the starters more often than not, but because these bullpens, if they throw strikes, are generally then resulting into big hits. So always a good time for sure.
All right, one more quick question on this one. So when you said that you're going to back the first 5 as well, but we're also giving out Braves full game money line. How do you kind of distribute units there when you're going same game, same side on the first 5 and the full game?
Yeah, for me, it's just gonna be 1 unit each. I'm more or less a flat better. Well, rarely, I would say probably 98.5% of my bets have been 1 unit. And then the rest are generally below that. Some half unit plays like early season when the data is not there. But I don't get too crazy with my units. I'm never dropping a 5 unit whale or a 10 unit nuclear play, undefeated 80-0, none of those. So just 1 unit at a time. We'll take our medicine if we lose. We'll grind our way to profits if we win. And again, long and strong. This is an investment strategy, not a get rich quick plan.
I dropped a 5 unit whale once on the Nets to win the East.
Always feels good, but it sounds like the rest of the season was pretty solid. So you're
a good regular season.
Money there.
It was a good regular season. We had it in the bankroll. I was supremely confident, and injuries took me down, and I'm sticking to that.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, especially with the Nets, man. You can look at the other ones, but
and Durant's foot's not on. Now I am complaining about my bet. Durant's foot's not on the line. You get the Hawks in the Eastern Conference Finals with Harden getting healthier, maybe Kyrie coming back. That one's never going to sit well with me. Okay, we're going to move on to football.
50 days to football, I think? Is it 49?
Very close.
It's either 50 or 49.
Close. I'm going to give out a college football play a little bit later, college football future. I'll have an article for it on the DraftKings playbook. I'm getting this one out a little earlier than I expected to because I think it's going to move, and DraftKings has the best price by far in the industry right now. But we will get to that after. We're going to start with some NFL. Looking towards the future, I know you like a couple of division bets here. This is just kind of open-ended. Feel free to talk about those divisions that you like, and if you got any win totals to miss playoffs, the floor is yours, and I'll get into it after.
Awesome, man. Yeah, I mean, candidly, I haven't done my NFL deep dive too much. I've locked in 2 bets. One was with my heart and on the opportunistic side of things, and the other I was a little bit more data driven. So we'll start with the heart. I locked in the Patriots plus 350. I'm a Patriots fan. As soon as the news that we signed Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry came in, just went in and locked that. Long story short, I don't think Cam Newton was necessarily the issue. If you look at their points per play in the last year with Brady and the last year with Cam, it only moved by about 0.1 because neither of them were throwing to any names that are even worth mentioning on this podcast. It would almost be disrespectful to the podcast, I think, to even bring up some of those targets. So I think the X factor there is going to be their defense, but I think their offense is wildly improved. It's a tough division, but that line did move about 15 minutes after locking that in. And that was on March 16th. So plus 350 there. But I do like Washington to win the NFC East here, plus 170. I locked that in on June 27th. And this starts with the defense here. I look at DVOA. which stands for defense adjusted value over average, essentially looking at net results versus the rest of the league. Just a way to kind of standardize, how the outputs of these outside of looking at like points and things along those lines. So when we look at their defensive DVOA, they were number 3 in the league last year, which I absolutely love. 2 against the pass, 11 versus the rush. And we look at the teams that are also in this division with that same stat. Dallas was 23rd, the Giants were 19th, and Philly was 15th. So 2 to 23, 2 to 19, 2 to 15, I think rather large deltas here, and something that we can capitalize on, especially when they're not the favorites to win the division. Looking at the offensive side of things, I think there's a lot of question marks coming into this league, obviously, or this division. Obviously, Dak is back. They're going to be the offense to beat. We are seeing, I think, wildly improved offenses from the other 3 teams. Washington was number 32 in offensive DVOA last year, but they were 14th in rushing DVOA specifically. So they did run the ball pretty well. Of course, now they have Ryan Fitzpatrick, the absolute gunslinger. I think
that passing game can only go up. That passing game can only go up.
Yeah, and they added Curtis Samuel, which is good. They've got Scary Terry, they've got Chris Sims. They've got a pretty good squad there, which I think is going to go over pretty well. And people love to hate on Fitz, but he said literally a week ago that this is the best team he's ever had as being, quote, the guy, which you appreciate. And the last 3 years, he has thrown 50 TDs to 33 interceptions. Perhaps not elite, but certainly could be a whole lot worse. So I think the question comes here in terms of overall offense. We look at the other teams in the league. Dallas was 24th. Of course, Dak coming back is an absolute game changer. The Giants were 26th. Saquon's coming back. They signed Kenny Golladay. They're going to be better as well. Can Danny Jones do it? I don't know. And then Philly was 28th, but they made some improvements as well. We'll have Hurts in his second season. So all of those things are question marks, but I just think even when the offense is improving, I think that the Washington offense is going to be improved enough where their defense is going to be the X factor. Even with, the abysmal offense that they had last year, they were the only team in the division to have a positive point differential, +6. The Giants were -77. The Cowboys were -78. And the Eagles were -84. So with the class of
there.
yeah, what a mediocre division front to back. But nonetheless, I think we can use the wild card game as a pretty good proxy of what we should expect from Washington this year. They obviously lose to Tampa Bay, Super Bowl champions, by 8 points with Heineke at the helm. I think Fitzpatrick is a big-time upgrade there, and the defense isn't going to get any worse. So if they're contending with the Tampa Bay Bucks, I think they're going to be able to do better than simply contend with the rest of the NFC East. And at +170, it felt like a reasonable odds. I don't think necessarily value by any means, but I thought it was a good play.
There we go. A lot of numbers behind Washington for the division there. I like it. I believe we're sitting at +200 right now on DK Sportsbook.
Okay, even better. Love that.
There you go. Great number on Washington for the division. I didn't know you were a Pats fan, man. Where are you from?
Born in Greenwich, lived in Sherburne, Massachusetts until I was 4 years old, and then spent my coherent years in New Jersey. So long story short, I, on paper, am the biggest front runner on the planet, being a Patriots, Yankees, Rangers, Knicks fan, but the Rangers and the Knicks are trash. So it balances out.
All right. I'm a Pats fan myself. I was a Tampa Bay fan last year.
I'll always root for Brady, that's for sure. And man, were they fun to watch. And they brought back all 22 starters the first time ever in Super Bowl era after winning a Super Bowl. Woo!
Okay, so that's a good transition. I was a Bucs fan last year because I got in on those Tampa futures when the Brady news was creeping in, but we still had the Jameis numbers on the books. Mm-hmm. So over 8.5 wins, plus 3,000 Super Bowl, plus 1,400 or something NFC. That worked out great. They're now like plus 300 to win the NFC. Mm-hmm. So not much value there. But like you just said, the first team in the salary cap era to return all 22 starters from a Super Bowl team. This team needed adjustments, 7-5, and then boom, done from there. And no turning back.
With a shortened preseason, right? They had no time to really gel as a unit. And then combo the fact that Tom Brady has a career cover rate of like 58%. I mean, what's not to like? Profits and swagger.
Yeah.
Check and check.
So for me, I don't, you're giving out some plus money division bets there. Do you hate, and I know you just said in baseball, you would go up to maybe like minus 150 with what you're laying. I'm seeing a lot of 200s out there. DraftKings Sportsbook is showing it recently moved from minus 160 to minus 170, Tampa to win the NFC South. I don't hate laying that juice. I will take minus 170 on the Bucks to win that division. Sam Darnold and the Panthers aren't going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Is there some sharp money on Atlanta over 7.5? Yes, but they're going to win 8 or 9 games if they go over that total. And one of my other bets here, I'll give you a 2-1. Saints to miss the playoffs at minus 115. I think the drop off to Winston will better coaching help him, perhaps a little bit. But let's remember, this dude was a turnover machine in Tampa with or without Bruce Arians coaching that offense. So the Saints minus 115 to miss the playoffs. That win total is set at 9. Tampa's all the way up at 12, so they have a 3-win edge just in terms of expected win total on anybody in the division. I don't, outside of a Brady injury or significant injuries on both sides of the ball, I don't know how this division isn't theirs, and I will lay the 70 cents with confidence that they will do so.
Yeah, I think that's a great bet, man. And again, it's only juice for losers, right? You look at net point differential last year. The Saints were leading the division at plus 145. The Bucks were right there at plus 137. And then combo the fact, of course, that you said it, they sputtered out of the gate. They got smacked a few times, which obviously didn't help that point differential. But the Falcons, I don't know. I mean, they're serial underperformers. They lose Julio Jones. They were minus 18 in terms of net points last year. The Panthers were minus 52. I like Sam, New York guy, but I don't think he's going to be the X factor to really turn it around for them, especially after they lose, Curtis Samuel, who was like one of the best third down players in the league last year. So I don't mind it. Minus 170 feels good to me. I think you could take that over on the win total as well. You look at Brady's years. I mean, they got 11-5 last year with zero chemistry. I think what's really interesting, if you look at, but it was Aaron Rodgers' stats. I forget exactly what they were, but year 1 into year 2 with a new coach, new offensive coordinator, his stats with Brady in year 1 almost identical. Fast forward to last year, of course, Aaron Rodgers puts up some of the best numbers of his career. Now we've got Brady in a new system year 2. I think it's going to be, perhaps 07 all over again. I think they're going to be just an absolute greatest show on turf, Kurt Warner style. I don't know if they have turf down in Buffalo or in Tampa Bay, but I think it's going to be absolute fireworks.
Yeah, it's hard not to like the Bucks with the starters coming back with one of the easier schedules. And going back to last year, they lost the 2 regular season games to New Orleans before beating them in the postseason. I don't think that's going to be any worse than a split, and maybe even a 2-0 for Tampa this time around with the experience and with the quarterback change, whichever way it may be. I mentioned the Jameis turnovers, and if it's Taysom Hill, then I'm just not afraid of him carving up defenses long term as a quarterback, really. So I feel good about backing Tampa in a lot of different ways, and at the same time I'm shorting New Orleans, I guess there. So before we wrap NFL and I give my college win total bet and we get out of here, anything else NFL that kind of jumps to you, whether it's a win total, whether it's a week 1 play, whether it's something down the line that you want to look at, like on the DraftKings Sportsbook, Tampa Bay -3 on Sunday Night Football in Foxborough against the New England Patriots, which I will take my money and bet against our New England Patriots because Tom Brady's going to win that game in Foxborough. Because he showed last year how much more important he is than Bill Belichick when it comes to the Bill versus Tom thing. So there's my take. Tampa heavy show for me all of a sudden. I didn't know this was happening, coming from me. But yeah, anything else NFL related that you want to bring up that you're looking at?
Nothing yet, man. We got another 50 days. Stay tuned. We'll have more plays. We'll have week 1 plays. We'll have more futures, but slow and steady. And a lot can happen. We just saw Cam Akers tear his Achilles before preseason even started. So I don't feel the need to really rush all these bets, even if I'm then getting, perceived lack of closing line value. I'd rather have more data under my belt and make a smarter bet.
All right. I like it. Nice and easy. Pump the brakes a little bit. We got plenty of time to get these bets in. Okay. Before we get out of here, I have a college football win total that I have bet. that I'm releasing an article on, before the end of the week, probably on Thursday, July 22nd. It will be out on the DraftKings playbook. I thought I was going to get to this later, but it's been gaining a lot of steam. I was on a radio show this week where this win total was brought up, and it was brought to my attention that DraftKings was the only place to get the best price. We're going to the SEC. We're going to the Arkansas Razorbacks. We're going to under 6 wins, priced at -110. Here's the deal with this play. First of all, I'm not even going to talk about football. I'm going to talk about pricing across the industry. Nowhere else in the industry right now is hanging a 6. They're all 5.5s. So if this does get to 6 where everybody else is a loser, guess what? You push it on DraftKings Sportsbook, you're going to get your money back. But we don't want to push. We want this to be a winner. We're just playing it safe with the 6 there. These are 5.5s. You can find some 5.5s under at like -125. So getting -110 on the under 6 is an absolute steal. Here we go. Arkansas Razorbacks football schedule. I'm bringing it up right now. Let's start with the 3 wins because I want to, transparency here. Let's give them their wins. Open up with Rice. That's a win. Saturday, September 18th, Georgia Southern. That'll be a win. There's also a University of Arkansas Pine Bluff on the schedule.
Of course.
Those teams aren't going to beat an SEC team. That's not going to happen. Those are 3 wins for the Arkansas Razorbacks. Give you those. There are also 5 absolute losses, in my opinion, where this team that went 3-7 last year, that every magazine I've read has, projected Arkansas to finish 7th, last place in their division in the SEC. There's no way they're going to win these games. September 25th at AT&T Stadium against Texas A&M, a team whose win total is set at 9.5, a team that some think can compete with Alabama, even though they won't. I'm a big Bama guy, but a good team in the SEC, compete for a playoff spot. They're not going to get it, but they're going to be good. Lose to A&M. The next week at Georgia. No chance. You're losing that game. The next week at Ole Miss. Maybe a little bit closer. A team with a win total set at 7.5, but Matt Corral, best quarterback in the SEC by a wide margin. Ole Miss, a team that I like a lot. November at LSU. That's going to be a loss. LSU bringing back almost all their starters off of a bad team coming off the Joe Burrow whatever that was, undefeated team. This is a bounce back year for LSU. LSU is going to be heavily favored in that game. And then I don't even need to talk about at Alabama on Saturday, November 20th. That's 5 losses. So we're at 3-5. That means that they have to win all the rest of these remaining 4 games to go 7-5 and make this bet a loser. Saturday, September 11th, Texas. That's going to be a tough game, even with a down Texas team. Saturday, October 16th, Auburn. 7.5 win total team. Tough game if they can grind that one out. Saturday, November 6th, Mississippi State. A similar team, win total around 6.5. Probably supposed to be better than Arkansas, but it's a game. Ending the season on a Friday night against Missouri. Win total for Missouri set at 7, projected above them in the SEC. Can they win any of those 4 games? Of course. They need to win all 4 to lose this win total. This team's going 6-6 at best for a push, but I would be shocked if they don't land on 5, maybe even 4, and cash this one. So we're putting it on the books. Official play, Arkansas Razorbacks football. Under 6 wins at -110 on the DraftKings Sportsbook.
Lock and load, baby. I
know you're not a college football guy, but did I at least present? You're not a college football guy. I at least presented my argument well.
It felt good. I think isolating it and having to win those 4 games, and I was thinking the same thing, being more of a fan of college football than an investor. But I was like, 4-0 here doesn't seem likely by any means, especially with 2 coin flips. So yeah, I think an astute analysis right there, Julian.
All right, I appreciate that. I think the two tougher ones are early too. Like you lose that Texas and Auburn one. Now we're in mid-October and we're feeling good about this one. So I think this one
for
gets
sure.
there. All right, we just ripped through a whole lot of sports betting talk. Gave out plenty of plays that hopefully work for you guys. Jeff, it was awesome to have you on, man. People can find you on Twitter at oldmanwhobets. Looking forward to obviously at DraftKings seeing some of your content come through and hopefully working together a little bit. Thank you for coming on the Unreasonable Odds podcast, man. Let me know if anything else that you want to share with the people before we get out of here.
Yeah, man. I appreciate the time. Great chatting. Hopefully the first of many. And again, it's a great day for a great day. Let's cash some tickets here.
Boom. Let's go Braves. Let's go Bucks. Let's go a lot of other teams. Let's not go Arkansas Razorbacks. Let's make some money here on the Unreasonable Odds podcast. For Julian Edlow, for my co-host that's not here today, won't be here. Next week when we do the NBA draft with Jeff Goodman, won't be here. The week after when we do college football with Bill Steele, that'd be Steve Buchanan. But I'll sign off for both of us. Thank you guys for listening in to the Unreasonable Odds podcast presented by DraftKings.
DraftKings Dream Stream. I'm Jeff Ark. We got rid of that extra weight. Kaufman's gone for the day. Thank God. Bringing in some fresh meat. We got Tommy Freeze Pops in here. His first of 4. He'll be bringing you home. We got the Dolphins. We got a team I can't remember. We got the Steelers. I always forget the other team. I always remember one team. It's because I rostered a lot of Dolphins in my lineup, which we're going to get to in a second. But how you doing, man? How's your Sunday treating you so far? Obviously, you're spending a lot of it with us in the next little bit. But get up to anything this morning? Or
slept in, hung out, watched the first episode of Ted Lasso season 2. It's pretty good. Watching a little Olympics. Went out, grabbed some lunch at Subway, eat fresh. Grabbed a sub. Yeah, nothing crazy, man. There was some crazy thunder and lightning this morning that, like, totally woke me up. It was some of the loudest thunder and lightning I've ever heard, but then fell asleep for a few more hours, and there was no rain to be seen. And that's the Midwest for you. Crazy thunder and lightning, and then it's just gone, and it's 90 degrees outside.
All right.
It's wild. Weather's crazy here. But all in all, good Sunday. I am happy to be here with you guys for 4 straight sims. And we got a good one here to start it off. I like Dolphin sims. I feel like the Dolphins are like agents of chaos here in Simland. You just never know what you're going to get.
They're not bad. They're not a bad team. Tua seems to have more good games than he has bad games, that's for sure. So still doesn't have that high a rating. And then on the topic of ratings, we'll get to some ratings here because Madden 2022, they did release some of the rookie Madden ratings for next year, which is going to be interesting. We'll talk about that. I know we already went over Mac Jones on the last sim with Kaufman. He had a 71. But yeah, actually, why don't we talk lineups first? Who'd you get in your lineup for the free roll?
Eric Ebron in the captain spot seems to be Big Ben's favorite target. Steelers DST, Matt Breida, Johnson, Parker, Wilson. So 3 receivers to round out the lineup.
Yeah,
Actually, no, balanced lineup here. 3 Steelers, 3 Dolphins.
This is an interesting sim because there's nobody. I mean, there's people like Juju and Matt Breida who, definitely more consistent, but it feels like there's a lot of people you could have captained here. I captained Devontae Parker. I got Tua in there. It's Tua over the middle there. Not sure who that was on the catch. It was Matt Breida. So, anyways, I got Parker in the captain, Tua, Gesicki, and then I went Juju, Samuels, and Connor. So I rostered both Pittsburgh running backs and Juju Smith-Schuster, who does seem to get the bulk of the catches. Although every Steelers sim I watched, Tom, James Washington scores a touchdown, and I never watched it. So
all right, that's good to know. That's something that the people need to know ahead of time, Jeff.
Legitimately every single one. He does. There's Devontae Parker, though. Paca guy.
Paca. We got to get him up on the Pats. Paca. Jeremy Yostin saying, bring me some good luck, Tom. Jeremy, sending you good vibes, my friend.
Vibes have been sent.
The vibes.
Make sure you're ready to receive them, Jeremy.
Vibe check. Juju Smith-Schuster is the top-owned player in this contest.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. I mean, these two teams a little bit nondescript in terms of like overall sim talent. We have guys who are good, above average for sure, but no like stud, no Dalvin Cook in this game, nothing like that. Juju 68% owned in the Moose Freeze Pops free roll. Paca 9.5% owned the captain spot, 49% in the flexers. Ooh, that was caught.
Touchdown.
That was caught. I thought that was picked. I thought that was dropped. I thought that was everything but
it was wide open.
Touchdown. I was looking for the ball on the ground, Tom.
Yeah, it's like the cameraman lost it or something.
Yeah, that was a weird one. Anyways, Albert Wilson. Wilson!
Wilson! First time ever cried in a movie watching Castaway when Wilson floated away.
Damn volleyballs.
So
49
sad.
yards, 2 receptions, and a touchdown for Albert Wilson, and we're only about 2 minutes into this game. So 23.8% owned, 2.9% owned the captain.
Mike Bauer saying, I faded Juju like a big dummy, and I have Wilson, which seems okay. Yeah, I don't think you're a big dummy for fading Juju. He's not a stud in Madden, I don't think. He's okay. I didn't roster him.
Right now,
So
you're.
I'm negging him right now because I didn't put him on my team.
Right now, you're a dummy for fading
Wilson. Kaufman have any worthwhile takes to revisit here in this next sim?
No, we didn't get into anything too crazy. No. We got into a little bit of an argument. I said Joe Burrow, I feel like could be the next Tom Brady. And he took offense to that because Joe Burrow was a number 1 overall pick and Tom Brady was a 7th overall pick. And I just said,
7th round. I think it was sixth round, pick 199.
Yeah, you know what?
Whatever.
Whatever, bro. Whatever, guy. But
what was your point?
My point was just I think Joe Burrow's going to eventually have some success and win some Super Bowls. And Brady's like, oh, there'll never be another Tom Brady. Never. And then I had to. We had a whole thing.
But Kaufman doesn't actively root for Tom Brady.
As I said when we were talking about it, we had to make a thing about it. We had to really make an incident about it. So that happened at the start of the sim. We actually had a lot of points. I do appreciate all you DK Sim famers hanging out, though. Smash that like if you could. Sunday action. I know the Olympics are on. Watched some swimming this morning. Canada getting through. We got a relay silver last night. We got a diving silver. Canada loves the silver, Stone. We love getting silver. We don't want to show off.
Does Canada
and
have
get
more
gold.
silver medals than any country ever?
Probably. We love our silvers and bronzes, man. We don't want to show off. We don't want to be that cocky country out here. Oh, look at us. We're winning everything. We just want to place. We just want to get
Yeah, but you crush gold in the Winter Olympics.
Yeah, no, Winter Olympics. Yeah, you better bring it. It took a while. It's funny. It actually took a while for Canada to get really good at the Winter Olympics. But once we figured out, it's like, hey, we can do these sports like 10 times more than other countries because it's cold here all the time. And it's like, oh, okay. We should be really good at these. And we are. It took like a couple decades.
By the way, a really nice catch there by Johnson.
Deontay Johnson. But yeah, now we're like, we beast moded at the Winter Olympics.
As you should.
We really should. I mean, there's literally no winter sport you can't do in Canada for like a long period of time. So
TP bringing up a good point, saying that Canada is too nice that they can't take home gold. They have to let someone else win. Oh yeah, they tried harder, so
yeah, that's right.
We got to let them get the gold.
Oh, those Swedish guys, they're really nice, eh? So we just wanted to let them take it home instead. Silver's a nice color too, so that's okay with us.
Yeah, that look good on the mantle or something. Maybe I'll give it to my grandma or something. Jordan saying, what do you consider to be the most entertaining Summer Olympic sport? I mean, for me, it maybe isn't all that exciting to say, but I really like basketball. I love watching Team USA dominate. So that personally is my favorite. I really like the track events. I think the spectacle of the 40-yard dash is really cool. A 100-meter dash, I should say.
Yep.
Those are the two I really like. I like the swimming events. Gymnastics is cool.
Gymnastics
I just
is
like the
pretty
Olympics.
Cool. Yeah. No, gymnastics is really good.
Of course,
my
brain is trained to say 40-yard dash.
There's a bullet
40 times and. The combine. There you go, Johnson. Touchdown.
That's a laser beam from Ben Roethlisberger. Yeah, touchdown. We have two quick scores here, man. These drives are not taking long. 7-7. If you're just joining us, we had Albert Wilson on a long catch and run. Wilson! And we had Deontay Johnson. This one's going to get reviewed, and it's going to stand because they all stand.
Got to take a second look, though. Mike Bizzle saying 3-on-3 basketball is quick and fun. USA dominate. They lost game 1. Huh. I saw the team. It's not an impressive squad.
Who is the team? The 3-on-3.
I don't even recognize any of the names off the top of my head.
Are they NBA players or?
I think that you have to technically be like on a 3-on-3 basketball team.
Oh.
So you have to like play in the big three to get in it.
That's so weird.
No, they did have a 3-on-3 team, Jordan. They didn't qualify for the Olympics, though.
Wait, the USA didn't qualify? Wait, what's going on?
They didn't qualify. The men's team didn't qualify. The women's team did.
The men's U.S.
team
basketball 3-on-3 team didn't qualify?
Mm-hmm.
How is that even possible?
Because it was a terrible team.
Yeah, but it must be like terrible. Wow.
I'm telling you, dude, I didn't recognize any of the names.
Yeah, no, I guess not. I mean, look, if you're any good at basketball and you're playing in the States, let's put it a different way. If you're any good at basketball and you're American, you're playing the 5-on-5 version because you can
and you're playing either internationally
or
money in the NBA.
Yeah. That's a good point, I guess. It is a weird. I honestly didn't even know 3-on-3 was a sport until like 2 days ago.
The first year.
Yeah, I didn't even know. I was like, what? Like people are it's showing up on my Twitter feed. I'm like, what? What is this? This is in the Olympics? I think it's
the men's 3-on-3 pool is Belgium, China, Japan, Latvia, Netherlands, Poland, Russian Olympic Committee, and Serbia.
Polish basketball powerhouse. Can't forget about that.
Got to look out for the Poles.
Polish assassin. You know. Oh man. Anyways,
apparently the men's 3-on-3 team had no range, according to Rock Forever.
No range.
Couldn't hit an outside shot.
If you could make a 3-on-3 basketball team, like from the NBA players, who would your 3 be?
This is hard.
Oh wow. Steelers about to get a defensive touchdown here.
Let's
no,
go.
Might get caught. Gonna get caught.
In. Damn.
Get caught. Caught
I
at
have
the
Steelers
5.
DST.
Okay, 3-on-3 basketball team from the USA. Let's pick 3 starters and 3 reserves. Go.
Oh man. Okay. Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, and Anthony Davis. All healthy.
Yeah. Obviously.
And then obviously LeBron, James Harden, and Damian Lillard.
Okay.
Do I need another big in there, though? Well, 3-on-3, I don't know.
Do you need a big for 3-on-3? I have no idea. I have zero idea how 3-on-3.
Am I fine with just AD and LeBron being my bigs? And Kevin Durant being kind of a semi-big?
I mean, LeBron is like an auto for 3-on-3. Like
honestly, all the best bigs right now, like true centers, are.
What about Giannis?
Are from other countries. Giannis is Greek.
Oh right. Jeez.
Yeah. Embiid, Jokic. There you go.
Get to the Japa. James Conner.
Get to the Japa, yeah.
1-yard touchdown, doing what he does best, cleaning up the mess.
Honestly, I hate that. I wish Steelers DST had scored.
Yeah. Okay. LeBron is a must.
I think Curry's a must.
I feel like Steph Curry 3-on-3 would be absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
So, I think Curry's in there for sure. Harden also actually Durant, a healthy Durant. You're right.
Right.
Got it. Those 3. I just can't even. I don't know, man.
I feel good about my 6.
I think your 6 was pretty good, actually. I'm not even sure. I mean,
I think you could make a case for Tatum because he can kind of do some stuff. I think you could make a case for Zion because he's a big. But yeah, LeBron. My starters: Curry, AD, KD, or maybe you could flip LeBron and AD. You could add LeBron in any of those 3 spots. Honestly, you could do LeBron, AD, and KD as your starting 3.
Yeah.
Because LeBron can play point for a 3-on-3 tournament.
And then your other 3 were what? Harden, Curry,
and I think I had Lillard.
Yeah, Lillard. I guess you could take one of Harden or Lillard off because they're kind of a little bit of similar Similar players, both can handle the ball. Both like to shoot a lot. Maybe you don't need both. That could be like the one argument you can make.
I hate Kyrie, but he'd be a great 3-on-3 player.
Yeah, that was actually a guy I was going to bring up too. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like you need Harden. I think I would even. I think I would take Harden over Lillard.
He's just so wet from everywhere. He's insane. A great passer, as we saw this year.
Yeah. There is actually, I'm not sure. I think
Abby Rizzle wants Kevin Love on the squad. Eesh.
Kevin Love.
Not nowadays.
Yeah, circa 2014 or something.
Yeah.
Kevin Love. I mean,
not anymore.
All right, first Q done. 14 set. Yeah, man, this is busy first Q. We did James Conner touchdown, get to the chopper.
Exciting first quarter.
We got to the chopper. We had Deontay Johnson touchdown, and we had an Albert Wilson long throw, 2 already with 100 yards. Ben with 85. Only 1 incomplete pass in that quarter. James Conner, 3 rushes, 1 yard, 1 touchdown. That's what you like, folks.
So frustrating.
Yeah, if you faded him.
Which you should fade James Conner in these games. He's terrible.
You should. Wilson up to 63 yards receiving. And a touchdown. Okay. Yeah, interesting convo. I mean,
Abby Rizzle says, nah, not Love, AD. But, I mean, you literally said AD or Love in your previous comment.
Is there... Okay,
I would take AD.
Let's continue this theme. So, if other countries could send 3-on-3 teams, like what about Canada?
Canada's 3-on-3 team, so what would be Wiggins?
We got a couple other dudes that are good, and I should know them, but I
was going to say, I was kind of hoping you'd take the,
I know.
Okay, the charge on this.
I'm Googling it. Sorry.
Best Canadian basketball players?
We have a few.
So Jamal Murray. From Canada?
Jamal Murray. Steve Nash.
Get Steve Nash to come out of retirement?
Yeah, let's get Nash in there. Okay, Jamal Murray is like easy, and so that's not bad. RJ Barrett.
Yeah, that's a good squad. You'd lose badly, but it's a good squad.
Kelly Olynyk.
Yes, Kelly Olynyk, the clinic, baby.
Yeah. Should we bring Anthony Bennett with us?
Abby Rizzle says Embiid if he were for Team USA. Well, yeah. He's not from here, though.
First Boucher.
I can't just steal him.
Dwight Powell. Corey Joseph.
Yeah, Canada's probably one of the 5 best countries for basketball.
Yeah, for sure. Row out any Canadian basketball players I'm missing, but Jamal Murray, Wiggins, Barrett. Dylan Brooks.
Oh, yeah, Dylan Brooks. Shout out to Oregon.
Really wouldn't
Team
be that.
JPC times 3 says the Canadian legend Brady Heslip. Ryan Pena saying Jokic and Doncic. Neither one of those guys are from Canada.
If the Americans could send 3 teams, do you think they'd get first, second, and third?
Yeah.
Probably, eh? I mean, what would
100%.
be the country that could challenge them the most? Like, Canada would be up there, but
France is always good. Spain is always good.
Yep.
Australia's got a good basketball team. I do think Canada would have a competitive game.
Where's Jokic from?
Russia.
Is he? Okay.
Now you got me checking it.
No,
he's Yugoslavian.
Serbian, right?
Yep, Serbia. Was born there when it was still Yugoslavia.
Yeah. Okay, right. Yeah, Serbia's probably. Well, let's check Serbia's basketball.
The Serbs.
So
Yeah, the Eastern European countries are pretty good at basketball.
Oh, you could. They got Boban too.
Oh, there you go. Got some height.
Actually, yeah, Serbia would be Serbia be okay. They got Bogdan Bogdanovic, Belik. How do you pronounce this name? I've had to pronounce it before. Nemanja Belik. I don't even know who he plays for anymore. He's decent. Does get pretty thin after those three dudes, though. Maybe not.
Are we talking 5-on-5 or 3-on-3?
3-on-3. Boban would be pretty useless 3-on-3, I feel like.
Oh, he'd be a terrible 3-on-3
Yeah.
player.
Yeah, so maybe not so much Serbia. Maybe have like Jokic and down goes Ben.
Jokic would be like the best 3-on-3 player to have, but the rest of the team would be terrible.
He would be amazing. Well, I mean, they got a couple other decent guys, but
because you don't really need to worry about conditioning in the half court,
Yeah.
and the guy can do everything.
They do have a lot of there's a lot of Serbian basketball players. I mean, like it's a big sport for them, right? It's just not that.
Like I
many
said,
of
yeah,
them.
Eastern European, big into basketball.
Yeah, just not that many of them play over in the States. So I feel like they'd be probably
Luka is Slovenian. So
he's Slovenian. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. Luka would be another amazing 3-on-3 player.
Kristaps Porzingis is Latvian. So if Eastern European teams all banded together,
they banded together. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Oh, Ben, draw him back. Oh, missed a wide open dude. So we did Canada. What about Argentina?
They've had good teams in the past.
Argentina basketball players.
I mean, Manu's the greatest ever from there, but
Yeah.
obviously he's done playing.
They don't have like a huge crop of talent right now. Let's see, like Luis Scola a lot. So that's probably
He's still
out.
playing for them.
No, I know. About Brazil.
Must
Brazil
be
got
saying
anyone?
that the Atentacumpo brothers as a 3 team would be great. 3-on-3 team.
Yeah, that's
Just
true.
all three. That'd be fun.
Actually, yeah. Does
They all
Greece
have
have anyone
legs.
else? So, yeah, I mean, Greece is like another team. They'd probably put up a pretty good squad just with like the two bros, right? I mean, I'm sure they have some dudes in Europe who are okay. Interesting. Now I kind of wish that we could see this and see the pros play the 3-on-3. All right, Ben, back to pass, sideline way off. Way. So did the USA drop? Did the USA men lose their first game, like for the 5-on-5 though?
I'm watching it right now, but I don't remember. I didn't see on Twitter because I think it's on tape delay here.
Ah, okay.
Let's see.
I gotcha. So you're watching their first game.
Okay,
right
so
now.
they lost to France today. Okay, well, thanks for spoiling it for me, Jordan. Because I'm watching it right now.
Keep up, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was having a relaxing Sunday before I had to do 4 Madden sims. I
Well,
didn't want to
unrelax
plug
it.
my brain into sports yet.
Let's unrelax it and make you feel bad about your country.
Unreal. Spoiler alert.
Hey, the first American woman in Taekwondo got a gold. First gold for your country from an American woman in Taekwondo.
There you go.
I think it was Taekwondo.
Yeah. Thanks, K-Nut. I see that.
Yeah, you knew someone was going to spoil it for you.
This Team USA team's bad.
Who is on it again? I know someone's saying JaVale McGee is on
JaVale
it.
McGee is on it. Let's
Yeah.
see. What ended up being the final roster here?
It must be pretty bad.
I mean, when they lost back-to-back of the friendlies before the Olympics, that's a problem.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That tells you everything you need to know.
That goes under the not great, Bob. categories.
Not great. All right, so I just pulled up the Team USA roster. I hope this is as up to date as possible. Bam Adebayo, Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, Jeremiah Grant from the Pistons, Draymond Green, Drew Holiday, Keldon Johnson, Zach LaVine, Dame Lillard, JaVale McGee, Chris Middleton, and Jason Tatum. I mean, that doesn't scream gold medal to me. They still should win gold medal, but it's not it's not a squad that is overwhelming. Like you look at these LeBron teams from the past few Olympics,
Absolutely, man.
Like 2008 and 2012, both of those teams were awesome with Kobe, and it was just fun. But if you have Kevin Durant on your team in the Olympics, you should win, period. Every game.
Yep.
Especially with that support. I mean, like I said, not the best team they could field, still head and shoulders better than everyone else.
Yeah. I don't know. It does speak to the fact that, these team games are, it's obviously more than just talent. You have to have some sort of gelling and system in place, right? Like that's with all basketball. I mean, it's team game. I mean, you have to be able to gel with your teams. You got to have some kind of good system in place and good coaching as well. So, but you're right. From a talent perspective, yeah, it should be good enough to get the job done. There was almost
yes.
Almost a pick.
K-Nut told me to go shovel some more crap St. Louis seafood in the pie hole, Pops.
Okay. All righty.
It's true. The seafood here is bad. There you go, Ebron. Wake up.
There he is. Double E. Eric Ebron. If you're just tuning in, we had a busy first Q. We had James Conner touchdown. We had a Deontay Johnson. We had a Albert Wilson touchdown. Smash that like button if you could, guys. Over 250 watching. We appreciate you guys. Get a little sim action in here. The end of the late classic here. Third sim of the day.
Early classic, no?
Early classic, you're right. I'm sorry. Early bird special. End of the early bird special. 1K to first. What we got on top? Right now we got Boss Hog 1178 on top.
That's a good name.
I like that too. He's got the Steelers D. He's got Juju going. Both those guys. Juju 47% owned in the late classic. Steelers 45% owned. Steelers D.
D-Rod wants Middleton to play point guard for Team USA. I don't know about that move.
Middleton, yeah.
He's shooting guard. Small forward shooting guard type guy.
Yeah, I don't watch a ton of basketball, but I don't ever remember Middleton being like a big handler of the ball.
Apparently Evan Fournier lit up Team USA. Wish he had done that for the Celtics after they acquired him this year. More of a disappointment, I'd say. Gobert had 14 and 9. Yeah, you guys just might as well be spoilers. Just let me know everything you know about this game.
Hey, then you can go watch diving. I watched skateboarding last night for a bit.
What I do is I just leave NBC on and I just let them rotate through, Get a little taste of everything.
Yeah, I watched skateboarding last night. That was another event I didn't know was in the Olympics. Just kind of came on. I'm like,
I
really?
think that might be the first. This might be the first year, I think.
I'm pretty sure it's the first year. Yeah, I don't recall it being the last one.
Which is kind of surprising because snowboarding's been in the Winter Olympics for a few Olympics. So.
It's true. And at first I was like, but then you're like, oh yeah, snowboarding.
You would think those go hand in hand.
Yes, I think what it came down to is the Winter Olympic has less sports, so they were more apt to be like, okay, we got like this is a big winter thing. We got to get it in here. We don't have that many sports. We can add it. We got room. Whereas the summer, they have a ton of sports already. You have track, swimming, all these things, diving, biking. So a little slower to add it, but that made sense.
People really want me to
watch.
pronounce Fournier, the French pronunciation.
Fournier. You're with a Canadian, man. Come on.
Fournier.
It's their second national language.
Fournier.
Then Fournier. Pronunciation, Thomas.
Fournier.
In France.
Where I'm from, we call it Fournier.
It's like Guy Herbert. Everybody in Canada used to call a guy Guy Hebert. Because
that does sound better, though.
It sounds way better, first of all. But when you see a name like that in Canada, you're just like, that dude is from France. Or from Quebec, excuse me. He's clearly just, French Canadian. So I didn't even think twice about it. I'm like, that guy's name
is
Fournier. All right. End of the second Q. That one ended quietly. Ben over 200 yards, 2 of 123, both with 1 touchdown. Wow, we have had 0 rushing in this game.
That's just
We've
crazy.
had 5 rush yards in this game so far. 92 for Juju, 6 catches. He's almost at the bonus. Wilson, 63. Deontay Johnson, 40 yards. Oof. I don't think I've ever
Parker
seen
not doing much.
Paca guy. Yeah, I got to get him going. He's wicked. Wish he was on the Pats.
Yeah, guy.
All right, that's your first cue, 17-7. Tom's watching a little Olympic basketball. Don't spoil it for him.
You guys ruined it for me.
Don't spoil it for him.
That's the end of the second quarter there, Jeff, by the way.
Second quarter, that's what I said, didn't I?
No, you said first quarter. You got me worried that we only have gone through one quarter.
We took 30 minutes for one quarter. Don't get anyone worried, man.
Jeez.
So, is the Freeze Pop household getting excited for the big move?
Yes, absolutely. We are almost a month away, and it just can't get here any sooner, man. Although we got a lot of big things coming up before that happens. I have my 24-hour live stream for Vegas Insider later this week.
Doesn't get
then
bigger.
Headed to Canton to the Hall of Fame induction weekend with Morton. Then from there, going right on vacation. Going to be going to the Cape, going to see Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard. So a lot of big stuff coming up in August. And then we got an engagement party at the end of the month, which is going to also be kind of a going away party here in St. Louis. So August, big month. A lot of stuff happening. Closing out July with the live stream, and then August is just go time.
So what's the Cape and Martha's Vineyards like? That's a place I've seen pictures of a ton. Never been anywhere near there. The nice,
so
gorgeous, yeah.
The Cape is it's nice. It's like a beach community, relaxing, not like commercialized type of restaurants and all that stuff. Everything's sort of local, and it's a nice time. Excited to go to the Cape. I haven't really spent a ton of time on the Cape growing up because I'm a Rhode Island guy. Rhode Islanders typically go to Rhode Island beaches, so it'll be cool to get up there and hang out. We're going with Morgan's family. My family's going to be there as well. Little blending of the families. And we're going to go see Nantucket. We're going to go see Martha's Vineyard because her parents really want to explore as much of New England as they can while they're up there. So should be fun.
Is it like, can you do that trip affordably? Because I know it's like kind of also there's expensive.
Yeah. If you're smart about it, get an Airbnb. If you're not trying to stay overnight on the islands.
Interesting.
Yeah, the traffic's really bad. TP bringing that up on our Slack. Cape has historically bad traffic.
What has historically bad traffic?
The Cape.
Oh, the Cape. Ah, okay. Yes.
It's bad.
I'm looking at this now. Okay, yeah. All right. I haven't looked at a map of like Massachusetts for a while. Right. Okay. Yeah. Cape Cod. Okay.
It's like an arm.
Yeah.
It's like the big arm coming out of Mass. Must be says, I hope they let you do the announcements at the Hall of Fame. Nope, they're not going to let me do any announcements at the Hall of Fame.
What are you most looking forward to at the Hall of Fame when you go there?
Oh man, I don't even know, to be honest, because I haven't been in such a long time. I've definitely never been for an induction weekend, so I'm going in with sort of an open mind, sort of no expectations.
Yeah,
just gonna go with the flow, see what happens.
The game will probably be the most boring part. Yeah.
But I'm hoping that at the Hall of Fame game, get to mingle with some of the Hall of Famers that are going to be at the game having a good time. You know?
Totally. Yeah. Like that'll be the fun part, right? Like probably just getting introduced to people like that.
Right.
Be like, hey, there's, Jerry Rice or whatever. Oh, we're going to get it in there. Keep on. No, just short. Oh, could be setting up another Canna. Come with me if you want to live. Not a tumor.
I continue to drop in our contest. I'm now in 42nd.
Well, I'm not even jinxing you yet either, man.
I mean, now I kind of want you to reverse jinx me.
All right, well, let's go.
There he is. Get to the chopper.
Hey, you know what? I actually rostered James Conner. I wonder how I'm doing.
Hey, there you go. Must be saying I could call everybody Tom Brady as they come across the stage. I'm sure that would go over well.
I'm not doing that good. I do have Connor, though.
See sort of the whole Peyton Manning experience, though,
What's the whole Peyton Manning team?
He's getting in this year, so...
Oh, yes.
Be exciting to kind of see the pomp and circumstance around one of the greatest players of all time getting into Canton.
Yeah. Well, that's a good topic. Who else is getting in this year?
So they're doing two classes.
Right.
There's two classes because last summer they had to cancel, obviously. So I don't have the full lists in front of my face, but the 2021 class is Manning, Woodson, Calvin Johnson, Alan Faneca, and I think Tom Flores, the legendary Raiders coach. And there may be someone else that I'm blank. Oh, John Lynch is getting in as well. I think Drew Pearson, who's a Cowboys receiver back in the day. Those are kind of the big name living guys that are getting in for the class of 2021. And then the 2020 class is actually that centennial class because it was the NFL 100-year anniversary. So it's actually a bigger class.
Sure.
So Bill Cowher's getting in, Jimmy Johnson, Isaac Bruce, Troy Polamalu.
Ooh, nice.
Trying to think if there's Edgerrin James, I think, is in that class.
Edge getting in, right? You know you got it.
And then again, I don't have the list up in front of me, but those are sort of the big names. Paul Tagliabue, I think, is getting in finally.
Sure.
So should be fun, man. It's gonna be cool.
Well, just having Peyton and Calvin Johnson is pretty cool. I mean, those are two guys I'd like to, especially Calvin Johnson. I love Calvin Johnson. But then having the extra class, that is cool. That's a good year to go, actually.
Yeah, so it's two different nights. They're gonna do. Saturday night is the class of 2021, and I think Sunday is 2020, or it might be reversed. I forget. Should be cool.
All right, what do we got? Third quarter, 3 minutes left. Pittsburgh is dominating this one. We have 2 James Conner touchdowns.
Conner.
Go Chargers, go. Go James Conner, go. Oh, man. Everyone's having a good Sunday in July. Got the Olympics on. Got a little bit of extra sports. Golf is finishing up. Cameron Champ coming out of nowhere. God, just about rostered him this week. Decided not to. Cam Champ in the lead. The Minnesota 3M Open. We got the Olympic golf starting on Wednesday. If you guys are interested, salaries
this
have
is
dropped.
the first year the Olympics are doing golf, right?
No, second. They did it in 2016 too.
Oh, okay, cool. Nice. So fairly new.
Yep. Salaries have dropped for the Olympic golf contest. It's called International Golf up there, but there's a $700K golf contest, $10 entry. So look, man, I mean, you're going to be watching the Olympics. Golf's going to be on there. You might as well get in this thing. I mean, there's $200K to first. It's $10. Salaries are up, like I said. Colin Morikawa, most expensive, 11.2. Justin Thomas, Xander Schauffele. So 3 Americans are the most expensive golfers. Rory's there, Shane Lowry, Hovland, Reed. Guys, 5 American golfers in this? Crazy. Who else in it? Sung J.M., Christian Bezadenhut, Fleetwood, Mark Leishman. Anyways, you guys go check it out.
So is the PGA going to be doing sort of like a break like these other leagues do because of the Olympics?
Well, the PGA's idea of a break is to take 1 week off, but they are taking 1 week off.
There you go.
Yeah, 1 week off for the PGA is like 4 months for like other sports.
The Edge on YouTube saying, yes, I'm finally getting inducted. Edgerrin James, if that is you joining us, welcome.
He had a amazingly good 7-year stretch.
Yeah. Now, when he first got in, I was sort of shocked. It kind of prompted me to go look at his Pro Football Reference page. But then I looked at it and I was like, oh, it's extremely well-deserved.
I know.
It's dominant.
Yeah. Always a player I just forget about. Even in Arizona.
Because when you talk about those Colts teams, he's probably the 5th guy you'd think about, right?
Exactly.
You go Peyton first, obviously. Dungy, and then both the receivers. And then even maybe Dwight Freeney you think of before Edgerrin James.
Yeah. He was a real workhorse too. He had over 300 carries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years.
That's hard work right there.
It is.
From 99 to 2007, he was over 1,000 yards every year except for 2 seasons, one of which he was injured. Actually, both those seasons he had injury problems. And one of those 2 years where he didn't get over 1,000, he rushed for 989 in 14 games.
Yeah.
Just consistency, man.
Yeah, very good receiver too. That's probably what put him over the edge.
2 really good seasons with the Cardinals.
Yeah,
I know. He finished out his career with Arizona. Well, he had a year in Seattle that he didn't really do anything, but he had 3 years in Arizona, 2 of which were really, really good.
I know. That's what really shocked me.
Kind of forgot how good he was there.
Yeah. Played 32 games for Arizona in 2 years, 1,150 yards, 1,220 yards, scored 13 touchdowns, caught over 20 passes both years. Caught over 20 passes both years. Really, actually, almost was he wasn't more efficient a runner, but he was just as efficient as he was in Indy. So, yeah, man. I mean, for a running back to put up that many years in a row, because he came in the year at 21, he had a good 8-9 year span. That is.
He replaced Marshall Faulk in Indianapolis.
Yeah. And what a weird transition too, because Marshall Faulk was obviously amazing, but it's not like the Colts lost anything really. So, all right, third quarter. Talked right through it here. We got 2-0. Trying to get some more points on the board here.
Jeremy Yostin saying, you guys acting like you don't know the original Cowboy 88. Use YouTube a little more often. Hey, I showed love to Drew Pearson. I gave him a mention. Also, I forgot to mention Steve Atwater getting in. Excellent safety for the Broncos in the 90s. But yeah, Drew Pearson, well-deserved.
All right, Gesicki. I feel like that's the first time we've called his name. No, he's gone.
Yeah, he's a disappointing guy for me in Simland.
Every time I don't use him, I feel like another player that I just feel like whenever I don't use him, catches a touchdown or something. All right, 3rd and goal. Probably going to go for it twice here because inside the 5, they're down big. Breida.
Get in, Breida.
They roll him in. They did not. Down before.
I thought he was in. Even though he's standing, walking in the end zone with the ball.
4th and inches.
Let's see this replay. I thought he was in.
I thought they were going to give it to him too, but obviously knee is down.
I could see Tua running this in. Oh, quick pass. Missed him. Oh, what?
Okay.
That didn't look like a catch from the video we got. I'd like to see a replay, sir.
I don't believe you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there it is.
Just,
right in the bread basket.
So fast, yeah.
Right?
Just in and out.
Just quick. Caught it, dropped it. Hey, made a football move, got 2 feet down.
All right, 24-14, Mike Gesicki on the touchdown. Tua with his second touchdown pass of the game. We had one to Albert Wilson earlier in Le Sim. And, yeah, here we go. 6 minutes left. Can the Dolphins make a thing about it? Thing about this? I don't know.
I'm going to guess no.
No. Don't think it's happening. Has been any NFL news come out today? I feel like we talked about a bit.
I told you I didn't pay attention to sports until I opened
up
the laptop.
Oh, that's right. Shut your brain off. No. Fair enough. I do that every now and then too, just to keep my brain sane.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about the rookie ratings. Let's go over these. Kyle Pitts. Okay, no, let's go over them in terms of highest to lowest. These are just the major rookies.
Uh-huh.
I've already spoiled it, but Kyle Pitts is number 1 at 81.
That feels low.
I think it's probably going to be low. Now look, with Madden, they always give the rookies, look, Kyle Pitts, Trevor Lawrence, these guys are like generational. They still don't have great Madden ratings. Number 2 is Trevor Lawrence, 78. So, in comparison, you had guys like Tua, Burrow, like those guys weren't even 78s. Like, what is Burrow in this actually? Bengals. I want to say he's like a 72 or something, but let's see here. Gotta get this up. Here we go, Bengals.
I'd have Trevor at an 80 right away.
Yeah. Burrow was a 76, so that's a comparable. He's a little bit higher than Burrow, last year's first overall pick, just to give you an idea. So they did rate him higher than Burrow. But then we had, after Lawrence, we had Jalen Waddell.
Waddell?
Jalen Waddle, 76.
Fournier.
Pat Surtain, a 76 as well. So obviously Pat Surtain getting some respect from defense. And then Zach Wilson, a 75. So Zach Wilson
that feels high.
It does. Slightly below Burrow, but above the other 2 rookie QBs because we have Lance and Fields at 74 each. Jamar Chase at 75. Devontae Smith at 75. So Waddle, Chase, and Devontae Smith all kind of grouped together. Waddle getting the biggest bump, but those guys kind of mixed in together. Yeah, it feels like one of Lance or Fields is going to be potentially both, drastically underrated too. So, but we won't know till we know. So
that's why we watch the games.
That's right. That's why you play the game.
You play to win the game.
That's one of my favorite sound bites ever.
It's great. Herm's such a legend.
He is. I like Herm Edwards a lot. He's one of my favorite dudes.
I wish he was on TV still.
I was just about to say that. Yeah, I really do. That's one guy. You just put Herm Edwards in there, man. He's great.
Yeah.
Where's he? Is he back in college coaching?
I think he's still at Arizona State, unless he stepped down or got fired, and I did not realize.
I hope not. Why would you fire Herm Edwards? It's hilarious. Head football coach at Arizona State. Okay.
There you go. You never know these days.
No, I know. You definitely never know.
David Israel Spec saying, Jeff, Tommy boy. What's up, my guys? What's up, Dave? Must be wants to know what Trevor Lawrence's durability rating is. I don't believe we have that information yet.
No, we just have the overall ratings. Right, Chandler Jones requesting a trade from the Cardinals. That's what we were talking about earlier. That was like kind of a big piece of NFL news. I think he's in search of an extension from the team. He's not getting it. Ben. Oh.
Gotta love the crawl after the sack there. Yeah, Chandler Jones is a guy that I think has become wildly underrated. I know he's been injured a few times here that's made him miss a lot of games, but when he's healthy, he's among the best pass rushers in the league. Definitely missed having him on the Pats.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a guy that when he was on the Pats, people kind of looked to like, oh, why aren't we getting more out of him? And then he went to Arizona and he kind of flourished right away.
Yeah, obviously struggled with injuries last year, but he's looking for some commitment, like because he's a UFA after this year. And I talked about it with Kaufman, and it's one of those things like, if he gets injured, like he doesn't have a contract to fall back on. So he wants some commitment from the team, to look out for him. He probably just doesn't want to risk it if he doesn't get the commitments. So it's one of those things with football. It's such a, every play your career could end kind of sport that you kind of understand it, I guess.
And he understands it better than anyone with all the injuries he's had.
Yeah.
Juju Smith-Schuster hit the bonus.
Okay. Oh. 2 round for some garbage time here. 2 minutes left. Still got the 2-minute warning. Still got some timeouts. Smash that like button if you could, DK Sim fan. We always appreciate it. Jump up to 150 here for this next sim. Tommy's coming at you for 4 in a row. This will be my last one of the day. We got Thomas in the back. We got Jordan. We got Jim on ops.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, no. Oh, boy. That's a pick. More points for the Steelers D, which could almost have
yes in my lineup.
Yeah.
Well play 311 on Twitch asking if he can be a contributor. Nobody interacts with Twitch. I'll be that guy. You know what? Well play. Maybe this can be you as an unpaid intern. We'll see how you do interacting with Twitch over the day, and we can readdress it in the future. Jordan asking, do you think Tua's Madden rating drops this year compared to last year? That's interesting. People are really down on him. I think he looked good at times in real life. So, if anything, I think he stays the same.
Yeah.
I think his accuracy ratings go up even more. The guy barely turned the ball over for most of his time starting. I know towards the end he had some questionable games, but I like Tua. I'm high on Tua.
He was a 73 last year. I would agree. I don't think he's going to go up a lot, but I could definitely see him being like a 75, Like, I don't think he should be below this year's, like, Fields and Lance. I mean, I do think those guys are going to be better than him, but, you got to give him a little bit of credit. If you're going to rate the rookies low, I could probably be around a 75, if I had to guess. All right, I'm going to get Neil down here.
That's fair.
All right, man, this one's ending with a whimper instead of a bang, so let's do some players of the sim. We'll get you out of here quick. You got 3 more of these to do. Got a couple different choices.
I'm giving the wooden nickel to James Conner.
Okay, yeah, like I was saying. I mean, Conner, Juju, Albert Wilson, but Conner.
Yeah, I know Juju hit the bonus, and I know, you had Albert Wilson having a nice game, but, I mean, James Conner, who does nothing in these sims. 2 tuds. Low ownership.
Yeah. Cheap,
I'm giving him the wooden
ownership.
nickel.
No, I agree. I think it's a good
And
choice.
I don't care what anyone thinks about it.
Conner, 14.9 points, 2 rushing touchdowns only. 13.5 points. Might have. Anyways, we'll get the stats finalized. Conner had a very good game. Stats aren't finalized. We're obviously doing this manually, but these guys have been lightning quick all sim. Jim
Matt
Handel-
Breida, babysitter Billy, less than 8 points, almost 70% ownership.
Sorry, who was it?
Matt Breida.
Matt Breida, yes. Matt Breida is a good call. 70% owned, yeah. 7.7. That's not going to cut it. We're going to get a little punt here action just at the end of the game, just for fun. Why not? Why not? So we get Matt Breida, and we had James Conner as the players of the sim. Right now we got Brooklyn Bum 70 on top of the Moose and Freeze Pops free roll.
Brooklyn Bum.
He had Juju atop of his lineup, 8 catches, over 100 yards. Ben with 275 and a touchdown. Ebron, Gesicki with 7. Gesicki had 7 catches, so not bad. And the touchdown, actually a good sim for him.
There you go,
And then
Connor.
Jakeem Grant and James Canna. I finished in 22nd. Where did you finish, Tom?
Don't want to talk about it.
Don't want to talk about it.
I think I was like 83rd or something. It's bad.
It's cool. We all have those days.
Not a good way to start it off.
Sorry for ruining your sim yesterday, by the way, by jinxing.
I'm still mad at you.
All right. We got 3 more sims coming your way, guys. Coming up 6 p.m. Eastern, 49ers at Raiders, Lamarca and Tom. 8 p.m. Eastern, Cowboys at Colts, Lamarca and Tom. 10 p.m. Eastern, Chargers at Seahawks. I wonder who's announcing. Oh, could it be Lamarca and Tom? It is. Okay, so those 2 guys going to be bringing you home tonight. Again, we have 49ers and Raiders coming up next. But, well, before I swing, man, I mean, anything to say for the end of this one? Anything? I mean, you become a Tua guy now, or?
Look, I mean, I've been high on Tua on these sims. I think people have been unfair for criticizing him the way they have throughout the offseason. I think there's just the off seasons are long, and we need to pick targets, and we need to pick a guy that we think is going to regress, because those are the types of conversations we have. And Tua has become that guy for whatever reason. I think he looked good this season. I liked what I saw out of Tua. For a rookie coming in middle of the year, I liked it. Didn't turn the ball over a lot. Commanded the field. I think he's going to be a good NFL quarterback.
Okay. I like the fact that you're taking the other stance. You're like the only guy I've talked to that's like on that stance. So we got Jeremy giving us a shout out. Won money on every team, he says. Thanks, Tom. I don't know what that's about, but he's thanking you.
Jeremy thinks I'm his good luck charm. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Well, you're in luck. Tom's on for 3 more, Jeremy, so you better stick around.
That's right.
Anyways, I had fun, DK Sim Fam. Fun hanging out on a Sunday. See all you guys here. Thanks for all the regulars. Mike Bizzle, Jordan Warren, Jeremy, as we said, Canute 67, Javier in there, 80 Poker. Anyways, guys, like I said, have a good rest of your Sunday. Everybody, smash that like if you could on your way in or on your way out. And I will see you guys tomorrow night. Coming up next on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Emery Hunt joins the Ross Tucker podcast to help rank the top 10 prospects in the ACC. And then that's followed by 49ers at Ravens at 6 p.m. with Lamarca and Tom. See you guys around.
Get yourself a cold one.
Let's strike 'em, huh?
And listen to Ross Tucker break down the top college prospects on another tasty edition of The College Draft.
Yeah, it's Daddy Soda time here on the College Draft Podcast presented by DraftKings. I'm Ross Tucker, America's, wow, I kind of confused those two things right there because DraftKings is America's #1 rated sportsbook app. But then I was already moving into introducing myself. So I said, I'm Ross Tucker, America's #1 podcast host. Thank you very much. Listen, you just roll with it. I could have just gone with it, but I'm one of those people that I just admit when I'm losing my train of thought or make a mistake. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you've come to the right place if you love college football and or if you love the NFL draft or both. Because every week for the next 4 more weeks, we are going to go over the best NFL prospects in the biggest conferences to get you ready for college football in 2021 and start to whet your appetite for the 2022 NFL Draft. I am Ross Tucker at Ross Tucker NFL on social media. At Ross Tucker Pod is where you can find all of our shows. We do have a YouTube page, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL if you'd like to watch all kinds of other podcasts, the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, College Draft, which is this one, Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Andrew Brandt's Business of Sports. We got a bunch. The star of this show is Emory Hunt. He is the man with the plan. He is the dude that is not rude. He knows everybody. And of course, he knows the ACC guys. Last week, Emory, we did the American guys, which was cool. And there were some good guys, especially Desmond Ridder and Ahmad Gardner. But I've been waiting all week to get to the ACC because I really want to hear how good you think these quarterbacks, in particular, Sam Howell from UConn, really is. Now, I'll say this. You can check out Emory on Twitter at FBallGamePlan on Twitter, Football Game Plan on YouTube, footballgameplan.com/2022 draft guide. Start to get your pre-orders in now because there's going to be more prospects than we've ever had before, and Emory is all over it. Is it tough, Emory? I didn't ask you this last week. Is it tough to rank these guys like 1 through 10, or is it you already gave them a grade and the grade is what it is and you just do it?
No, it's kind of tough to rank them right now because some guys have a little bit more game experience than others, but you kind of have a good framework of, where these guys are as prospects. And to be completely honest, I feel like, what you've put on film for 2.5, even 3 years in some cases, you kind of know what you are. And you rarely see like significant jumps in evaluation. At that point, if you're making significant jumps, it's probably more justification analysis than actual analysis. You just seeing what you want to see. That's why I also kind of limited to 3 games: best game, worst game, best possible matchup, or most intriguing matchup, and go from there, because you don't want to start to see what you want to see in terms of watching these guys. So I always chuckle when folks say, I watch at least 8 or 9 games of a prospect. Like, bro, you just tell me you like the prospect and move on, right? So that's all that is, man. And but no, it's tough to really get a hard ranking because a lot can happen, but you have a pretty good idea of how these guys are as prospects.
I didn't know that, Emory. So you watched 3 games. Tell me the 3 games.
The best game of, the statistically best game they have, the worst game they have, and the best possible matchup. So let's say, for instance, to use Trevor Lawrence, right? You want to watch, the Citadel game because he's going to put up ridiculous numbers. And when you're watching the best game of a prospect, you want to watch at, okay, what can they potentially be at their best? When all things are clicking, what's their ceiling? And so then you watch their worst game, which to me was the game against Ohio State. And you want to see how well they fight through adversity, how well they overcome mistakes, how well do they get out of their own way if things are not going well early on. and you learn a lot about a person's makeup in their worst game. And then the best matchup. Okay, who has the best secondary, the most athleticism at secondary, and in the secondary. So then you go and watch, let's say, a Louisville or Florida State or a UNC or Virginia, Notre Dame. You watch those, one of those games. Who has the top tier athletes that can match athlete for athlete at the skill position, and you go from there. So that way you get a good, well-rounded view in 3 games of a prospect.
I love it. I that makes plenty of sense to me. And yeah, when I hear these guys, I watched every snap. I guess I understand that, and I appreciate the thoroughness, but you are going to sort of end up just seeing the same thing over and over again.
And if you're again, we're in the media, Ross. Why are we watching 8 or 9 games? For us, we just need to know enough about a player. And for the most part, what we see, we can tend to project rather well and are able to articulate about. So it's not our job on the line to, know whether or not this guy is going to be a bust or a great player. It's our job to know what can he do, what can he do, where can he improve, and how he fits into his current situation, so we could talk about him throughout a 3-hour broadcast. And I think, a lot of people don't understand, we're on the media side. We don't have the medicals. We don't have the psychological background, all that stuff like that. We just need to know enough about these players. I think that's why the 3 games, for me at least, is perfect.
Let's get to the ACC. And, it's so interesting because other than Clemson, there haven't been a lot of other great seasons by other ACC schools. They produced a lot of NFL talent, though. A lot of NFL talent out of the ACC without maybe winning as many games as you would think maybe perhaps they should. I recently saw where Dane Brugler, who's a guy we've had on the show, you and I are friends with and fan of, he ranked the quarterbacks for the Athletic, and he had Sam Howell from UNC number 1, and I guess some AFC GM said right now that's the only first-round quarterback on our board. You have him ranked as the best prospect in the ACC, Emory. Tell me about Sam Howell and what you saw from him.
I just like how he plays, man. He's just a fun watch, in terms of everything just seems like it's going well for him. He finds a way to make a way. If things are shut off early, he'll try to scramble, and sometimes it's to his fault. Very Baker Mayfield-like, and I think that's why you see that comp thrown out there for him. So I just think that for me, Howell is someone that has been consistent. I know the people will point to the offense, but you still have to be consistent within that offense. He protects the football enough. He's able to buy time with his footwork and find guys downfield. He's not afraid to take a chance with some shots over the middle of the field or deeper down the field. And he seems to fight through adversity through a game. And we saw last year, like they played in probably a season's worth of entertaining games, meaning that they had big leads, lost big leads, had to fight back to win a game. And so when you're going back and forth like this, you're going to have your ebbs and flows. But you saw him do a lot. And I think that's why we have a lot of tape on Howell. And just from a consistency standpoint, to me, he was the most consistent out of the ACC quarterbacks.
I mean, I know you haven't looked at everybody yet, but we know about Spencer Rattler and Carson Strong at Nevada, Spencer Rattler at Oklahoma. There are others out there. Do you think Howell is the best quarterback in this draft right now, or are you not there yet?
Not there yet. Right now, I think Malik Willis is the best quarterback in this draft out of Liberty. Makes it an 11-on-11 game, dynamic, strong arm, 4.4 speed. So the upside is tremendous. And if he's able to build on what he did last year with Liberty, they were almost ACC champs. They were a missed field goal, extra point away from beating NC State, and they would have beaten 3 ACC teams. So right now, Malik Willis out of Liberty is my number 1 quarterback. And I do think when we look at Sam Howell, he may not be the top 5 talent. He may be someone that can be a good bus driver for a team. And I think that's where I am on Sam Howell. He may not be a top tier prospect, but a good quarterback definitely someone you want running your offense.
You know, I did the U.S. Army Bowl, Emory, like 4 or 5 years. And I think the last one I did, because they didn't have one last year, I didn't do the one the year before that, was Sam Howell's year, Sam Howell and Spencer Rattler's year. So I saw these kids in person. I talked with them. 2 totally different body types. I mean, Sam Howell, he almost looked like a linebacker or a fullback. You know, he's 6'1", was 220, 225. That's pretty thick. Like, I don't want to, he wasn't dumpy, but he had like wider hips and just shorter and squattier, but he had the width you're looking for. Usually if a quarterback's 220, they're like 6'3", 6'4". He was like 6'1", 220, 225. So I don't know what he is now, but I remember thinking, man, this is the guy that Florida State and UNC were fighting over. He just had a very atypical quarterback body.
He built like a Tecmo Bowl quarterback.
Yeah, he's squatty. He's squatty. He's strong. Like he's thick, but he looks like, if you told me that dude was a fullback or a linebacker, I'd be like, okay.
Right. He has that college frat boy body too, where like, you know, he's not fat, but he got some size on him. Like, you're not gonna move him off the spot. That's for sure. Not gonna push him out the frat house for sure. Like, he's not an easy toss out. Definitely.
All right, so we talked about this next guy a couple times last year. I called a couple of his games at Houston in 2019. De'Aaron King from Miami, absolutely a dynamic athlete. And I guess the question will be, he's one of those guys that, at least for a while, Emory, they were still saying, is he a quarterback or is he a guy that should pull a Greg Ward and move to another position?
I think he showed last year that he's definitely the quarterback. The leadership he showed at Miami and making some of these throws, I was more impressed with him last year at Miami than I ever was with him at Houston. Houston, he was more of a scrambler, a guy that can beat you with his legs. His arm was a bit erratic, but at Miami, we saw him be more consistent, throwing over the middle of the field, dropping those deep, corner routes in the bucket on a consistent basis, being able to play above the X's and O's on third downs and inside the red zone. The book on him, and it's a big, thick book, will be the medical history. He's been injured a lot, and that's not what you want to hear for someone who relies on athleticism, because at the end of the day, if you're not going to be out there, then it kind of limits your opportunities for a team to take you so high. But the football IQ, the leadership intangibles, you like that about King. Now I just hope that, he's able to come back healthy once again, stay healthy for a full season, and then go into the offseason and showcase the growth he's made as a quarterback. So right now, I probably will feel comfortable taking someone like King in a third round, based off the injury concerns, but you like the 1 year jump from Houston to Miami. I thought that was significant for him last year.
What about your number 3 guy? Speaking of injury history, Justin Ross from Clemson, who had about as good of a freshman year as I think a wide receiver has ever had, including in the national championship game, tearing up Alabama, and the dude's from Alabama. I mean, I don't even know. I hope they had police security at his parents' house in Alabama after what he did to them in the national championship game. Can you imagine that? Like, we know what the state of Alabama's like. He goes to Clemson and then kills the Crimson Tide in the national championship game.
Yeah, and if you're in North Alabama, how you let him get out the state, right? You're the last line of defense. Like, you can't let him get out the state. You're at the top of the state. You can't let him get out the state. Somebody got to grab him. But you're right. He goes to Clemson. He balls out, and then he has a neck injury. And you always leery when you think about neck injuries. And I can only imagine, the pain or concern in a highly contact sport like football when you're talking about neck. So hopefully he's able to go back out there, play well, and regain that status. But man, you talk about someone that athletically checks the boxes already, can pluck the football out of the air. He plays like he's, advanced already. When he was a freshman, he was playing like he was a redshirt senior. And so I think he is already ready to play in the NFL. I just want to see him go out there, get back to what he was, show some athleticism, show some speed, show those great hands to pluck the ball out of the air, and, take it easy the rest of the way so that way you can get to the NFL.
Emery, you always say this, and I love it. There's certain positions at certain schools where they're just kind of a made guy for you, right? And that seems to be Boston College and offensive linemen. They have put a lot of offensive linemen out over the years. Your 4th and 5th ranked pro prospects in the ACC are both offensive linemen from Boston College. Let's start with number 4 ranked player, Zion Johnson from BC.
Yeah, he's their left tackle. Really good footwork. I like his footwork. I love the fact that he's a strong guy. So he's going to stay in the fight. When you combine that with footwork, that makes you a really good tackle prospect. I want to see him be a little bit more aggressive with his hands. Sometimes he's a little bit too patient. And if you're a savvy edge rusher, you could probably speak to this, Ross. When someone's a little bit too hesitant with their hands, it allows the defender to get their hands on them first. And if you win the hands first battle, you're now in the fight the entire doggone rep. And I see that a lot with him. But when he's able to gain control early in the rep, he's dominant and you won't get to the quarterback. But I want to see him be more consistent and getting those hands on a defensive lineman first within the beginnings of the rep.
Then you got Alec Lindstrom, Chris Lindstrom's brother at Boston College as well.
Family business, right? And Lindstrom was, to me, a top-tier talent at the position. I gave him a 90 grade. So that's like Pro Bowl grade for me when he came out of Boston College. His brother is just as good. And when you look at a lot of the big runs from Boston College last year, they're coming right down Main Street. So he's getting guys right off the ball and clearing a space for the running back. So he's getting the run. He's good in the run game. You're not going to walk him back in pass pro. So he's able to anchor down and then redirect. He's a solid overall prospect. I have no issues in taking centers in the first round. If you are a good blocker, especially guard, center guard, I'm probably valuing you higher than guys that are out on the edge. Because if you're a good guard, center guard, that's where offense happens. And any quarterback worth his salt can step up into a pocket if you're beat on the edges. And any running back would love to have dominance on the interior. And Lindstrom is a dominant interior lineman.
So we know where to go for a wide receiver. Clemson's a pretty good place for that. Boston College is a pretty good place to get an offensive lineman. The best place to find someone if you need to hire someone, LinkedIn. All right, Emery, let's get to number 6. Bubba Bolden, the safety from Miami. He was another U.S. Army Bowl guy.
And he's another one that fits that prototype of, guy that physically looks the part. He can play. He has good instincts, instinctual player. He's a good hitter. And one that tracked out rather well going from high school All-American to college. A lot of times guys get lost in the shuffle, especially when you talk about the U.S. Army game and, the All-American game. But, man, he was kind of like plug and play at Miami, and I think he's going to be one of these plug and play guys moving on to the next level. I like his game, love how he plays. And I'm glad to see him back out there this year.
I'm a big fan of the name Bubba.
Right.
I just think Bubba's an awesome name.
I mean, you can't go think about it. You have Bubba Bolden, who we're talking about. Yeah, Bubba Franks. Bubba McDowell was a good one for the Houston Oilers. So, yeah, we're 3 for 3 right now with Bubbas. Like, if you're named Bubba, you're probably going to be a good football player. And Rerun was nicknamed Bubba in What's Happening, and he was a great dancer. Shirley called him Bubba. So, again, we're undefeated with Bubba. Bubba, you're right, is a really good name.
Here's the thing. If you name your kid Bubba, they better not be a chump.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, you name your kid Bubba, like, they better be ready to roll. Like, there's certain names, like, you name your kid Bubba or Rocky or whatever, like, they better, like, something comes with that name, okay?
Bubba Gump too. Threw it out there as well.
Yes, Bubba Gump from Forrest Gump. Bubba Gump shrimp. Love
Shout
it.
out to
All right,
Brian.
let's get to our first running back from the ACC. Wait a minute, is this right? Does UNC have another running back
Via transfer? Ty Chandler. Remember, he was at Tennessee last year.
That's right, because I know last year with Javonte Williams and Michael Carter, I'm like, how does UNC have another running back?
Yeah, and it's Ty Chandler, who, I liked him at Tennessee. But again, I understand transferring out. It was a mass exodus, leaving, Tennessee last year by a lot of prospects. And Brian puts Bubba Smith and Bubba Watts. So again, undefeated with Bubba.
There's got to be some Bubbas out there that haven't done squat with their lives. By the way, we just never heard of them.
There's no bad Bubbas. We're proving this science right here. Chandler is good. Chandler is a one-cut downhill runner. He was actually one of the bright spots, him and Eric Gray, the two running backs for Tennessee that are now playing elsewhere. Chandler is at UNC while Gray is at Oklahoma. So Chandler, good interior runner, helps keep the offense on pace, alleviates a lot of pressure off of Sam Howell, and will help keep North Carolina's offense humming. While they break in these newer receivers, the run game they don't have to worry about. And he's going to be another one of these guys that he's a solid, one cut downhill guy that runs well between the tackles, that breaks good tackles. And we know in this offense, he's going to have an opportunity to showcase his speed, his elusiveness, his flair for the big play. So I love him transferring from Tennessee, where there's a lot of questions, going to a situation where he's going to get the football, he's going to be dynamic, and that's in North Carolina.
The next guy is ranked way too low just based on his last name. That's the right tackle from UNC, Jordan Tucker.
Well, you can't go wrong with guys that play offensive lineman, last name named Tucker. I'm pretty sure we could, we just proved science with Bubba. Like, there's great evidence for Tucker being the last name. But I watched a lot of UNC last year, right? Because when you're watching UNC, you watch the running backs. Obviously, there were two prospects. Then you watch the receivers, right? Then for using my methodology about watching 3 games, let's say if I'm watching a defensive prospect, well, one of the games you want to see, the best possible matchup, is against North Carolina. So I've seen a lot of North Carolina offense, and I thought this tackle, Tucker, was outstanding, on the right side. So you're seeing some good pass rushers nowadays coming off the right side. And I just thought that he was able to do it rather well. And a lot of the runs that we saw, these guys able to bounce outside, they didn't bounce them outside to the left side. They bounced them outside to the right side because Tucker was vacating space, and he's athletic. He's climbing well. I think that the hand usage or placement can be a little bit better, but athletically, he is what you want as an NFL tackle.
Number 9, a wide receiver from NC State, Emeka Emezi.
We've been talking about him for a while. He was someone that came into last season as a wide receiver to watch. And I just love how he was able to be their number one option. They have 2 good running backs. So it's more than 10 prospects that we know in the ACC, but he was a good receiver. It's going to be interesting as they're breaking in new quarterback play once again, as Hockman, I believe, transferred out. So it's tough, but he's someone that wins outside the numbers. He's able to make plays above the rim as a bigger wide receiver, and he's one of the more consistent options you'll see. Probably more of a mid-round guy, but you like his ability to win in those contested catch situations.
Last but definitely not least, really curious to get your opinion. I remember you talking about him a couple times last year. He elected to stay in school. That's Kenny Pickett, the quarterback from Pitt.
I like watching Pickett play, and I have it on my calendar to go to another Pitt game. And it seems like I always get the Thursday night Pitt North Carolina game. Every year that's the one I'm always able to go to. So I'll be there this year in November, and you can probably talk to this, Ross. Best press box food wise, probably in the league, and because that Pittsburgh press box at Heinz Field, the spread and the amount of food, and I don't normally eat hot dogs, but I will always have hot dogs at Heinz Field. There's so much good food there, but I'm always watching Kenny Pickett throw the football. It's just something about him. He's like, I call him like a point guard type passer, where it's like he's leading a fast break. He has no fear where he's throwing the football. Good velocity. I know he's working with a QB trainer right now that's doing a great job in developing quarterbacks. And Pickett's someone that has been consistent, and he kind of helps them, be a little bit dynamic. You may not like one particular trait about him that says it's elite, but you can see him having a long career in the NFL because of how he plays. He's a momentum guy, a rhythmic passer. And so he's someone that I don't think people aren't talking enough about in terms of him as a pro prospect. I think he's going to get to one of these all-star games, probably like the Shrine game at Vegas, and be able to really shine in that week of work down there, in Las Vegas.
Cannot wait to dive into more of these Power 5 conferences. We've obviously got the Big 10, the Big 8. We've got the Pac-12, the SEC, a lot more to get to. Should be awesome. Keep it going. These are great to go back and look at the other things we said as well. Terrific stuff. Check out Emery on social at FBall Game Plan. You can watch this show on YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Other than that, the keg is kicked. We are all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the College Draft Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, Even Money, and the Business of Sports. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Hey, yo. Matt LaMarca back in the building for some Sunday Madden football with my man Tommy Freeze Pops. You know him. You love him. Maybe you don't. I don't know. We got our first of 3 games that we're going to be doing for you this evening. We're going to get things underway here with the San Francisco 49ers at the Raiders. First off, Tom, how's life treating you, buddy?
It's good. Sunday's rolling along here. 1 sim down, 3 sims to go. Excited to be with you here for 3. And just saw the end of Team USA losing to France in the Olympics. So that's disappointing. Obviously, it happened this morning. It was the replay. Right. The chat spoiled it for me. I hadn't watched it yet. So I should have said spoiler alert at some point and made
you
sure
hadn't
no one
watched
ruined
it
it
or been on the internet all day?
Nope. I told this to Moose. I said I did not connect with sports until I opened my laptop for that sim. I took the morning off from sports.
Boy, I wish I had that luxury. I hate Sundays. You know,
Sundays
like
are
you
long
know how
for you?
Garfield feels about Mondays? That's me and Sundays. Anyway, let's switch and talk about this game a little bit.
Let's do it.
Walk me through your lineup construction here.
Anytime I have the Niners, I put Mostert in the captain spot because I'm not worrying about being the guy that doesn't have him in the captain spot when he goes off. Niners DST because they do things sometimes. Pettis, I feel as though, has the best value of either team here. You get him at $5,400 in the flex. He does stuff. Ruggs, $8,400. Debo, $7,200, and Darren Waller at $7,800.
All right, well, I'm not gonna lie. I thought we were about to have the Satan team because
close.
I too have Mostert in the captain spot. I too have the 49ers defense. I too have Dante Pettis. I too have Darren Waller. But where we differentiate is I went with James Garoppolo and Tyrell Williams with my final 2 spots.
James. Good to get James in there. He's very handsome. Handsome on this Sunday.
I think his looks are overrated. We're not
Wow.
Yeah, game starting up. We've got Eamon on the controls today. I'm not going to do the cough pronunciation because I think it's stupid. We've also got Drew in the building. We've got Daniel. We've got Taylor. Only thing, guys, the scoring may be a little slower than usual. We are experiencing some technical difficulties, but we will go through all the stats at the end of at the end of each quarter, and we'll do our best, I guess, to focus on the game a little bit more than usual.
Yeah, we want to keep you guys in the know as to what's going on because the stats are going to be a little slower. We're going to try and be the stats for you.
Be the stats.
Be one with the game.
So the 49ers are going to start with the ball here. There's James Garoppolo looking at his 2019 season. What do we think about the 49ers quarterback situation? Like, I think we all know that Garoppolo is not going to finish the year as the 49ers quarterback, or at least that's my take. How soon do you think, or how long is he able to hold off Trey Lance for the job?
I want to pull up the Niners schedule because I think that bye week will be a good determination as to when we might see Lance. But I do think that Garoppolo will have the job a little longer than people realize because I think Trey Lance is more of a project. I know that he was drafted really high, but I mean, he played at a lower level. There's a reason why people had him lower on their draft boards. Niners really like him, but I think that they see a situation in having Kyle Shanahan have this nice system in place. They have a good roster. They have a good culture. And they have a guy in Jimmy Garoppolo who is really good at winning football games when he's on the field. So they have a great incubation period for this guy, Trey Lance, to get his bearings and, be a good NFL quarterback. I wouldn't be shocked if it's like Patrick Mahomes, Alex Smith.
So if I set the over-under, as we did get a big George Kittle completion to to move the chains here for the 49ers. We've got 2nd and 7 coming up. If I set the over-under at 11.5 starts for Garoppolo, what would you take?
Let me take a look here. So their bye is week 6. So that week 7, Sunday Night Football versus the Colts. You could see Lance there. I'm going to take the over for Garoppolo. Because I don't think that even though there's a bye leading into that game, the Colts are good. At least as far as I'm concerned, the Colts are good. And I know that they're kind of a polarizing team here amongst our sim broadcasters. But I don't think they'd throw him to the Wolves there. Then he's at Chicago, and then they have a division game versus the Cardinals, division game versus the Rams. 11 might be a good number, LaMarca, because at Jacksonville, week 11 seems like a spot that maybe you want to give the rookie a shot because the Jags probably won't be that good. But it's on the road, too, so I don't know. And then you got week 12 facing the Vikings at home. So that feels like a startable game as well. But I'm still going to take the over for Garoppolo.
So we had a 3rd and 7 completed to Mostert, but it was shy of the first down. 49ers opted for the long field goal, and they came up just short. So the Raiders will take over here, still 0-0. I know I set the line. I think it's a terrible line. I'm going way under. Honestly, it would not shock me if Trey Lance wins the job for week 1.
Wow.
Wouldn't shock me. I mean, he would have to, really impress during preseason and training camp, but I'm not ruling that out. Like at this time during Russell Wilson's rookie season, nobody expected that Russell Wilson was going to be the week 1 starter for the Seahawks, and
he killed it. He absolutely killed it.
He played great, and I don't know if Lance is going to do that per se, but I just think that his rushing ability gives the 49ers offense an added dimension that it just doesn't have with Garoppolo.
We'll see. We will see. I do like because the Patriots were looking at quarterback at 15, I did think that there was a chance Trey Lance would drop there. So I went back and watched a lot of stuff, as much as I could online. And he is awesome. Like, watching his game tape was really fun. And he is such a dynamic athlete. So if they can harness that, I think it could be dangerous at a certain point. But I do think the Niners are a smart organization, and they're not going to throw him out there before he's ready. And I don't know. I mean, he is a smart guy, clearly. He had Ivy League looks. We'll see. It's hard to project at this point. I want to see him in a pro uniform doing pro stuff this preseason.
So the Raiders offense
Big
coming
crap.
out swinging here. Derek Carr just uncorking the deep balls to start this game, and he hit that one to Tyrell Williams, and now it's a Darren Waller touchdown. Darren Waller, my tight end 2 for fantasy, and I think he's in the same tier as Travis Kelce.
Oh, but yeah, I don't even think it's a question. Waller is right there with Kelce and Kittle. It's those 3 dudes.
See, I don't. That's where I
You don't like Kittle?
I don't. Not as much.
Wow. I think Kittle's a beast when he's healthy, man.
Oh, he's sick. He's sick. I don't have any qualms about
You
the
just think he's a tier
himself.
above.
My thing is, like, you look at Kelce, and he plays for one of the greatest offenses in the history of football. Mm-hmm. You look at Waller, and he's going to get 150 targets this season. Like, Kittle might play for an extremely run-heavy team, and he has to share the field with Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, both of which have had, somewhat breakouts over the past 2 seasons. And while I like Trey Lance, again, like, it could be a situation where this 49ers offense is just doing a ton of running the ball this season. So for me, it's Kelce, Kittle, or Kelce Waller tier 1, Kittle solidly in tier 2.
Makes sense. From a fantasy standpoint, totally adds up for your projection.
That's where I'm always talking from. I know that you, Mr. Morton Anderson podcast man, sometimes you got to focus on the real football.
Yeah, I like real football. I like fantasy too, though.
Oh, we got some Madden rookie ratings that came out today. Don't click on this because I think this will be a fun game.
All right, I'll exit out because I already clicked on it.
All right, well, the game's over.
No, I didn't even look. I exited out. I did. I exited out immediately. I didn't see anything.
Okay. Who is the highest rated rookie?
Kyle Pitts.
Kyle Pitts, 81 overall.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Seems fair to me. Number 2, not really a surprise here either.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably Trevor Lawrence.
Yes, Trevor Lawrence, 78. Now, this to me is a bit of a surprise. We have a wide receiver checking in next at 76, but it is not Jamar Chase. It is not Devontae Smith.
It's not one of those two. So Jalen Waddle?
It's Jalen Waddle.
Huh. What interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Madden knows why they're giving Waddle the better ranking than
how much
Jamar.
lower are those other two guys is my question.
I mean, they're
got to be right around there.
They're 75s. So maybe it's just because Waddle has that, like that deep speed. Like he might have a 95 speed rating or so, which is pushing him up a point or two. So I guess that's fair. There is one other 76. Defensive player.
Okay. Surtain?
Patrick Surtain, 76. Okay. Then for the 75s, we have the 2 wide receivers that I mentioned. We have one more of the rookie quarterbacks. And we have our first down lineman.
So I'm assuming Sewell is the lineman. I'm surprised he's not higher.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Like, he's going to be awesome. There's a reason why a lot of people thought he was going to go even higher than he did. I'm guessing that Zach Wilson is the second highest quarterback.
He is, and that kind of surprises me too. Again, Trey Lance and Justin Fields are going to be 74s, so there's not a huge difference there, but
We'll I know that Madden doesn't like to give rookies high grades. I just think Lawrence is going to be really good in real life. So
we got an illegal touching here on Raheem Mostert. So he must have went out of bounds, came back in, and caught that pass.
You rarely see that.
That's going to set up a 52-yard field goal attempt.
Let's see. Oh, not even close.
Yeah, that one was
indoors.
Shorter than the last one.
That's unrealistic. Like, come on. He would have hit that in real life.
I mean, he could at least get it to the goalpost.
Unreal.
Peanut says, who scored for the Raiders? That would be one Darren Waller. Also got some good comments here. Congo Cab says, Travis Etienne is listed as a wide receiver, and he's a 64 overall. That seems pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And then Brickavelli Lane says, Lamarcus speed is -7.
Oh, wow.
And honestly, even in my athletic prime, I was always slow. So,
yeah, I mean,
I respect that.
So Etienne, I mean, it makes sense that he's listed at receiver because that's what they've been having him play in, mini camps and all this stuff. I guess Madden thinks he's going to be pretty bad at 64.
I think it might just be more like, well, we don't know what position he's going to play, and Urban Meyer's been.
I'm curious what Tebow's overall. That's what I want to know. What's Tebow's overall at tight end going to be?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right? He's going to be way higher than he should be.
if Tebow is above Etienne, I'm gonna have a problem with it.
I bet he is. I bet Tebow gets a 70.
No way.
Yeah.
I'll take under 69.
Yeah, Madden, I'll give them credit. They don't kind of mess around with the ratings.
Some other
the
notable
over-under 69.5 for Tebow.
Yeah, hard under. Other notable Madden ratings that have been revealed. Julio is still a 95. That feels generous.
That's high.
J.J. Watt is a 94.
That's high.
Feels generous. Matt Stafford is an 83.
That feels low.
Yeah, that feels low. Jonnu Smith, 81. Fair to me, I think. Jared Goff, 77. Your guy, Carson Wentz, 72.
Wow. They don't like Carson Wentz. That's one of the bigger drops from this Madden to the next one then, huh?
It's a big drop.
It's a big drop.
Some other quarterbacks. Mac Jones is a 71. Jalen Hurts is a 71.
Oh, that's kind of low.
Sam Darnold is a 71.
Ooh, disrespect to Darnold. He feels like a 75 guy to me.
Well, I mean, I think he should be worse than Carson Wentz.
Yeah, if you're going to put Wentz at 72, I guess. Wow. The disrespect.
Guys, seeing the comments about the scoring, we are having some technical difficulties, but we will run through the stats like we always do at the end of each quarter and try to keep you guys as up to date as possible while we get that all straightened away.
Speaking of which, it is the end of the first quarter.
They call that a transition right there. That's why they pay Tommy Freeze Pops the big bucks.
That's why I'm here.
7-0 Raiders. Derek Carr was chucking the ball during the first quarter. 6 for 8, 92 yards and a score. Jimmy G, also a pretty good quarter. 7 for 9, 72 yards. No touchdowns for the 49ers offense. They have had 2 50-plus yard field goal attempts and missed them both.
Poor kicking. Just poor. Lindenbaum feels like it's unfair to have Goff at 77 and Wentz at 72. I agree.
Yeah, you know what? I don't disagree with that too much. Rushing production, absolutely none to speak of. Jalen Richard, 2 for 4. And the mighty most, the man who checked in with a captain percentage of close to over 50% in our contest.
It's crazy.
Has 1 carry for 3 yards. Receiving, Tyrell Williams went up and got one earlier. He's up to 3 catches for 66 yards. Kittle's got 2 for 32. Debo, 2 for 14. Bourne, 2 for 22. Waller, 2 for 18 with the aforementioned score. Jacobs and Mostert both have catches. So no Dante Pettis so far, which he was a very popular value play at about 42%. But other than that, this was a pretty good first quarter from a fantasy perspective. These teams were out here chucking it. We'll see if the mighty most can maybe get things going in the second quarter. But the Raiders will start with the ball. It'll be 1st and 10 at the Niners 19, and Josh Jacobs is going nowhere.
That play never works. That quick pump fake to the running back literally never works. And yeah, Mostert with a quiet quarter. If he didn't have that illegal touch, it'd be a little bit nicer heading into the second quarter here for Raheem, the Stream, the Dream, Mostert. But yeah, not a lot on the stat sheet for him.
Cry 2 Tears says, LaMarco, what rating does Fitzmagic have? I wish I had it all the ratings, but I'm just going off of a Twitter feed that our producer Drew threw in the Slack chat with some notable Madden ratings. So no Fitzmagic listed. Ashley Edwards says, what's Ruggs' percentage? Looks like Ruggs was about 45% owned. 6.7% in the captain spot.
Someone in the chat was asking, why would Tebow have throwing power? Isn't he a tight end? That would be awesome if they made him a better quarterback than a tight end. Like, gave him better QB ratings.
His throw power should be actually decent. I would make the accuracy in like the 40s.
Yeah. It's not good.
And if there's any baseball ratings, you know, you can give him decent hit power, I guess, as well.
On base percentage.
All right, 3rd and goal coming up. Raiders at the 1 yard line here. It's probably closer to like the inch yard line. Jacobs in the backfield. We got the heavy personnel on the field. Carr's gonna sling it, and
what happened?
No, all the way to the ground,
bouncing.
So we got 4th and 1 here. Let's see what virtually.
Oh, cowards!
Well, you can never trust the kicker animation.
Could be the fake out.
Go for this. And they will.
Here we go.
Shotgun personnel, 2 tight end.
Making Al Davis proud. Yeah, empty backfield. Let's go. Corner fade. Oh, almost a pick. All right, we're in safety territory here, folks.
Tried a little like quick out, I guess, to Waller, and Jaquiski Tart breaks up the pass.
Great name.
As far as sports names go, just Jaquiski Tart. It's a good one.
That's got to be a top 10 name right there.
All right, Mostert going to try and get things going. He has a 3-yard carry on 1st down.
Giving him a little breathing room there. Nice push by the Niners O-line.
Congo says ESPN will be airing Madden ratings tomorrow, so we should have them all tomorrow. That'll be fun.
That'll be good. I like that they're doing that.
And you know what? I'm working on a Monday night, a rare Monday appearance from me. I'll be doing, I believe, the 8 and 10.
Oh, is it with me? Or am I off tomorrow?
You're not working tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
I got the 8 with Kaufman and the 10 with Jeff Ulrich. So maybe we can dive into those.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to watch the Madden ratings reveal on ESPN.
Beautiful.
Maybe I'll pop in the chat. Shut up, Lamarca. You're stupid.
Tampa John, we see you. We are aware of the issues. Just know that it is not a personnel issue. It is a technology issue. And we are working on getting it resolved. That's all I can say at this point, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
And this is why we're going to focus heavily on the sim here until that problem is resolved. We're going to get all those stats for you during the quarter breaks. You guys will know how your team is doing.
Second and 8 coming up here.
My TV remote doesn't work well anymore. I don't know what happened.
Mine's not great either anymore.
And I got new batteries too. I don't know what happened.
I think maybe you need a replacement every once in a while.
But I'm moving soon, so it's like, do I really want to go through the effort of getting a new remote for the last 6 weeks?
Drew says Mercury must be in retrograde. 3rd and 5 coming up here for the Niners.
I thought I saw on Twitter that it was Leo season. Are my moons not aligned enough for my remote to work well?
Jimmy G, that might be defensive pass interference. And it is. So that'll move the sticks.
A little DPI, okay. You don't see that much in Madden. See it a lot in real life.
I got this Mets baseball card.
Oh, awesome.
I'm going to try and sell that after he scores his first touchdown.
That's awesome. You going to get that graded?
Could you imagine? I sent it away for 9 months to be graded and come back as a 50-cent card.
I'm thinking of doing some grading soon. I think I'm going to do SGC. I want the quick turnaround.
I'm just not. I don't trust it.
Yeah,
I'm sure
it's cheap.
The grading process is great, and just as reliable as any of the other companies. But
yeah,
is it going to be a long-term value thing? Like I might just wait. That's what I'm doing. I'm waiting for some of the hold times to go down and just send it into.
Yeah, I know. And that's been kind of my mindset, but I keep reading about SGC and how cheap it is per card and how quick the turnaround times are.
For sure. It's a great option.
It's so enticing.
I just wouldn't do it with anything that you are planning to sell for like 4 figures plus.
Right. And all of my cards are long holds too. So it's like, should I just pay up and wait for PSA? And I probably should, but I don't know.
Drew says grading a Tebow card is like a MasterCard commercial. Box, $60. Professional grading, $100. Tebow 9 of 10.
Priceless.
I miss those commercials. Those were good ones.
They were good.
All right.
Too bad when the commercials they kind of die out and they try and cycle in some new ones.
Wow, that's a booming punt. Oh, and we got a broken tackle, but the Raiders will take over at around the 22-yard line. Yeah. There are some good commercials out there right now. There are some bad ones too. My personal one that every time it comes on, I'm like, God, what were these people thinking? Is the wet teddy bears. Get your wet teddy bears here.
But here's the thing. A commercial like that, if it's on long enough, you'll start to like it a little bit.
Nope. I'll never get behind the wet teddy bears. I will say the ones when it's like stop trying, trying to help people from turn into their parents. Those are hilarious.
Oh, yeah. He's like, they don't need to know your name.
When do you think you'll be boarding Group B? 2 hours and 58 minutes, sir. Second and 16 here, following the sack by Richard Sherman.
Love a good CB sack.
And they're going to hand it off here. No gain, really. Might have been a loss. Mike Bauer says he likes the teddy bear bit. All right. I guess to each their own.
Has to appeal to somebody.
Raiders are going to, the 49ers take a timeout there. Tyler Raider says, his hair is blue. We all see it. We all see it. Blue. All right, 2-minute warning. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Another timeout by the 49ers. They're going to be getting the ball back here with 1:09 left.
Let's be aggressive here before the half.
Well, I would hope if they're taking the timeouts, they're going to be aggressive.
You would think, right? You just never know with these coaches in Madden.
And decent field position here. They're going to be at about the 35-yard line. Going to start in the shotgun here. Garoppolo will throw.
Nice.
And if the feet are in, that's a nice hook up there to George Kittle. Oh, no.
Pettis.
Sorry. It is the Pettis man. The feet
People
were
are
close,
happy.
though. I wouldn't be surprised if they took a peek here.
No. Yeah. Keep it rolling here, baby. Let's get some points on the board.
I know nothing.
No one knows anything. I remind that
going up top, and that should have been picked off.
Jeff Friedman saying Mariota threw one to himself, double score. It was wild. I remember that.
That happened in real life.
Yeah.
Ashley Edwards, just so you know, I would pass with flying colors.
Let's see what she's asking here. Or he. Oh. Slightly Lawn saying it's hilarious that insurance commercials don't even sell safety of assurance, just humor. It's true.
Well, Allstate tried that bit for a while. You know,
yeah, get Allstate. But then they changed it to like that guy, that like Agent of Chaos, Bradley Cooper looking guy.
Yeah.
And I like those commercials so much more.
Mayhem.
But
I know the actor. He's like had some roles. I told you I've been watching SVU. He was in SVU season 1.
That's right. There you go.
All right, 49ers are going to have to punt it here. Going for the coffin corner shot and down at the
nailed
9.
it.
All right, he's Dennis Duffy, Beeper King in 30 Rock.
I love 30 Rock. I forgot about Dennis Duffy.
Mike Bauer says still nothing beats the tag team ice cream bit.
Oh, it's such a
French
good commercial.
vanilla, Rocky Road, chocolate peanut butter cookie dough. Scoop, there it
It
is.
is. Scoop, that is.
That's a great one.
No one has revitalized their career with a TV commercial more than 2 Live Crew.
Chocolate,
Tag team, sorry.
chocolate, scoop.
Scoop. Everyone of all ages loves that commercial.
True.
I don't think anything has unified us more as a nation.
You know what? You might not be wrong on that. 7-0 going into the half. We had a great first quarter and then kind of a dud of a second quarter. Only touchdown in this game coming from one Darren Waller. So we'll dive into the full stats here coming up in a second. But I don't know, Tom. You got any thoughts about what we just witnessed?
I kind of wish that we had more scoring, but, you know, it's sort of hit or miss here in Simland. I think that the Niners are going to end up winning this in the end. I think that they're going to pull through here in the second half. But
wow, like
we'll
the
have to see.
Niners.
I like the Niners from behind here.
All right, stats for you. Jimmy Garoppolo has 111 yards. Derek Carr has 106 with the passing touchdown. Still not very much to speak of from a rushing perspective. Mostert's up to 17 yards, but that's certainly not getting the job done at his salary. Jalen Richard with 7, Josh Jacobs with 7, Hunter Renfrow with 1. Nobody averaging even 3 yards per carry in this contest.
Yeah,
Waller
not a
leading
lot
all
happening
receivers with 4 catches. He's got 32 yards in the score. Kittle's got 3 for 38. Williams, 3 for 66. Kendrick Bourne, 3 for 24. Dante Pettis did get on the board in that quarter, 2 for 31. Debo's got 2 for 14. And then Jacobs and Mostert each with 1 catch. Mostert, he's in contention not just for the babysitter Billy of this game, but like the babysitter Billy of the week, maybe the month.
He's going to be the leading candidate for the not top 10 and then not get knocked off for weeks. He's like the butt fumble. This performance is the butt fumble of the not top 10. Do you remember that?
I remember that. I do remember that.
Oh, good times. Good times. We need more.
All right.
Come on, Raheem. Give us more.
Third quarter coming up here. Jordan says 2 Live Crew doing an insurance commercial would certainly be something.
Yeah, I completely the scoop. There it is. In my head, scoop rhymed with 2 Live Crew. That's why I kind of went there. Scoop 2. No, it's tag team, obviously.
I'm assuming you've seen the 30 for 30 about the U.
Yeah.
Such a classic one. Like, I feel like
good.
if you've seen a 30 for 30, you've seen that one. But yeah. I wanted to call him Terry Crews. I don't know what his actual name is.
Who, Uncle Luke?
Is that the leader of the Two Live crew?
Yeah.
Uncle Luke was taking care of business for the U.
Yeah. He was setting Michael Irvin up nice back in the day.
Hey, follow Two Live Drew on Twitter.
There you go.
That would be producer Drew.
That is a great Twitter name, by the way.
Drew, do you tweet? Let's check out Drew's Twitter.
I follow Two Live Drew.
I follow him too. There's like nothing on here, Drew.
Yeah, Drew, come on, step up your tweeting game.
You want me to promote your Twitter? You got to throw some tweets out there, dude.
Just throw out some hot takes. Or just any take. Doesn't even need to be hot.
You need to come up with the fire Olympic basketball takes. That's what I'm looking for. Speaking of, I did have another slate preview for tomorrow.
Okay.
It's up on DK Nation. I will say, Mojam, after that, it was kind of all downhill for us. But we live to fight again, you know?
This is why we play the game, LaMarca.
Stats are being updated now, guys, just so you know. We're making progress. Josh Jacobs has had zero room to run.
Nobody is running here. It's horrible. It's terrible. I kind of now rooting for Team USA to perform really poorly in the Olympics.
It's one of these situations where it's like a no-win for you at Team USA, you know?
Yeah.
If they win, it's like, okay, great, it was expected.
Yeah.
And if they don't, then it's a disappointment.
Yeah.
As we get another defensive pass interference. A lot of pass interference in this game so far. Kawan Williams there. That's going to be a 40-yard penalty. Raiders with a 1st and goal. But you know me, I kind of like underdogs, right? So I find myself rooting against Team USA. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. It feels
no,
very
dude, I openly would root against LeBron in the Olympics all the time. So I get it.
You're just such a hater of LeBron.
I'm a hater. Yeah. Like the Team USA team in 2016, I rooted for them because LeBron wasn't on that team.
I saw somebody make a suggestion as Jacobs is in for the score, getting on the board. Make it like they do World Cup soccer on the men's side. Make it like a U24 tournament. I'm not saying don't do that officially, but maybe do that for the U.S. men's national team.
Yeah.
So give young players a chance to build their brands, become more household names. And we wouldn't have to worry about, getting some lethargic performances. Although, for what it's worth, Drew Holiday was USA's best player today, or last night, whenever you want to say that game happened. And
for me, it just happened about an hour ago.
He literally had just got off a plane from playing in the finals. So
yeah.
But let's see. I'm gonna look up under 24 U.S. basketball players.
Jason Tatum is one,
and see what kind of team we could make.
I like this. Yep, Jaylen Brown, also young.
All right, so Luka is the number 1 under 24 player in the league. Obviously, he's not eligible.
Devin Booker is 24 years old. Are we allowing 24-year-olds? Is it 24 and under?
24 is good. 24 is good. So we got Zion, Jason Tatum, Devin Booker. Ben Simmons. Take that.
He's Australian, though. He's Australian.
Oh, yeah, good point. I always forget that.
Mm-hmm.
Donovan Mitchell. Bam.
Donovan
Jalen.
Mitchell's so young.
Trae Young. Brandon Ingram.
BI, yeah. It's a small team.
De'Aaron Fox.
A
Ja.
lot of guards.
Melo.
Jamal Murray's Canadian.
This team would be fun as hell.
A lot of guards, though.
That's what you need in the international game.
Yeah, it is a smaller game, faster game, no doubt.
Right? Give me Zion and Bam at center. We're fine.
That would be a fun team.
Jalen at the 4. You know, Ben Simmons is not American.
That's right.
Brandon Ingram can play the 4.
Brandon Ingram is an underrated player.
Eamon says they would get killed in the post. I mean, they would. You know, my man Hamed Haddadi would be giving Zion buckets, but we'd dominate on the perimeter.
I mean, they'd shoot the lights out of the ball.
I would be more interested in watching that team and rooting for that team.
No doubt. That team would be very fun. I like the idea a lot.
Plus, I think it would incentivize the big name players to play because you probably are only going to get 1 year where you could play.
Someone throwing out Julius Randle. He's just out of the range, Julius Randle.
Another punt for the 49ers. They may want to switch to Trey Lance right now. I know he's not technically in this game yet, but...
Who's their backup in this? Is it Beathard or is it Mullins?
It's got to be Mullins. Everybody loved that guy for 1 week last year. Right, Jordan brings up you could get the Porter Jr. brothers, no relation, Michael and Kevin. S4G says De'Aaron Fox too underrated. I agree. He's really good.
So fast. I like it. It's a solid take. See, 2 Live Drew, that's the type of takes we need out of you on Twitter.
That's right. Just throw it out there. You could also go with the Kenny game and just say stuff that you don't even believe.
Skip Bayless method.
Well, Skip has perfected it.
It's a craft, man. It's beautiful.
Tate says the stats should be up to date. So we still might be a player or two behind, you know, but we are going to have these stats coming in hot and heavy for you guys.
Hot and fresh, baby.
Serving them up.
Stuffed crust. Speaking of which, I got some leftover eggplant parm in the fridge. Ooh, I cannot wait to crush that.
Eggplant might be the most underrated of the Italian delicacies. Love fried eggplant with some marinade.
Give me all of that. That homemade gravy.
Real Italians don't call it gravy.
Yeah, I'm not Italian.
That's
actually
like,
I am technically slightly Italian, but we don't acknowledge that part of the family.
I mean, technically, I am also not really Italian. I have an Italian last name. That's about it. Because my grandfather's father was an Italian immigrant, but
we're so Irish that it just overwhelms every other part of our.
And that's why you occasionally break out the "Oh, Danny boy."
The pipes are calling. It's in my blood. That's why I always secretly pull for James O'Shaughnessy whenever I have the Jaguars.
Fidelis says, at Matt LaMarca, this is a Super Bowl preview, right?
Wow.
I would say doubtful.
A former Bay Area rivalry meeting in the Super Bowl.
Tampa John says you guys need 23andMe. I've already given my thoughts on these companies. You're never getting my DNA voluntarily.
Yeah, who the heck knows what they're going to do with that? I mean, three of my four grandparents are off the boat from Ireland. So, like, do I really need 23andMe?
Fourth and inches. I will say that I am supposedly like a distant relative of former U.S. President Franklin Pierce.
Wow, look at that. I am
one of the worst presidents in U.S. history, by the way.
Hey, it still counts. I am a distant relative of Charles Carroll, the last person to die who signed the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, that's cool. See, that's a cool little. That's much cooler than.
No, your guy was a president.
Yeah, but like a crappy one. There's been 45 of those guys now. Or 46? Are we up to 46? Biden 46? Yeah, I think he's 46.
Yeah. Sure is.
Executive session says they're going to use Matt's DNA to create a Matt mini-me.
That would be awesome. Oh, Mostert.
Oh, there's Mostert. He says, you want to put me on your bust of the week list?
Get out of here. I ain't no butt fumble.
I will call him
Mini Matt. That's big time right there. Mostert heard me pumping up the Niners at halftime. He's trying to live up to the standard I've set for his squad. Watch me whip. Watch me nay-nay.
Okay. Jeffrey Orris says Frank Reich is his second cousin. That's cool.
Oh, have I told you about my connection to LaDainian Tomlinson before?
I would love to hear this.
So my grandma's best friend's daughter's husband is first cousins with LaDainian Tomlinson.
Grandma's best friend's daughter's cousin.
Husband.
Oh, husband.
Is first cousins with LaDainian Tomlinson.
All right, so that's like a 6 degrees of separation. I'm pretty sure I could find 6 degrees.
Pretty cool though, right?
You ever actually play that game?
The Kevin Bacon game?
It's a fun game.
Yeah.
I like to play a variant on it, though. It's best with 3 people.
Mm-hmm.
You say an actor.
Sure.
The next person replies with a movie that actor was in.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third person replies with a different actor who was in that same movie. And then you keep going around and around and around and around and around. No repeats allowed.
That's a fun road trip game.
Good road trip game.
Yeah. Kills a lot of time. LaDainian's cousin that I have the degree of separation from, his name's Primus. Used to come to the Christmas party for a few years when they were living up in New England. We used to beg him for autographs for LaDainian. Never came through for us.
I had an LT jersey.
Come on. If you had jerseys, that was a jersey that you had to have.
I mean, I didn't have a lot.
The light blue?
Jerseys when I were growing up, of course. Come on. I'm on the record of saying that the powder blues are the best in the game.
So clean.
I had my first jersey ever was Wayne Corbett.
Awesome.
Still my favorite Jet of all time.
Hell yeah. No gloves needed.
Then I had Tomlinson. I had Michael Vick. And I had Ray Lewis.
Wow. That's such a great grouping. That's such a time capsule. Like, you know exactly what era you grew up in with those are your uniforms. That's amazing. My first uniform that I owned, my first jersey, was Drew Bledsoe. You have no choice. If you were a child of the 90s in New England, you had a Drew Bledsoe jersey.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's fair. It's not fun though. It would be like if I had a Testaverde.
Bledsoe, Nomar, and Pierce were my first 3 jerseys.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty standard.
It tracks.
All right, Derek Carr is up to $179 with a touchdown. James Garoppolo, 111 yards, no scores. He is killing my team in our little SimFam contest. Mostert completely changed the narrative with that one long play. He's now up to 102 rushing yards with a score. Josh Jacobs also has a score on the ground, but not much production from a yardage perspective outside of Mostert. Receiving wise, Waller has the touchdown. He's got 7 catches. He's got 75 yards. Nobody else has more than 3. George Kittle's got 3 for 38. Tyrell Williams 3 for 66. Kendrick Bourne 3 for 24. Ruggs, Pettis, Samuel all have 2. The running backs also have some involvement in the passing game. Hey, and even Jason Witten caught a ball.
Hey,
that's fun.
There he is.
So you went on the record and said you were taking the 49ers to win the game at halftime.
I still believe it.
You're still believing it. Okay.
I'm still gonna hold strong. I'm gonna back the Niners here. I think Carr's gonna throw a pick this quarter.
Jordan Lindenbaum says his first jersey was also a Winker bet.
Nice.
He thinks all Jets fans did. He was just such an easy guy to root for.
Yeah.
He was my Julian Edelman. You know?
Hofstra, correct?
Hofstra.
I mean, come on. Hofstra, dude, goes to the Jets. Jordan Warren had Aikman, Seau, Rod Woodson, and McNair as his first jerseys.
Those are pretty cool jerseys.
Yeah, I like that. Was it a McNair Oilers jersey or Titans?
It's got to be the light blue Oilers.
Those are so fresh.
Yeah.
I had a buddy that had the throwback Oilers Chris Johnson jersey when we were in high school. I was always jealous.
There's a big completion up the seam. Tyrell Williams, he's got an outside chance at the bonus.
You said it, and he won't hit it now. It's your fault.
I don't believe in that. Although I will say, earlier today, I was invested in the Yankees beating the Red Sox. Let's put it like
that didn't happen.
And I told my buddy that I was going to take a nap. He's like, "What? You're going to take a nap?" Domingo Germán's got a no-hitter going. I was like, me watching has zero impact on what's going to happen. And I woke up.
Your fault.
Yeah, it might be my fault.
Slightly Lon said his first jersey was a FUBU jersey. Respect.
Boo-foo.
I had a friend growing up that first day of school, he always had a new FUBU jersey every year for like 8 straight years.
Yeah.
New FUBU jersey, new Air Forces.
FUBU just always makes me think of Boo-foo from all-time movie How High. Is that Tyrell right there doing? Nope, 15. Nelson Aguilar.
New Patriot edition Nelson Aguilar. I would like him if we had a better quarterback situation.
So Jay Baswick says LT, the original LT, the real LT, if you ask people of a certain age. Walter Payton and Darryl Strawberry were his first names.
Good grouping. A lot of people have Walter Payton jerseys.
A Darryl jersey is pretty tight.
Yeah.
I would probably be feeling that.
I know lots of Mets fans that still have Darryl Strawberry jerseys. My roommate from college would rock a Strawberry jersey at the parties.
Matt McDonald says, man, do they have just chimps working for DK? And yes, we do employ chimpanzees. We're a very progressive company.
What was that old commercial? Was it monster.com? Where it was just
So
all
easy.
the...
Oh, no, that's Geico, so we'd be a caveman to do it.
It was an old Super Bowl commercial. And it was just an office getting destroyed by chimps and ties and stuff. That's good stuff back in the day. I wish I remembered the company. I think it was monster.com.
Sounds about right.
Super Bowl commercials aren't what they used to be. I'm sorry. I'm going to be that guy. Cake Murray saying he had a McNabb, Mello, and Jordan jersey. Did you have a Jordan Wizards jersey? I know a lot of kids that had that. Waller!
Darren Waller having a day.
He may have just hit the B word.
Second touchdown. Wait, it still says 3rd and 16, but I think that's going to be updated. Yeah. Second touchdown of the day for Darren Waller.
Wide open.
Just absolutely with no one in the same area code as him.
Yeah. Niners defense doing me dirty here. Derek Carr looking like a beast. Oh, it was careerbuilder.com. That's what it was. I knew it was like a job website. All-time great commercial.
Freeze Pops, your prediction not looking great.
No, not good. Not good. Cake Murray saying, no, I didn't. Okay, nice. So it was a Bulls jersey. That makes it cooler. I wanted a Jordan Wizards jersey when I was in like 6th grade. And I'm glad my parents didn't get that for me.
Matthew McDonald, you could not be more wrong. That's all I'm going to say. I don't know what's going on with your location settings. You should contact customer service. This is clearly not the correct channel for that, but I have invested plenty into DraftKings.
I own stock.
Actually, so do I.
Stockholder, DKNG.
There's Mostert with a catch.
Mostert putting himself in the wooden nickel conversation, folks.
It's going to be hard to knock Waller out of that spot, but he's trying.
In the convo.
Jordan, it's talked into the sneaker game now. He says that Air Jordans, Air Force Ones, easily his most owned 2 types of sneakers.
Very nice, very nice. I'm not really much of a sneakerhead, but I respect the hobby.
I'm not a sneakerhead either, but when I was younger, I only played basketball in Jordans. Nice. I don't know why. I needed Jordans for hooping.
I actually just bought a pair of Zion Jordans for whenever I start playing basketball at the new court at my new place that I'm moving into. Pretty pumped about it. Keeping them in the box until I get there, though. Sort of like a trophy for moving. First time I've played in Jordans will be then.
So we got some breaking news here on the baseball front. Baseball! The Pirates have agreed to trade Adam Frazier to the Padres.
What's your instant analysis?
Adam Frazier's like a solid player. I don't know if the Padres necessarily need him. If I remember correctly, Frazier's like a second baseman, and they already have Cronenworth and Tatis, obviously, and Machado manning sort of the infield spots. So I'm not sure what their plan is for Frazier, but he can play in the outfield, I suppose, and he has had a great season. He's got a 132 WRC plus this year.
Yeah, he can hit, man.
327 batting average, 392 on base. All right, I take it back. That's a good get for them.
Yeah, all-star this year. He's good. Pod's making a move.
Slightly Lon says he played basketball in Shaq's every game and got his ankles broken.
Dude, I played a season of basketball in Yao's. Reebok made Yows. They were so ugly. But my mom used to just bring me to like Payless or whatever it was in our hometown and get us whatever basketball shoe was on sale was my shoe that season.
They're also, what were it was like Marbury, right? He had like the $15
Starberries.
shoes.
Yeah.
Or $20 shoes.
Yep. I wanted the Starberries. There wasn't the store that made those. They were sold at like a specific store though.
I think
and they
it's
weren't.
Mitchell and Ness.
Was it Mitchell and Ness? Okay, yeah,
I
they
think
didn't.
so.
There was none near me, and this was before like the advent of online shopping. But I wanted Starberries bad.
That looked like a good catch there, and it will hold up as we had Debo dragging the toes.
There was one year where my brother and I were both obsessed with, we wanted Air Force Ones. We didn't have any Air Forces. Mostert with the snag. And so before, first day of school, you want to go in with that fresh shoe. My brother got some nice Air Forces. The Air Forces that I had picked out were Rasheed Wallace edition Air Forces.
I'm corrected. It's not Mitchell and Ness. It's Steve and Barry's.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay. Yep. Steve and Barry's.
You can see how I made that mistake.
Yeah, it's a blank and a blank. Mostert with the score.
Now Mostert is in the driver's seat for
That's right, baby.
For the wooden nickel for some roast beef ice cream. Fun fact, first job I ever had was selling shoes.
Nice.
At Modell's.
Modell's.
Gotta go to Modell's.
Great radio jingle.
Gotta go to Moe's.
Gotta go to Moe's. There was a Moe's. Do you know the Mexican restaurant Moe's? It's like a chain burrito place. Of course. Yeah. Anytime I would drive by Moe's, I would always sing the Modell's jingle. Gotta go to Moe's.
My most memorable moment there was we had certain things that we kept in the cage in the back. The Jordans, for example. Mm-hmm. And one of the things was like legit baseball cleats with the metal spikes. Mm. And this guy was like, yeah, I'm going to take a pair of these. And the policy was I had to walk them up to the register. And the guy was like, what, do you think I'm going to steal these? I got more money in my pocket than you make in a week. And I was like, dude, you think I want to do this? I'm 16. This is a job. Chill out.
It's like the TikToks. Have you seen the TikTok that the comedian does? I think it's a TikTok where he's an IKEA worker. Those were so good. So good.
Those were amazing.
It's like, can I speak to a manager? He's like, no, you can't. And while you're at it, you should get out of here.
Right. I'm gonna tell my friends not to come here anymore.
They're good.
What do you think? I own this? You think I own IKEA?
Oh, what a move! Yeah, it's like, hey, so this sale expired a month ago. Can I still get it? No, you can't. You think we can just rewrite the rules?
Is the best part.
It's so good. It's so good. He's hilarious. Must be saying Charles Barkley had some tight shoes. I did not know that Barkley had a signature shoe.
You think I work here? You think I own IKEA?
Yeah, it's so good. It's like, oh, your vacation got denied. Oh, did it? I'm just going to call out sick. Someone in the chat saying they worked at a Steve and Barry's and that they actually met Steve and Barry when they opened up their first store in New York. Huh. Does that store exist anymore? I don't think it does.
Definitely not. Then again, it's not like I've been to them. There used to be one in the mall by my house, and I haven't been in there in, 15 years, easy.
The mall? Just 15 years you haven't been in the mall?
Not that mall.
All right, let's see what the Barclays look like. Oh, those are fresh, yeah. I'm going Mostert for the wooden nickel. I'm just going to do it now. Giving it to him. He's got a bunch of them.
Obi-Wan says, hey, Tommy, look at who's in first.
I took a look. It is Brooklyn Bees is in first place the last time I checked.
And he still is.
I am in 23rd. So maybe that's Obi-Wan's username on DraftKings. Typically when people drop that comment in, they...
Maybe he just really wants an update.
Who knows?
I'm tied for 7th.
There you go.
Tied for 7th.
It's a good showing out of you.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Hey, Niners still have a shot here. No timeouts, but minute 40 to go. They got Raheem the Stream. That's a first down there. Tick, tick, tick. They can do this thing.
Tick, tick.
Slightly Lon saying Waller is the wooden nickel, Tommy. No, not if I say so.
Tommy is in the driver's seat. He does get to make that decision today.
Yeah. It's my wooden nickel. Get rid of it, Jimmy. No! Jimmy, what are you doing? Bad sack. You gotta get rid of the ball before you prance into the end zone like that and give up a safety.
I'm working on my lineup for tonight's Olympic contest. Obviously, you have to play Luka Doncic. Ever heard of him?
I think so, yeah.
He's pretty much a must-play. And I really want to get Rui Hachimura and Luis Scola in there, but it's like not possible to play all three of those guys.
I used to play Hashimura in DFS all the time. Very good value play for daily fantasy.
Well, he's 9,700 today, so he's not really a value.
In NBA DFS, he is.
That's because he's doing work for Japan. He's actually slightly less expensive than his teammate Yuta Watanabe.
Your pronunciations are on point, dude.
I mean, with the NBA, I hear these names all the time.
Yeah, but still, it's hard. It's hard just to like conversationally get those pronunciations right. I'm gonna give you props for that, dude.
All right, well, thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll take them.
People were giving me crap earlier because I call Evan Fournier.
Yeah, the R is like a A.
Fournier. I can't help where I'm from. We don't say things correctly in New England.
Coming from where I'm from. You remember that song?
No. Who was it by? B2K?
I have no idea. Anthony Hamilton. Coming from where I'm from. That might be like a me song only. That might not have been a hit. All right, 23-14. That's the final. James Garoppolo. That's why you're losing your job, according to producer Drew. Slightly Lon says, thanks for the show, Lamarca and Tommy. Well, we'll be back in roughly 50 minutes. So player of the game was Mostert.
I mean, Waller should be the guy, but just going to pull a power move here and give it to Mostert.
All right. Who is your babysitter Billy?
You know what? Hard not to look at the running backs here. Jacobs and Rashard having bad games. I'd like to see the receiving numbers.
Jacobs did score, though.
Yeah, he did get in the end zone. I'd like to see the receiving numbers. Pettis feels like a good person for that spot.
Can I make a suggestion of George Kittle?
Yeah, and I was going to say Kittle, 3 catches, 38. I mean,
at
brutal
66%
game.
ownership.
It might be Kittle. My
George
thing is,
Kittle, put it in the book.
I'm going to give it to Kittle. The reason why he didn't jump out to me immediately is he doesn't really dominate these sims that much, so I don't think of him. But the ownership is high enough where we'll go Kittle here. But Pettis with 2 grabs, not good either.
All right, that's it for us. We'll be back at 8 for Cowboys at Colts in the interim. Make sure to check out my man Ross Tucker. See what he's got to say. We'll be back.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It's a Finish Strong Friday presented by DraftKings. Love me some DraftKings. Love me some Greg Cosell. Greg Cosell finally opening up the back door, so to speak, and pulling back the curtain and letting all of you, yes, including you, know exactly how he goes about his film watching. Cannot wait to talk to Professor Cosell momentarily. However, this is very important. This is the last show of the week. You can check out the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, College Draft. We had Jeremy Chin and Kyle Juszczyk on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. But this is a Finish Strong Friday, and this is a Winners Friday.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
So do I, Mike Singletary. I want people like Evan Lasik. Evan gave us a like on Instagram. Thank you, Evan. Hit me up, Ross at rosstucker.com. Let me know what you want, man. I got what you need, bro. I got a signed picture, a signed press pass, a signed card. All you got to do is email me, Ross at rosstucker.com. Let me know what you want. I got it. The sponsor confirmation email winner, David King. He took advantage of the Manscaped offer way back in the day. Yeah, I keep track. I have a whole folder of sponsor confirmation email contestants like David King. Boom. Speaking of contestants, we will have new best ball contestants for the Fantasy Feast. DraftKings best ball starting next week. So start to get your entries in now. And then we've got the YouTube shout out, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. That shout out goes to Kirk Smith. Kirk, thank you for number 1, subscribing. And number 2, going ahead and commenting over at youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. The patron shout out, patreon.com/RT Media. Jason Pierce. Love Jason Pierce. Love our patrons and love Greg Cosell. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
All right, Greg, I've been looking forward to this one. So over the last 8 weeks, we got your preview, thoughts, breakdown, whatever you want to call it, of every single division in the NFL. Highly encourage everybody to check those out. They're always available on whatever podcast platform you use. You can also always check them out visually over at youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. But it occurred to me, Greg, and we should probably do this every year. We don't really talk about your process. Like, the listeners love you. We get tremendous feedback, you know, whether it's the YouTube comments or emails, or even when I meet people at the Jersey Shore. I love Greg Cosell days. I love whatever, right? It's awesome. They love listening to you, the professor of professional football, but we don't really talk about your process. So in my mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's sort of two different things. There's breaking down a player, such as a college player
Right.
or a quarterback or whatever it is. And then there's breaking down teams, schemes, and really what you do on the NFL matchup show, which is looking at one team and schemes, another team and schemes, and then thinking about how those may work together, come together for a game. So I was kind of hoping you could, peel back the curtain a little bit today and give our listeners and viewers a little snippet of sort of what your process is when you are going to go ahead and evaluate one way or the other. So we can start with the college players and get that out of the way, because that's, not something we're doing as much this time of year, or at least I'm not talking to you as much about it this time of year. You probably are doing it. It's probably a good time for you to get ahead on some of these guys. But a given college player, Greg, okay? Let's just say Sam Howell. Maybe he's the best quarterback in college, whatever. He's the North Carolina quarterback. I've seen him ranked high on people's lists, maybe a first rounder, whatever. He's a guy you have to watch. Where do you start, Greg? Like, how many games do you watch? How do you decide which games to watch? As soon as you get a guy's name, maybe even start with where do you go to get the names?
Well, let me start this way, Ross, because you kind of threw out a lot of things there. And there's a lot I could get into here. So let's be very general first. As I've evolved in my career, when I watch the NFL, I am much more conscious of watching now schemes, tactics, as opposed to individual players. Now, individual players will often lead to why a team plays a particular scheme. So you have to be cognizant of that. I'll give you an example. Watching the Rams defense a year ago, which was coordinated by Brandon Staley, now the head coach of the Chargers. They played a lot of zone coverage, but within their zone concepts, they often had Ramsey lock man-to-man on an outside receiver, particularly if he was aligned to the boundary side of the field. So that's a case where I'm looking at scheme, but I understand the importance of a particular player and how that particular player impacts a scheme. When it comes to offense, let's say, I'm very much more interested now in looking at route concepts and how teams get to specific route concepts, because there's not 1,000 route concepts. So it's how you get to what you want to get to. And that's use of personnel, that's use of formation, that's use of shifts, use of motions. These are all things I look at when I watch tape. And this is more true of the NFL. So while I'm very aware of players, I'm not breaking down a skill set of Dallas Goedert, let's say, just throwing that out. I'm not necessarily doing that. I'm looking more at schemes and tactics and approach. When it comes to college players, that's different. College players, I'm more studying the individual. Now, you have to have some awareness of what they're being asked to do as you watch the tape, but I'm looking more for traits, attributes, characteristics of college players, because what's the purpose of watching college tape, Ross? The purpose of watching college tape is to transition and project players to the NFL, not to say, wow, he's a good college player. There are a lot of really good college players, as you know, who don't make it in the NFL for any number of reasons. So with college players, I'm much more focused on traits, attributes, characteristics, and how I believe they can transition to the league. Now, because I don't work for a team and I'm not necessarily putting them into a specific team's system, I have to think of it more globally. I have to think of it more macro from 30,000 feet. So I have to look at a player and say, hey, I think this linebacker, he's a really nice player, but I think that he's not a player whose traits would make him play in a nickel defense, in a sub defense, and therefore he might not have the same value as another linebacker who's really athletic and can ultimately be on the field in your sub packages. And then you have to decide who has more value in today's NFL. And clearly the player who can play in sub would have more value because teams play a far higher percentage of their defensive snaps in a sub defense, be it nickel or dime.
Love it. And as usual, Greg, you just led me about 5 more questions.
Yeah, I know. This we could talk about Ross for 3 hours.
No, this could be, I'm just realizing now, yes, this could be like a 10-segment series.
Right.
That's not going to happen today. So we'll just get to the important ones, and maybe this is what we'll do next offseason. Who knows? From a college player standpoint, though, since we're on that, and that's what I asked you about first.
Right.
What is how do you get your names, and then how do you decide which games to watch of the kid?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, normally at this time of year, there's the Todd McShays, the Mel Kipers, the Daniel Jeremiahs, the guys who do this all year round. Obviously, I can't do college all year round because of the NFL matchup show and my dedicated focus to the NFL from basically mid-August through the end of the Super Bowl. So I basically, people I respect who've done this a long time, they put out lists. Now, often those things change, but you have to have a starting point. And that's how I kind of start. So if I see a list by Mel Kiper or Todd McShay or Daniel Jeremiah, and you know, they list, here are the top 5 guys at defensive end. You know, here are the top 5 corners. That's how I start. Then when it comes to games, defensive players, you have to watch games, Ross, because you see so much more. You can't just look at a linebacker's tackles. You have to see how he plays in a game, because very often, and this is particularly true of defensive linemen, and you well know this, defensive linemen very often don't put up big numbers when it comes to tackles. You know, obviously edge rushers can get sacks, but there have been times where I've watched defensive linemen and he might have 1 tackle in a game, and then I watch all 70 snaps of the game and he was dominant. So you have to watch games when you watch defensive players, and that takes time. That's particularly true of corners and safeties, because you could look at corners and you'll see the stats and it'll say they might have 7 pass defense plays the whole year. So you can't just watch those 7 plays. You have to watch games. You have to see how are they being asked to play? Do they play press man? What's their press man technique? Do they play mirror match press man, meaning they allow the receiver to declare his route and then get in his hip pocket? Do they play physical press man where they jam him off the ball? How do they play off coverage? What is their pedal like? What is their transition like? How do they change direction? How do they play in zone? How do they use their eyes? These are things that require you to watch full games, because you can see all this when the ball's not thrown to a receiver on their side. So that's why you have to go through full games for defensive players.
How many games do you typically watch, Greg?
Probably too many, Ross. I'm a little nuts. You know, quarterbacks, I like to watch a lot of games. Quarterbacks, you know, and I've watched 9 quarterbacks already this offseason who will be in next year's draft. I usually watch 6 or 7 games for quarterbacks just because I feel like I have to. And normally I pick out games based on opponent, best opponents that they play. I'll watch their best games and I'll watch their worst games. So it's a combination of opponent, best game, worst game. And I try to get through with quarterbacks 6 or 7 games.
Awesome. All right. Now, so here's the thing that's interesting. If I'm evaluating an offensive lineman, college offensive lineman, I will really only watch the end zone copy. So just for the listeners, they may not be aware of this. There's really only 2 copies on the coaching tape. There's the wide view, and then there's the end zone view. The wide view is sort of the all 22 where you can see all 22 guys. Then there's the end zone or the tight copy. If I'm watching an offensive lineman, the wide view provides very little value and is really just a waste of time. And even Greg, and I could do this on an episode here, when I'm prepping for college games, I don't watch a whole lot of wide view because I can see most of what I want to see from the end zone, from the tight copy. And what really matters to me is I need to see their numbers. I need to be able to see their numbers. Yeah. So I might actually do 2 or 3 games, but only watch 2 quarters of each of those games because I want to watch when the jersey numbers, when I'm behind the team I'm
Exactly.
game
Right,
I'm going to call,
right.
so I can see those jersey numbers and really start to know those kids well.
Yeah. Now here's and I do not fancy myself, Ross, as an offensive line guru by any stretch. So you would be way better. And I've spoken to offensive line coaches. Do I have a sense? Yes, I do. I've been doing it a long time. But I will in no way say I'm an expert on hand placement or how you have to coordinate your hands and your feet or how specific techniques are taught. I've been told I'm better at it than I think, but I'm not real comfortable oftentimes, with the details and nuance. But let me answer it this way. I do like to watch the wide copy, even now. That's not good for technique, but I'll tell you why I like that. I like that because I like to see what the defense is doing from a pressure standpoint, which you see better from a wide copy, particularly since more and more defenses involve secondary players in the pass rush. And then I try to figure out what the protection is, because one of the toughest things for me is protection. Now there are base protections; those are, if it's a 4-man rush, or even a 5-man rush, I can pretty much figure out the protection, just like I know you can. But if you start getting in, and particularly this is true in the NFL, when we do the NFL matchup show, and you start getting into overload fronts, safeties blitzing coming from distance, the protections sometimes are a little challenging to figure out. So I like to get a wider sense too of what a particular defensive look overall, how that might impact pass protection. But if you're just looking for individual traits of an offensive lineman, you definitely want the end zone copy. The end zone copy tells you that.
So the last question on that would be, how many times do you think you watch each play? Like, let's say you're watching a quarterback, because that's the other thing people don't realize.
Yeah.
Like, when they're watching a game, they just watch the game and then the next play happens. When you're actually evaluating or studying, you watch the same play over and over again sometimes.
Yeah.
Or you stop mid-play and go back.
Yes, it depends on the play. I mean, if I'm evaluating a quarterback and he throws a tunnel screen, I'm not going to watch that play 8 times because that doesn't tell me a whole lot. But if I'm watching a quarterback and it's 3rd and 9 and he has more of a drop back and there's some bodies around him, and then I go through that play in detail because I want to see what the route concept is. I want to see, was there a throw that he should have made it within the timing of the structure of the play. There's so many factors. I want to see what the coverage is, how he's responding to the coverage. So depending on the play, there's no play I really watch once where I just zip through. But depending on the play, I could watch it twice or I could watch it 8 or 9 times because there's so many elements to a given play. That's an issue we've always faced doing the matchup show, Ross, is when we do pieces for the matchup show, ultimately we can only show 2, at most 3 elements of a given play, but the play could have 10 or 12 different elements, but we can't show all 12. It's too much. It's too much to break down. But I could go through a play 10, 12 times, depending on the specific nature of the play.
That is the single hardest thing and most important thing I've learned as a game analyst. You really can only pick one.
Yeah. Well, for you, it's different because you only have between a play, even if it's a really important play in the game, you don't have, 2.5 minutes to talk about it. You've got 20 seconds at most. So you cannot, even if you see 5 things, you have to pick out the one thing that you feel was most important to that play.
Correct. And I used to try to squeeze 2 or 3 in, and it's not good.
I had to learn that lesson too when I started doing the matchup show on air 5 years ago. You do a podcast or a radio show, it's a little different. You can go into a little more detail. But when I'm on the matchup show and, I have a 20-second lead into a film piece, I can't make 5 points.
So here's the net, I guess, Greg, getting back to the first thing you said in the start of this interview about in the NFL, you're more conscious of schemes, tactics, as opposed to individual players. You've been doing this for 42 years now, okay? Do you feel like after all your experience and all these years, do you feel like coaching is more or less important than you're used to. In other words, the scheme, putting guys in the right places, is it more important or is it more about the personnel?
I think I was just really fortunate to be at this unbelievable coaching collective where there were a ton of NFL coaches that I really got to talk to a lot. And of course, coaches always say, oh, it's the players. I've always been a big believer in coaching. That may well go back to when I was able to spend some time with Bill Walsh. And for people who read what I wrote when I did a fill-in column for Peter King, he was one of the guys that I really spent a lot of time with. I'm a big believer in coaching. I think coaching is absolutely critical. I think that there's always tweaks to schemes, to tactics. This is what coaches do. They try to do more and more. The question becomes, how much can your players handle? Because obviously, let's say if you're talking defense, if one guy makes a mistake, you could give up a 60-yard touchdown. So obviously, it's not what the coaches know and can coach, it's what the players can execute. But I'm a big believer in coaching. And the more I do this, Ross, it's really interesting. And this is what I learned being at this coaching collective with some big-time coaches who were there. The more I know, the less I have to read. And every time I go in the bookstore, I'm just more aggravated because there's 1,000 books I know I'll never read. That's the way I feel with all this stuff. I know more and more and more each year just because I study and study and study and try to talk to as many coaches as possible. And all that tells me is how much I don't know.
You know what? I think anybody that gets into the coaching profession or anybody that even is in my role as a game analyst, you realize how much you don't know.
It drives me nuts. I sit here and watch tape in my office, Ross, at NFL Films, and all I'm doing when I'm watching is saying, if there was a coach sitting here with me, he'd point out 10 things that I'm not seeing, and I'd be totally aggravated.
Yeah, well, and even just like you'd be amazed. Well, you know this, but I think the listeners would be amazed if they watched the offense with the entire offensive coaching staff. The level, the intricacy of detail that every position coach could describe, it's everything each like the fullback, the tailback, the tight end, the footwork. I mean, it's like you could watch one play for 3 hours
without question.
Have every coach go over what every guy is doing. Wow, Greg, I had a bunch more questions. This is
well,
cool.
You know what? We'll do another one like this at some point, Ross.
Yeah, maybe we'll do it next week. I don't know. This was fantastic. Thank you so much. Always check out Greg, of course, on social media at Greg Cosell, the NFL film superstar. Great work as always, Greg. Thank you.
Thanks, Ross.
Incredible breakdown by Greg Cosell, as always. Loved hearing about his process. Loved telling you guys about DraftKings and about Crocs. It's time to put on your favorite pair of Crocs. I have many. And channel your inner fortune teller, because your prediction might just make you $10,000 richer. Look, I got clogs, I got sandals, I got slides. Take your picks of styles that are straight fire and make your feet feel like $10,000. Speaking of, the Crocs Hoops Draft Prediction Challenge is coming. And dare we say free to play on DraftKings.com a week from today. Make all the right picks, and a slice of 10 G's could be yours. Just enter the game page on draft day and see just how well your pick predictions hold up to the real ones. Visit DraftKings.com/Crocs on Thursday, July 29th. I'll be telling you about this next week, because why would you not do this? You should do this. We hope your future is full of comfort and possibly full of money. Learn more at DraftKings.com/Crocs. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com for details.
Tux Takes.
Hi there, Ross. Let's start today with the 49ers, where star linebacker Fred Warner signed 5-year, $95 million deal.
$19 million a year, Bry, to play off the ball linebacker. Good for Fred. He's a stud. He deserves it. It's fascinating, and we talked about this with AJ Hawk, the disparity in terms of how different franchises value that position. Obviously, the 49ers put a great deal of value in what Fred Warner brings to the table. Happy for Fred. You guys know how I feel. I want every dude to get as much money as possible. And it sounds like Darius Leonard, the linebacker for the Colts, will be up next.
Tux Takes.
Meanwhile, Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers reportedly declined an extension from the team that would have made him the highest paid player in the NFL.
Yeah, not surprising. Packers trying to sort of give him a financial apology, if you will. If you saw my article this week, Brian, I know you did, hopefully the listeners did as well. I wrote my first story for DK Nation. It's up on Twitter, up on Facebook, at Ross Tucker NFL. Aaron Rodgers is playing for the Packers this year. Now, I get it. Maybe he didn't want this new contract because it once again gave the Packers the power to determine his future and to determine the timeline. As Andrew has said multiple times, Aaron Rodgers wants more control over his timeline. And listen, I get it. Aaron, I'm with you. I got it. So he turned it down. And by the way, he's already almost the highest paid player. What are there, like 3 guys more than him? Mahomes, Deshaun Watson, Dak Prescott. Who cares? What a stupid story that nobody cares about. That's not what it's about. It's about control of his timeline and his future. We have been telling you that for weeks on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Tux Takes.
Some sad news out of New York. Jets passing game coordinator Greg Knapp passed away at the age of 58 after a bike accident.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, Bri, because I've been talking about biking a lot this offseason. I've been biking a lot, and I've been using my Raycon earbuds, which you should all use because they're awesome. But this is really giving me some hesitation because I don't own a bike helmet yet. I need to buy one, and I have no idea what happened with Greg. It sounds like he got hit by a vehicle while he was riding his bike. I've spoken with Greg Knapp multiple times. By all accounts, an awesome guy. By my interactions with him, an awesome guy. 3 daughters. So this hits close to home on multiple levels. This hurts my heart on multiple levels. Prayers go out to Greg and his entire family. And look, I haven't paid that much attention, Brian, but I think Mark Eaton, Sean Bradley, I feel like there's been a lot of bicycle accidents recently, and I'm not exactly sure why. So everybody, whether you're the driver or riding a bike, please be safe.
Tux Takes.
And lastly, Chiefs signed defensive end Alex Okafor, 1-year deal. And both Geno Atkins and Kawan Short both reportedly healthy and ready to go.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who signs Atkins and Kawan Short. You know, both those guys, Brian, made a lot of money. So it's always interesting to see exactly how much they're willing to play for later on in their careers. Geno obviously has been around longer than Short, but they both made a lot of money. So I'm curious to see exactly how much they're willing to sign for. Okafor is a guy, played for the Saints, been around, gets the 1-year deal with the Chiefs. Speaking of 1-year deal, this isn't going to be a 1-year deal, but you should at least still be aware of it. That is this Casino Summer Legend Series with a shot at a share of $5 million in total prizes from my dudes over at DraftKings. Download the DraftKings Casino app. Casino. You might have the Sportsbook app. You might have the Fantasy app. Download the DraftKings Casino app now and use promo code Ross to get a shot at your share of $5 million in total prizes when entering DraftKings Casino Legends Series. That's promo code Ross to earn a shot at a share of $5 million in total prizes only on DraftKings Casino. Shout outs are in order, Bri. Always. Today, they are in order for Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. We had a really good week. Hopefully you guys have checked out the other shows. If you haven't, you should. They're terrific. I mean, Jeremy Chin and Kyle Juszczyk, what other show in the galaxy had two stud all-pro caliber players on their show this week, the week before training camp? Hint, none. What about the fact that we always have Greg Cosell? And I thought Drew Dinsick was great on Even Money. I thought Dave Richard was awesome on Fantasy Feast. Check them out. Subscribe, please. Already have an unbelievable guest lined up for Monday morning. Have a terrific weekend, everybody. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
and welcome back to the DraftKings Dream Stream. I'm Matt LaMarca, back with my main man, Tom Carroll. We've got Daniel, Drew, Eamon, and Tate behind the scenes, making everything happen. 8 o'clock game, Cowboys at Colts.
Let's do it.
Potential here, Tom.
I am going to make a lineup as we speak.
Okay, do it live.
Didn't make one yet. I don't know that I can technically tell you guys my whole lineup here for.
We got some time to kill.
Yeah.
So
I'm just gonna look around this lineup here. Okay, that guy looks good. We're gonna do this. We're gonna actually go here, captain. I got to get this in before it locks. Boom. We'll do that.
A little bit of this, a little bit of
a
that.
Bit of that. A little bit of this. We'll take a ride on the Blankenship. Get here. Okay, still got about $5,000 left. That's not good. That's not enough. It's okay though. Here. Okay, $7,000 left.
There. I mean, this is just riveting television.
There we go.
As Drew says. All right, the lineup for Tom is in. We'll get to that in a minute or so when lineups lock. Tom, do you watch any of the Olympics in between our break?
In the interim, hung out with Morgan for a few minutes, ate some leftover eggplant parm, and I got some gymnastics on in front of me.
Cool little gymnastics. See,
the GOAT, Simone Biles.
I know what happened in the gymnastics already, unless it's live. I
don't know. It's throwing me off, man. It's too far into the future. Who knows what's actually happening? Is this yesterday or today? Or is this tomorrow?
No one knows.
Could be any of them.
All right. It's now 8 o'clock. Why don't you tell me your lineup?
All right, here we go. Zeke, Blankenship, Cooper, Jarwin, Lamb, Prescott. Zeke is in the captain spot.
All right. My captain, I hit him with the Coopity Scoop.
Coopity
Whoop. Amari's my captain to go with Zeke, Dak, CD, Cowboys defense, Trey Burton. So I loaded up on Dallas.
Okay. Interesting. Dallas defense. Not typically one that you hear a lot here in Simland.
I just figured it was a good hedge since I wasn't playing very many Colts, you know?
Makes sense. I like it. I like these Colts unis. It's like the Johnny Unitas old school. Got the horseshoe on the back. Kind of sick.
I kind of really dislike both of these lineups, or both of these uniforms, I should say.
I don't like the Cowboys navies. Not a fan of those. But these Colts one are cool.
Yeah, the Cowboys ones are hideous.
Oh, they're so bad. The normal Cowboys unis are nice, you know, with that bright blue, silver pants.
Here's my take. Any team that's we can't mess with our uniforms. Our uniforms are, baked in tradition. Unless you're the Yankees, that's an excuse for having boring uniforms.
Ooh, okay, interesting. I think there's a few teams that fall under the category of being okay to never change. I don't think I'd be pissed if Penn State football ever changed their uniforms. I love just the plain as hell.
Literally the most boring uniforms in the world.
And it's fine because they're so plain and boring, and they've been like that for so long that if they change, it's no, you can't change. You're supposed to be the boring, plain uniforms. That's you. You're those guys.
Couldn't disagree more.
Of course.
Same
Notre Dame likes to switch it up, but they kind of stay in their wheelhouse with the gold helmets. I like that.
But they switch it up.
They do. They switch it up. I think they do it the right way. They add a little pizzazz here and there. Bring it back old school occasionally. Change up what the gold looks like.
All right, let's run through some ownerships here real quick. Zeke is about 75% owned in the big showdown. Dak, 57% owned. Koopa D Scoop, about 49. Trey Burton is 47.5. Naeem Hines, 46.5. CeeDee Lamb, 42. T.Y. Hilton, 42. Rivers, 37. And Michael Gallup, 34.5. That's sort of our top tier of ownership here.
Not a lot of surprises on that front. What's a uniform that you think is old that they should change, but they don't change because it's steeped in tradition outside of Penn State?
The Red Sox.
Well, they kind of shift here and there.
Yeah, and
they
every
make subtle
time they
changes
do it,
over the years.
Their fans hate it.
Yeah, it does suck.
The Browns, great call, Eamon. Just because
See,
your
I
team
think
is the Browns doesn't mean you just have to steer into it and wear brown on brown on brown
No,
everything.
man. No, I need more brown in those uniforms. I like the old school Browns. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm a sucker for the tradition. This is a thing about me in real life too. I hate change. Any change ever, I push back. Any aspect of life. New couch, new TV stand, new toothbrush, different type of ketchup. Like, no. I like things to stay the way they are.
I'm kind of the opposite.
I hate change.
I think new is always better.
I am the guy that will try and keep something going until I absolutely need to change it up.
So you're saying like a new TV doesn't excite you?
No, well, that was probably I left out TV. I said TV stand.
Oh, TV stand. Sorry.
Yeah. No, a new TV is sick. New tech, I'm cool with.
Okay.
But I guess maybe I'm a hypocrite in this sense, though. Like, I had a really old iPhone that I didn't want to get rid of for a long time because I was comfortable with that iPhone. It was a good size. I didn't trust the cloud. I didn't want to lose all of my my contacts. So like I went through a phase where I didn't get a new phone for like way too long. My battery life was horrible. I finally had to just do it because my phone wouldn't stay on.
There's Amari down to the 15 with a 21-yard grab. Kareem says the Nebraska N is just classic.
Yep, I agree.
Classically boring.
I don't like the Browns' new uniforms. I don't. The ones they just sent, those 75-year ones. I like the early 2000s Browns. I like the Tim Couch era Brown uniforms. That's what I want to see my Browns in.
The Tim Couch era Browns. And what an era it was.
Oh, legendary. Stick wielder saying, Freeze Pops, you got to change your toothbrush every few months. That's what I was told. It's true. I do so. And I'm always that first brush on the new toothbrush, brutal. Never a good time. Morgan actually used to work in the dentistry field, and she got her and I these nice electric toothbrushes.
Ooh.
We have a touchdown here for, I believe, CD. Okay. I was never an electric toothbrush guy. Always a manual. And it's a kind of a life-changing thing, man. You brush your teeth one way for almost 30 years, and then out of nowhere, you're sticking a piece of an electronic toothbrush in your mouth, and it's like, whoa, all right, gonna switch it up.
I've had both. I don't like my toothbrush beeping and telling me that it's time to like change to a new section of the mouth.
Yeah.
You know, I'm in control. I've been brushing my teeth my whole life. I don't need you to tell me what to do, toothbrush.
Yeah, mine it has a little red light that if it goes between red and blue. If it's red, you're brushing too hard, so you want to stay in the blue, and then it vibrates every minute because it wants you to go for a certain length of time. It's pretty wild. I think after like 6 months of using it, I'm finally used to it. For a few months, I didn't touch it, though. I just left it there. I was afraid of it.
There's Philly Rivers not looking a day over 37 right there.
Yeah, they did not do him any love in that animated Phillip Rivers there.
Wearing 17 in honor of the number of children that he has sired.
Great dad.
How do you know that?
I don't know. He never swears, though. That's admirable. Bad sack there. Come on, Phil.
I've told you my idea for the reality show of Phillip Rivers and Antonio Cromartie as retired dads.
Yes. I've heard this. I love it so much.
$1 million idea right there for the E Network.
So good.
Honestly, even just Phil Rivers' dad life, I would watch that.
Antonio Cromartie, has he stopped having children? You have to think at some point it ended, right? On that front.
Who knows?
Haven't checked in a while.
No. Yes, because he had a vasectomy, I want to say, and I think like his last 2 kids came after the vasectomy, which is just impressive.
Wow.
Jordan Lindenbaum says he's on board with my TV idea. Thanks, Jordan. You can always count on Jordan to give it to you straight. So I feel like I'm happy that I earned that stamp of approval.
Earlier, was it? Yeah, it was with you when we were talking about the jerseys. He revealed what his first few jerseys were, and it gave me a window into Lindenbaum. Seems like we're about the same age, Jordan, based on what your first jerseys were. You always had an older than me vibe. I feel now more kinship with you, knowing that we grew up in the same era. Not asking you your age. I'm just guessing it based on the jerseys you put out there. Feel like we could have been in high school together.
Me and you?
Me and Lindenbaum.
No. Jordan is at least my age, if not older.
You think so?
Guaranteed.
I'm
a
guessing,
lawyer, I'm pretty sure.
I'm guessing early 30s.
Okay, you're not in your 30s.
I'm 29.
So you're not in your 30s. It's an exclusive club, and you're not invited yet.
I'm not there yet.
Stand outside the club for a year, and maybe we'll let you in if you're lucky.
Back of the line. Back of the line.
Fifth time playing Fortnite says, Tom, you look 60.
Yeah, whatever. I have gray hair. I get it.
That was one of my biggest takeaways from that video that you sent me, where you were getting the thing popped out of your head.
Yeah, the gray hair.
I was like, damn, that's a lot of grays.
Yeah. Runs in the fam. My dad was fully gray by 35.
You know what, though? A gray hair gene is much better than like a losing your hair.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
The salt and
100%.
pepper is a distinguished look.
Yeah. I'm into it. It took me a sec to get used to, but I enjoy my silver fox. It's fine.
Silver fox. All right, end of the first quarter. It's 7-0 in favor of the Cowpoke. Dak had a very good first drive for 6 for 6, 58 yards with the touchdown. Rivers, though, 5 for 5 for 51. But it is 4th down, so it looks like the Colts will be attempting a field goal on the other side of the quarter break.
Perfect passing in the first quarter here, boys.
Gotta love proficiency.
Love to see it. 11 for 11 from the quarterbacks.
Zeke, 4 for 10. Not a good start for Zeke, but as we saw in the last game with Mostert, only takes one play. Marlon Mack with a 1 carry for 4 yards, so pretty uninspiring on the Colts rushing side as well. CeeDee Lamb has the touchdown catch. Blake Jarwin with 2 for 19. Naheem Hines, T.Y. Hilton, Trey Burton, Mo Alley Cox, Parrish Campbell, Amari Cooper, and Michael Gallup all have catches. So the quarterbacks are spreading the ball around to start this game out.
It's a lot of dudes to have a catch after the first quarter.
A lot of dudes. Litzau says, hey, Lamarca, Darvish choked. What are you going to do?
That's why they play the game, folks.
Let's see if the Blankenship can fire it up.
No.
Yoink! Off the upright. At least he had enough leg to get it there.
That's disappointing. You're indoors, bro. Nail that. Like, yeah, Frank Reich is not happy.
Well, good news for the Cowboys defense, as Dak Prescott will take over. Hand off to Zeke, and he's going to give you about 3 yards.
As a Blankenship owner, I do not like that. I do appreciate his goggles, though.
Second and 7 here for the Cowboys. Going to be another Zeke touch, and that's going nowhere. DeForest Buckner says, you will have nothing and like it.
Blowing it up.
Who can tell me what reference that is to?
It sounds like my entire childhood.
It's a movie quote.
Oliver Twist?
I'm going to have a cheeseburger and a hot dog and you will have nothing and like it.
Zeke with the nice grab there. I don't know. What movie is that?
I'm going to give the chat a chance.
Oh, okay. Let our friends of the DK Sim fam weigh in. Do you see that thing yesterday? Moose and I were talking about it. Deshaun Watson, I think it's Howard Eskin in Philadelphia, said that if Deshaun Watson is traded, he's 90% sure it'll be to the Eagles.
Interesting. Travis Castaneda got it. Caddyshack.
Oh, I haven't seen Caddyshack in ages.
That was my Judge Smales. Gambling is illegal at Bushwood, sir, and I never slice. Judge Smales, elite character.
Rodney Dangerfield in that movie, underrated.
Yes, I think he's properly rated. We all know Rodney Dangerfield is great. The older you get, the more you appreciate Judge Smales. 3rd and 14.
Age is like a fine wine. Oh, you got to catch that, bro. Here we go. Another kicker. Oh no, we're in punt range.
Ty back to return.
Sixers 12-12 said, "I know Howard Eskin. Met him a few times. Nice. Is he a reliable reporter? Does he know what he's talking about?" Sixers 12-12. Should we trust this guy?
I trust him.
K-Nut does not like movie talk.
What are you going to do? Can't please everybody.
It happens. It's one of the things I do like about the DK SimFam world, though, is like I don't know any of these people, but I know like that username doesn't like that specific thing. Like that's the world we live in, man.
Rivers is going to sling it and pass.
Oh, nice.
Thought he might break that. Pascal Siakam.
How would he be in the NFL?
Siakam?
Yeah. Corner fade guy? Would he be a D end?
Defensive end. Maybe a tight end. He's reportedly on the trade block. I don't think any NFL teams have inquired, though. Rossi's fat cat in the building. Rossi's fat cat got super excited yesterday. And me and Kaufman were talking about wicked tuna.
Obviously, one of Rossi's fat cat's favorite meals has got to be tuna.
The fat cat says Lamarva wants a liter of cola. I don't want a large farva. I want a liter of cola. One bacon cheeseburger. It's for a cop. Why'd you tell him it's for a cop? You gonna spit in it now? Don't spit in that cop's burger.
Colts are moving. Another catch for Pascal. If one more person says shenanigans.
Hey, Farva, what's that restaurant that you like? All the tchotchkes on the wall.
Shenanigans?
You mean Shenanigans, right? That's a legendary movie.
Waiting, which took place at a Shenanigans. Did you see that one?
Sure. Everybody's seen Waiting. I might think that movie's a bit overrated.
I liked it at the time. I saw it at the right age, I think.
Don't get me wrong, it's funny, but I don't like. It's not like a movie that I rewatch.
Oh, it's not as good as Super Troopers. Or Beer Fest.
You mean Beer League? Slow pitch softball. Shenanigans comedy starring Artie Lang.
Oh, Artie Lang makes me sad.
Yeah, it is a sad story, but that was his magnum opus.
He's just a funny dude, man.
Sixers 12-12 says Waiting is relatable. Man, I hope that's not true. I don't want to be known. If that really goes on at restaurants, I do not.
I don't think it does. I don't know. I choose to believe that it doesn't.
I mean, I'm sure that like people make fun of customers. Eamon says it's only slightly exaggerated. Well, that's just fantastic.
Thanks, Eamon.
John, don't call me Joe Horn, says Llama and Pops, the big boys.
That's right.
That's right. We got a solid offensive line for the production crew today. Daniel, Drew, Eamon, and Tate behind the scenes. They don't have to worry about any pass rushers getting through.
I think LaMarco would make a mean center, calling out the defense.
I'm more of a right tackle.
Okay.
Just
I played
large.
right guard. So we'd get the right side of the line taken care of.
It's going to take you a while to run around me. We all know the importance of left tackles thanks to our friend Kenny Ducey. So I can't hold that spot down.
Ducey's big on the LTs.
Oh, you haven't heard this?
I have not made abreast of this.
His take is that having a good left tackle is more important than having a good quarterback to a winning football team.
So why were the Browns awful for the entirety of Joe Thomas's career?
My exact point.
That's actually a pretty dumb take, Ducey.
Jake Williams says, LaMarca, you'd be a center or a guard. See, I don't have the athleticism to be getting out to the second level and picking off linebackers. You got to keep me at tackle where my mobility is not going to play down as much.
Take care of your ground.
Just hold off the power rushers. That's my
Get
job.
in.
Trey Burton?
Yeah, I don't have Trey Burton in my lineup. I thought I did for a second, but I don't.
I have him.
Nice. I root for you. Yeah, no, that's left tackle's important, no doubt. But if you can get a good quarterback, you can piecemeal together an offensive line. But I think left tackle is extremely important. Look.
Travis Castaneda says you'd both be water boys.
Hey, Travis,
come on down to Long Island.
I'll body you, bro.
You line up across from me, and we'll see if you're getting to the quarterback, okay?
I don't want to pull this card, but I did play a week of Division II football. Just saying, guys. Just saying.
I didn't, but I did stay at Holiday Inn Express last night.
There you go. Another great commercial. That's right, Daniel. It's a week more than any other guy. I'm sure there's other D2 athletes in here.
We've got some minor league baseball players, at least.
That's right. Hey, Morton Anderson was in here once upon a time. We had some former soccer players in here.
I want to do a sim with Morton. Can you sign up once and have Morton just take your place?
So that would be awesome.
Yeah, you're not gonna work. It's me and Mort.
Yeah,
you have enough time with him.
I'll take the night off. I brought it to his attention. It's on his radar. He was being a little dodgy when I was trying to nail down a time with him. He likes viewing it the one night.
How's he with the tech? How's he with the tech?
He'll be good. We do Zoom, so he'll be good with the Zoom. We don't do Zoom all the time, but we've Zoomed before.
His camera's okay.
Program. Yeah, he's got a good setup. He's got the Hall of Fame bust behind him. He knows what's up. But again, he enjoyed watching it the one night where he just watched 6 Sims in a row and was just drinking cocktails and laughing at me doing this as a side gig. He just couldn't wrap his head around this whole world. But then when I asked him if he wanted to do one, he's like, "Oh yeah, one of these days, yeah." Figure it out, It's
so Travis Castaneda says you wouldn't even be able to catch me. I was one of the fastest wide receivers in Washington State in high school. 1, that's cool. That is pretty cool. 2, that speed ain't gonna help you coming off the edge against the big boy. All right, I'm gonna get my
Travis,
hand on
you might be fast, but my first step was diabolical.
I have a good first step as well. Not that I ever played on the line. I was actually a tight end in high school.
Jealous.
Back when I was just big instead of comically big.
Whenever we'd be doing defense practice, I was too slow for defense. So I would play scout team offense, tight end. Had a blast. Stunk, but had a blast.
Scout team was fun. I was not a starter, so I've played plenty of scout team positions in my life.
You throw the helmet cap on?
Oh no, this was before that. My school didn't have those kind of luxury items like helmet caps.
I mean, it was just like the flexible book cover type thing. You just put it over a helmet. They were gross.
Philly Rivers, literally perfect. 14 for 14, $128 and a touchdown. Prescott is 9 for 12 with 98 yards and a score. Zeke, 6 for 11. Woof. Marlon Mack, 3 for 11. Woof. Naeem Hines, 2 for 9. Woof.
Woof.
Zach Pascal leading the way for receivers, 4 for 45. Burton with 4 for 35, but he has a score. Hines making up for it slightly in the passing game, 3 catches, 16 yards. Michael Gallup, 3 for 23. CeeDee Lamb has 2 catches for 16 yards and a touchdown. Jarwin with 2 catches, and then a handful of players with 1.
All right. I'm going to check out where I am in the contest here. I
just realized
high.
I forgot to enter the free roll. I did build the lineup. I did build a lineup, but it's not in the free roll. I am currently sitting at 45.67 points.
I'm in 73rd. It's not good. I mean, Zeke's doing nothing. I got a big Cowboys stack on the offensive side, and we don't have a lot of points on the board. It's going to happen.
Man. Guys, I'm not sensitive, but I feel like we're maybe coming in a smidge hot right now. K-Nut says Lamar gets winded walking to the fridge. Maybe if it was upstairs or downstairs, that would be true, but I can make it to the fridge, no problem.
Yeah, he's one level in the apartment here.
And Sixer says Lamarcus' head takes up my whole TV. That's more a camera placement issue than a head size issue.
People don't understand that with my head in the microwave as well. People try and say my head is as big as my microwave all the time. I've had to do the background, foreground check for them multiple occasions. Always just got to remind people it's about camera placement.
Yeah, I've bought like mounts to move my monitors to the wall.
Ooh.
Which would open up some space on my desk. I've had the mounts for about 4 months now.
Just haven't done it.
It's because it's not an issue.
Yeah.
You know, like I have it's not like I'm not working right now.
I'm thinking about getting a really small TV for my desk at the new apartment. Because the new room, I'm not going to have a TV in front of me anymore. I'm not going to be in the kitchen. The kitchen / living room that I live in this 1-bedroom apartment. So
Eamon says you guys sound a little sensitive about head size. I'll tell you right now, I'm rocking a 7 3/8. That's my.
You're 7 3/8. Wow, that's a smaller head than I would have expected.
I got a little. I'm not saying I have a little man head, but like
it's disproportionately small.
To my body, yes. Same thing with like shirts.
Huh.
Like to get a shirt that fits me around the midriff, I have to get a shirt that's like humongous in the collar. Because my neck is not huge. Eamon says that's still a big old head.
I'm on the record here that I'm a 7 5/8.
Okay. I was a 7 1/8 in high school, but I've had to go up to the 3/8.
Yeah, typically your head grows. It happens.
It's all them brains I got.
Yeah. Go to college, get more knowledge, etc. I played high school football with a guy that wore an 8. Dude had a noggin.
An 8?
He wore an 8.
What size were his feet? Like 19?
He wasn't that tall, though. That's the thing. He just had a massive head. By far the biggest helmet on the team.
That's a big old bean right there.
Yeah.
Oh, good blocking on the screen.
Oh, my God. Kevin Mensch was known around the league as Shrek. He was reported that his hat size was 8 1/4, largest in baseball.
That's a big old bean.
That's a big bean right there.
And he was only 6 feet tall and 215.
It's insane.
That's odd.
Got some big old beans out there, LaMarca. Damon Ariel says, big head, big hands, size 15 feet, 6'7", and weighs 165.
Jesus.
Damon, you got to start putting on the pounds, buddy. 165. Like, drink a protein shake, man.
I'll get you on a diet. I'll have you up to 245 in 6 weeks.
You got to be out here crushing skulls at 6'7", man.
Oh, here we go. Amari, turn on the Jets. Nope.
It's a big gainer.
SG4 says that's like KD. Yeah, that's about right. I would take the over on KD at 165, but KD is also 7 feet.
He is 100% 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
He's almost certainly the tallest guy in the court, like 80% of the time.
Yep.
That's a weird thing that they do, that they try and say they're shorter than they are. I've never understood that.
Damon says
Garnett
he's
was
also
the same way.
58 years old. That's you know what? That's great for you, Damon. Being 58 and being fit like that.
It's true.
Tough.
He's probably extremely fit if you're 165 and 6'7".
Must be says Matt. Does Tom look like Pac-Man? Pac-Man's just a face. Do me a favor, Tom.
Never heard that.
When you get a second, go blop 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 blop. Now,
I am told that I look like a lot of different people all the time. I've never gotten Pac-Man. That's new. I don't even. If I had shaved my head, maybe. Like Rossi was when he shaved his head, much more Pac-Man like than me. Sixers 12-12 says I'm 5'9", 210, all fat. Good for you, Sixers 12-12.
And we've got a touchdown to Michael Gallup.
The only Cowboys receiver I don't have in my lineup.
Literally like the only Cowboy I don't have in my lineup.
He's a good player in real life, though. Big fan of real life Michael Gallup.
Me too. Me too.
Congo Cap says, my man Andrew Siciliano, NFL Network, has the world's biggest ears.
Those
That dude,
are.
He has massive. Every time I see a video or a picture of him, it is jarring how large his ears are.
Real large.
They look fake, honestly. They look fake. Eamon saying Andy Hart from EEI, he's a Patriots reporter, can't fit into a size 8 fitted hat, and he's 5'7". That's another big bean right there. Love head talk.
All right, with that touchdown, the Cowboys take a 14-7 lead. And that is not going to work. Marlon Mack averaging an impressive 1.75 yards per carry.
Yeah, the rushing in this sim so far has been brutal. As it was last sim, really, until Mostert went off. Maybe we'll see someone go off here in the second half like Mostert did.
Yeah, Darren Waller also very good in that game.
Nah, yeah, not wooden nickel worthy, though. Jordan Lindenbaum saying that CeeDee Lamb is getting drafted ahead of Amari Cooper right now in fantasy leagues. What do you think about that?
Didn't make sense to me at the moment. Didn't make sense to me when I saw it the other day. I actually put that on Twitter. I said, can someone please explain to me why CeeDee Lamb is being drafted ahead of Amari Cooper? And the film guys love CeeDee Lamb for what that's worth.
Both are great players. There's no doubt about it.
I'm not like a grind the film type of guy, but if you listen to people that watch receivers running routes and stuff, apparently he gets open. And then obviously Cooper landing on the pup to start training camp is I think another factor working against him.
Mm-hmm.
Good punt, maybe a face mask at the end though. And it is.
I'm trying to understand it. I just can't. I'm trying to understand it.
So good field position for the excuse me, for the Cowboys to try and expand on this lead.
Zeke just getting nothing going here. How do you like Zeke as a fantasy prospect this year? I think he's kind of a tough guy to judge, right? Because
my thing is
he can be great, but
you can make a case for all of these guys who are getting drafted. Right now, Zeke is coming off the board at it varies depending on where you're drafting, but he's about running back 8. So he's right in that same range as Saquon, as Jonathan Taylor, or running back 7, excuse me.
7-8 feels right to me.
I like him more than that.
Really? Okay, so you like him more than Jonathan Taylor? Because I know you're anti-Colts. Yep.
I just think this Cowboys offense has a chance to be the best offense in the league, or at least the best non-Chiefs offense in the league.
Mm-hmm. Best in the NFC.
You know, if you wanna buy into the whole narrative street, right? He's in the best shape of his life. He does look kind of shredded right now if you see pictures of him at camp. But we know the Cowboys like to get this guy the football a lot when he's healthy, and I'm just expecting a much better year from him. So I would probably have him running back 5. I think you could take him. So Christian McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, and Alvin Kamara to me are now the top 3. Given the whole Michael Thomas thing, I think Alvin Kamara moves into the top 3 at running back. And I'm also definitely taking Derrick Henry ahead of Zeke. But then after that, in that Saquon, Jonathan Taylor, Nick Chubb tier, Zeke is probably my favorite of that group.
I like it. Listen up, peeps. Write that stuff down.
A lot of people liking Chubb. I've seen a lot of Chubb love out there.
Chubb love.
Yeah, a little Chubba lubba.
Love Chubb love.
We have seen
super into that.
Some very efficient passing in this game. Dak is 15 for 18 with 182 yards and 2 touchdowns. Rivers hasn't missed a throw yet. 154 yards and a TD. Zeke, 11 for 31. Mac, 4 for 7. Nyheim Hines, 3 for 21. But Hines has been doing some work in the passing game. He's got 6 catches for 32 yards. Trey Burton, 5 for 45 and a touch. Michael Gallup, 5 for 36 and a touch. Pascal has 4 for 45. Cooper, 4 for 91.
Scoop-diddy whoop poop.
Nearing the elusive thingamajig. CD Lamb, 2 for 16 with a touchdown. And then Zeke and Blake have 2 catches, a couple guys with 1 grab.
Ross Kennel is in first place. Shout out. What's up, Ross? The boss. Ross the boss.
Oh. That's my Rick Ross impersonation. Oh.
Rick Ross is awesome.
We doing thighs.
I've never been to Wingstop in my life. And I love wings.
We didn't have them in New York until like
That's why I've never been. They're not around in the Northeast.
Cowboys trying a long bomb here, and it's good.
There it is. Hey, Blankenship, take notes next time.
That's going to be a 55-yarder from Greg the Leg, who also opened the season on the PUP list for what it's worth. But
you do not see that often here in Madden. 50-plus field goals, dicey. Greg the Leg, Legatron, kicking it through.
K-Nut says, every day I'm hustling. Awesome
song.
Oh, awesome song.
Such a good song.
And if you haven't seen it, go look up the Cat Williams comedy bit about every day I'm hustling. He's like,
Cat
if you put
Williams
that on in your job,
awesome.
You put that on in your job, and you're going to be doing everything. You're going to be just check it out. Google it when you have a chance. YouTube it, whatever.
That's a YouTube, yeah, no doubt. Oh, the artist formerly known as Brother Phil, always chiming in to remind us about offensive line play. They lost all of their starters on offense, on the offensive line. Then most of their backups got down to practice squad guys and dudes they signed fresh off the street by the end of the year, and it affects the run game. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. And Zeke still managed. I mean, look, it was a down year for Zeke, but I think he actually was closer to 1,000 yards than people realize. Let's see here. Yeah, still rushed for 979. Only 6 tuds, though, last year.
Tom, since you're a Kanye guy, I will say is Devil in a Blue Dress, Kanye and Rick Ross.
Oh,
one of my favorite
so
tracks off of that album.
Anytime Rick Ross is featured on a song, it just takes it to another level. So that's a great call by you. I still haven't sought out whatever piece of music he put out at the end of last week. I guess it was streaming somewhere for a while. I don't know. My buddy was like, yo, this is awesome. I'm like, oh, where can I go find it? And then he didn't tell me. And then I missed it.
It's a secret. Secret album.
Donda, I think is the name of it. I'll find it at some point.
Colts moving the rock here.
I hope that they get stopped short of the end zone and Blankenship kicks a field goal. As he is my only Colt.
Yeah, my lineup has moved in the wrong direction. Oh no, but Nyheim Hines now has credit for 49 rushing touchdowns. So
okay, there you go.
That will have to be updated.
Yeah, I'm at 103rd. It's about as bad as you can be in this free roll.
I was like, wait, I'm behind teams by over 425 points now. And it's a scoring error that we will get adjusted.
Here's something that is happening in my friends group chat that I should bring to the chat here. Watermelon, overrated, underrated, properly rated?
Extremely overrated.
I agree with you. I am not big on the old watermelon slices at the cookout. Not for me. Overrated. Touchdown. Indianapolis. Pascal.
Z-pass. And that'll cut the deficit to 4, extra point pending. 4.5 minutes left. My thing is like watermelon is, it just tastes like water.
It's not flavorful enough. And
just tastes like water.
It's got weird texture. I'm with you. It's not that good.
On like a really hot day, it can be refreshing, I suppose, but like, it's just not for me.
Jordan Warren says properly rated. AD Poker says adequately rated.
I
think Lindenbaum loves watermelon.
Most people, I think, would say adequately rated. Because I think the general consensus is that watermelon is the bomb.
Yeah, oh, no doubt.
And yes, I just said the bomb. Deal with it. Brought that reference back from 1996.
Oh, that's the bomb, yo. Jake Williams says put mustard on it. All the kids are doing it. No. Yeah, Jordan Warren says, God, watermelons are good. Oh, no, he says good watermelons are good. You know what I saw at the grocery store? Little mini watermelons the other day. I thought, that'd be a good idea to get for a cookout because you always have too much watermelon left over because it's not that good. You cut up a big watermelon. You always have a Tupperware of watermelon left over from a cookout. Every time. There's better fruit. I'm just saying.
I don't know why. I don't like that you call it a cookout.
You call it a barbecue?
It's a barbecue.
It's a cookout.
What do you cook the food on?
Grill.
You don't call a grill a barbecue?
No, it's grill.
Okay.
It's cookout.
All right, no doubt.
Hey, semantics here.
We got a 3-point game. Tate K weighing in says barbecue is a sauce.
Indeed. It's delicious sauce. I actually have a bottle of the best barbecue sauce in the country in my fridge right now.
Do you care to share?
I will. Pappy's. Pappy's original barbecue sauce.
Pappy's.
St. Louis, Missouri. #1 ribs in the country. It's because of this sauce right here. Well, it's more than that, but the sauce really takes it across the finish line. I don't know if you can order it online.
There to Blake Jarwin.
Best sauce in the country. must be asking a very solid question. Is a watermelon a sandwich? Absolutely not.
I mean, it does have outer protection, but you don't eat that, I suppose.
Right, exactly. It's not edible. Well, I mean, maybe it is. I've never tried to eat that part of the watermelon. The rind. So to you, LaMarco, what is a cookout? Is it just a term you don't use for anything?
I don't know. It's like a bar. I've never said cookout, but like in my head, barbecuing is something that you do like at home by yourself when you use the barbecue to make yourself some food.
Okay. And a cookout's like a public thing?
Like a gathering, yes.
Okay. I can get behind that logic.
You know, like, oh, I barbecued up some cheeseburgers today. That's my dinner, whatever. Or anyway, it's semantics. But just the way you say cookout, I don't know.
It bothers
me. Bothers me for some reason.
Just something about your face. Just want to punch it.
All right, 2-minute warning.
I'm
Cowboys have the ball. They're looking to put this one away. Jordan Warren's explanation or definition is barbecue is slow cooking on a grill. Grilling is how you cook burgers, hot dogs, steak, and
That's
chicken.
sort of how I
get behind
feel.
that as
Yeah,
well.
like if I'm going to a barbecue, especially like living in Missouri, I'm expecting ribs and pork steaks and, you know, the whole workup, you know,
brisket,
burn ends, etc. That's a barbecue. Burgers and dogs is a cookout.
Okay, gotcha.
You know? But barbecue sauce, welcome at everything.
See, that's another thing that I'm putting in the overrated tier.
Ooh, not a big BBQ sauce guy.
Nope. Which is annoying because, like, anytime you go to, like, a diner or a restaurant or something, like, they always have that, like, cowboy burger or something of that extent, which always sounds delicious, but they always finish it with barbecue sauce.
And you're out. You're out.
And if they just did ketchup instead of barbecue, I would probably do it. Probably eat that.
So I love ketchup, but, I mean, barbecue is superior to ketchup. It just is. And I love ketchup.
It's one of my least used, least favorite condiments.
Wow. My view of life has changed. Zeke getting gobbled up in the backfield. You a hot sauce guy?
Sure. I'm not like a huge spicy guy, but I like a little kick. Little kick. I'm not one of these psychos who's buying like the hottest hot sauce.
Oh, yeah.
But
get out of here with that.
You know, like if I'm having tacos or something, throw a little Cholula on there.
Oh, yeah. I love Cholula. I'm a Tapatio guy. It's my go-to hot sauce. Little Tapatio. By the way, Zeke, tell me if I'm wrong. I think he's the leader in the clubhouse for the babysitter Billy.
Sounds good to me. That should basically end this game. I'm assuming Dallas is going to kick a field goal here. That's going to run this thing to a 6-point contest and probably be about 20 seconds when the Colts get the ball back. Here's Greg the leg. This should be a chip shot for him.
I'm going with Pascal for the wooden nickel.
Pascal getting the roast beef ice cream award. Okay.
He might be that might be the first wooden nickel that Pascal has ever received in Madden.
I like that call. I think that's the right call. Looking at some of the scores out there, because nobody really jumped out.
It was a weird game.
Like, so Pascal
was going to be the guy
being low owned ish.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a good call. And yeah, Zeke had 10 points at about 75% ownership, massive ownership in the captain spot. So I like that call as well for the babysitter Billy, or the whatever award we're calling it these days.
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't like change, so I'm sticking with babysitter Billy. I know there was a movement to change those up, though. Pascal has won 4 wooden nickels in the 2021 calendar year. So he may have won player of the game. I don't know if I was on those Sims.
Oh, and there's a pick to end things officially. That could have some ramifications in these contests.
It's a nice pick. Went up there and got it.
Get it, young fella.
Helps your lineup.
And here's Prescott to officially end things. My lineup, I ended up finishing with 79.89 points.
Good for you.
I feel like that's not bad, right?
Yeah, I think it's good showing.
I did just lose a 1/10 of a point for Dak on the kneel down.
Harsh.
So it's now 79.79.
First place in our free roll had 93.54. I ended with 67, and I was in scores are still updating. Obviously, I'm in 80th. Last place, 51 points. So there you go. You're middle of the pack. More in the higher echelon, I'd say.
That's exactly where I want to be. I've been middle of the pack my whole life.
Towards the top.
All right. That's going to do it here for this edition of the Madden Dream Stream. We have the Cowboys recording a 6-point win over the Colts. Me and Tommy will be back once again. One more time.
We're going to celebrate. Oh, yeah. All right.
At 10 p.m. We'll be back. And, yeah. I'm sure we've got a clip coming up here. Maybe a little
talk about heads.
Ross Tucker. Yeah, a little Ross Tucker coming up in between the Sims. Then we're back.
I wonder what Ross Tucker's hat size is.
Good question. Maybe he'll address it in this segment. You'll have to stay tuned to find out. Other than that, me and Tommy will be back at 10. Chargers at Seahawks. See you in a bit. Or maybe see you still right now.
Hi.
I might have got us out of this segment a little too quick, you know?
It's okay. I think it's because we're trying to figure out what Ross Tucker's hat size is.
Fair point.
I think we're calling him up as we speak. I think he's probably, if I had to guess, around my size, 7 5/8. He's definitely. I mean, you have like a pinhead, basically.
That's not true.
Hey, while we're doing this, look, background, foreground. See, head, microwave. Forward, that's why it looks bigger. Back, head, microwave. Microwave, head. Microwave, head. It's a background, foreground thing. I'll show this barbecue sauce on screen, actually, since we're here.
Yeah, show off the sauce.
Pappy's. If you're in the Midwest, I'm sure you can get it. I mean, clearly in the St. Louis area, you can buy it in grocery stores. Go online and buy this if you love barbecue sauce. So, what is that not on screen? It's okay.
No, oh no, we're not on screen right now. We're just showing the post-game report.
So people didn't even get to see my head versus the microwave.
I saw it though, and I enjoyed it.
So, hey, if you guys love hanging out with me and Lamarca, Thursday night, 2:30 in the morning, so technically the wee hours of Friday, you can catch him on my 24-hour stream for Vegas Insider. Me and Lamarca are going to hang out for a few minutes.
Should I prepare for anything? Or
no. I'll probably talk with you about fantasy stuff, since I know that you're all the way in. Like, you're a guru. And the reason why I am sitting at the diner for 24 hours is because I came in last place in my fantasy league. So be good to have you, get me ready for my next draft.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, good. I should clarify, though, I did come in first place in another league the exact same year. So I'm not terrible. I just did terrible in that league.
Hey, you can't win them all.
No, you can't. That's what I try and tell people. Although one year I did win both my leagues that I'm in the same year. It was a very nice year for the wall. How many times have you won your league that has no kickers or defense?
I commissioned that league, and it was a running joke for a long time that I was never going to win it. I made it to the championship like 4 or 5 times and just never could get the job done. I would show up and my roster would be hurt, or they would lay an egg. But I finally took the ship home 2 years ago.
Wow, there you go.
Got a beautiful championship belt. We engraved.
Oh, nice. Oh, you do a new belt every year?
No. We just engraved but last year, the guy who won wasn't at the draft. The only guy who didn't come to the draft won it. So I held it for another year.
There you go. There you go. That's awesome. Yeah, we have a trophy that's like it's like a lazy boy. It's like a guy sitting in a lazy boy. It's what, you can get them on these websites that do trophies for fantasy leagues. And it's okay. I think we could have done better. In fact, the year that I won, I didn't want it in my new place because it was staring at me, reminding me how bad my team the next year was. So I sent it back to the commissioner of our league. I was like, this is just reminding me how much I hate my team this year and how good it was last year. Get this out of my face.
I want a side salad on the side.
That's right.
If the salad comes on top, I send it back. Classic Michael Scott.
Michael Scott is a legend. I was saying this to Jeff yesterday. I don't know if maybe this isn't as common knowledge as I thought it was. Did you know that Bob Odenkirk was supposed to be Michael Scott?
I did not know that.
Yeah, he was the favorite to get the job. Like when they wrote it and he auditioned, it was like his job to lose.
Interesting.
How weird would that show be without him being Michael Scott? Without Steve Carell being Michael Scott. So weird.
Yeah, I mean, Odenkirk did that one episode.
Yeah.
Where he ran some sort of company and Pam came to came to interview for a job, and she was like, "Oh my God, this is Michael Scott."
Right.
He would have made it work. I respect Bob Odenkirk.
I think they did that as like an homage to the fact that he was in the mix in the beginning.
I mean, now that you say it, it makes a lot of sense to me.
I think I remember hearing that on a pod. And Eamon bring up a good point on Slack, and I read this the other day too, that NBC wanted Gandolfini. Imagine James Gandolfini. That would have been hilarious, but I read that HBO paid him a ton of money to not do it.
Oh, mid-Sopranos run, Eamon says.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, his physical size would just make it such a different vibe.
But his subtle, like, looks and his mannerisms would have been written differently.
Yeah, no, for sure. He could pull it off. He's talented as heck, but it just would have had to been a different role.
100%. By the way, the eggplant parm was very good in between sims. Anyone was wondering. What do you got on the dinner plate tonight, LaMarca?
You know, I had lunch at about 4:30.
Oh, okay. So you might be skipping din.
I probably won't eat again.
Okay. Yeah, that happens.
I do that way too often. It's probably not healthy.
Just a one meal a day?
I'm a big one mealer.
Yeah. You eat the one large meal and then you're good.
A gluttonous one meal.
Yeah, I've done that. Yeah, I ate my first meal today probably at like 1 p.m. Got a sandwich from Subway. Subway's polarizing. I like Subway.
I liked Subway when you could get a sandwich for $5.
Yeah, it's more overpriced than it was back in the day.
Now.
Yeah.
And it's
the
also
$5
different.
footlong was awesome.
It's different as a New Yorker. Like I'd have to drive past like 7 delis to get to a Subway. And
sacrilege.
It's not happening.
Yep. I feel you on that. For me, it's just like consistent. I know what I'm getting. I feel at home when I'm at Subway. And I think it's because I was in high school when the $5 footlong thing was going on. So that was very affordable for a high schooler. So I kind of grew up on it, you know? Another great ad. $5 footlong.
Any over 5.
$5. I'm gonna grab some water, LaMarca. I'll be right back.
All right, yeah, I'll hold the fort down. So yeah, just hanging out. Oh, we're going to the player stats. We got Philly Rivers, 24 of 25, 226 yards and 2 touchdowns. Prescott with 221 and 2 touchdowns. Devin, I actually have a write-up on DK Nation for the Monday morning Olympic basketball slate. So go check it out. Number 1 rule, pay up for Luka Doncic. Hey, we're on camera.
Oh, we're back. Let's go. Jeff and I were talking about 3-on-3 teams earlier, and
let's save that for the next sim.
Oh, okay.
Zeke, 17 for 60. Mac, 5 for 9. Hines, 3 for 21. Dak, with the kneel down, has -1 rushing yards. Because I think that would be an incredibly fun topic to talk about.
It was. We were having a great time. Jeff kept forgetting which guys were from America and which guys weren't.
I'm okay with that, except for Ben Simmons. Hines, 7 for 49. Pascal, 6 for 57 and 1. Burton, 6 for 56 and 1. Gallup, 5 for 36 and 1. CeeDee Lamb, 4 for 27 and 1. And then Amari Cooper with 4 for 91. We gave out our awards, but the wooden nickel went to Zach Pascal. Go enjoy yourself some roast beef ice cream. And our Not My Kid was Zeke Elliott. Disappointing day for Zeke at massive ownership. So, all right, that really is going to do it for this sim. We're now going to send it to Ross Tucker, and we will be back in roughly 45 minutes. Something like that. Bye.
Yeah.
Time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast presented by DraftKings. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years, bunch of different podcasts. Obviously, we're having a huge week with all the different podcasts as we are now officially 1 week away from pretty much every NFL team having their first on-field practice. Very exciting times here in the football world and the fantasy football world. Certainly check out the other shows, Ross Tucker Podcast, Even Money for Betting, the College Draft Podcast. As this week we broke down the top players in the ACC, the top 10 prospects in the ACC, and of course, Andrew Brandt's Business of Sports podcast. Really excited, by the way, about today's guest. He was on the show a year ago. Dave Richard from CBS Sports does such an awesome, awesome job. Get to Dave momentarily, but I'm not going to wait till the end of today's episode to tell you who the 3 final contestants are for the best ball. We're doing a best ball. We're actually doing 2 best ball drafts and 1 season long. We're presented by DraftKings. That's who we're doing the best ball draft with. The final 3 contestants. Now remember, we're going to do another one in August. So you can start to send in your entries to be part of the August best ball because we're going to start to announce those contestants starting next week. So take advantage of any of our sponsors, send it to me, and we'll go from there. But today's best ball contestants, Jason Pierce, who just went crazy, Patreon, Warby Parker, Keeps. Jason Pierce just wanted it more than everybody else. Kevin Dobes doing the Warby Parker home try-on. And Jeannie Notch. Jeannie sent me her fantasy points subscription. And I said that last because it's a terrific segue to the co-host of this show, the one and only Joe Dolan, who you can and should follow on social media at FG_Dolan because he is a fantasy gangster. And you should go to his website, like now, fantasypoints.com, use the code 21Feast and win. It's not hard. Now is the time. If you didn't already, fantasypoints.com, 21Feast is the code for a discount. And then just start to consume all their content and win. It's that easy. Hello, Joe.
Hi, Ross. What's going on? It's been a good long week since we last chatted. It's good to be with you today. Good to be with Dave. Dave and I are this week. We're both celebrating, Ross. I guess Dave reminded me that he and I share a birthday, and that will be July 24th. Dave, we are 2 of the most famous people to be born on July 24th, just ahead of Jennifer Lopez and Barry Bonds. So it's a good birthday, though. It's a great birthday.
Sure. Joe Mixon. You reminded me of Joe Mixon. Yeah. His birthday is also 7/24. So, it's good. So pleasure to be on with you, young Joe, and a pleasure to be on with you, Ross. Thank you for having me.
Is it fair to say July 24th is the biggest day in fantasy football history? Do you think it's fair, considering you guys, you're 2 of the top 10 analysts on the planet, and you were both born the same day? Do we think it's fair to call July 24th the birth of fantasy football?
Oh, I wish I could take credit for that, Ross.
Yeah.
No.
We got a lot of work to do.
The biggest day in fantasy football will be like 2 weeks or a week before the 2021 season, when all those work leagues are back in action this year. And, like every year the fantasy industry grows, but I think last year, a lot of those work leagues, not only was nobody in the office, but I even think people who might have been in the office or were still telecommuting and having meetings with their coworkers, hey, are we going to do that league where we put up $50 and, we have office bragging rights? And, people are in August, you're like, man, look at what we're doing right now. How is the NFL going to have a season? I think a lot of those leagues just kind of lapsed last year. I'm hoping everybody gets back in the saddle this year. I guarantee you the biggest day in the history of fantasy football is going to be some Saturday in late August of 2020. We're like 2021 rather. We're 6-7 weeks away from that. I think Dave knows it too. Like I think like everybody's going to get palpably excited, not to go off on too much of a tangent, when they see preseason football and you're like, oh crap, I know the NFL played last year, but I didn't play fantasy. I'm going to play fantasy this year. Let me get my buddies on the horn. I think it's going to be a big month of August for that.
Well, let's get right into it. Dave, we've been doing this for a month straight. We bring in studs like you, and we ask who you're higher on, who you're lower than on in terms of current ADP, because we want our listeners to win. And we want them, they know the debatable guys, they know the guys that people have opinions on. They can ultimately decide. One of the guys that you're higher on than most that jumped out to me, because I think we've had other guests that felt the same way, but I didn't actually get to him. So I want to make sure I get to him today. Robbie Anderson, Panthers wide receiver. Why are you higher on Robbie? Is it the whole Sam Darnold connection?
That's a small part of it. Honestly, I love the way that he fit into that offense last year and the opportunity that he got. It was completely different than the opportunity that he had when he was with the Jets. Got a ton of targets as the number 2 receiver, and some weeks he was the number 1 receiver in that offense, and DJ Moore was the one that wasn't getting quite as many looks. I think that the Panthers believe that Darnold is an upgrade over Bridgewater. That's good enough for me. I'm not saying he's going to be, like Bridgewater is a tier 5 quarterback and Darnold is a tier 3 quarterback. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm saying that if they think that Sam Darnold's a little bit better, then that should mean better overall numbers and at least better overall efficiency for all the pass catchers here. And don't get me wrong, I love drafting Robbie Anderson where his ADP is, and NFFC, it's 80th overall from June 1st till now. I think he's good to go at least 10 picks before that. I don't mind taking him in late round 6 in PPR formats. That's important. And I think that he can be a consistent stat producer for fantasy teams again in 2021 compared to his previous years when he was so up and down, where it was like 3 weeks, 4 weeks where he'd get you 7, 5, 6, 21, 4, 2. You know what I mean? Like he was too much of a roller coaster. Now he's going to be more consistent, the perfect type of number 3 receiver to have on your squad.
So the one point I'll make here, Dave, since we talk about best ball a lot, because A, I'm a DraftKings guy, and B, I'm a best ball guy. Joe, as God is my witness, will tell you, Dave, I am pretty sure I took Robbie Anderson in every best ball draft Joe and I did last year.
And
I loved Robbie Anderson. And honestly, I just thought he would score points for me 3 or 4 weeks. I didn't think he would end up being what he was. But you got to admit, Joe, I was all over Robbie Anderson last year.
Yeah, and Ross, I was not. And here's the reason. And, well, let's be fair to me, and first and foremost, give you all the credit in the world for that call. But I saw somebody who, in his last season with Sam Darnold, had an average depth of target of 14.6 yards, and I thought that was a miserable fit with Teddy Bridgewater. Turns out, they flipped the script on its head. Robbie Anderson was running shallow crosses. His average depth of target with Teddy Bridgewater was 9.7 yards, much more in line with Teddy Bridgewater. But this brings up another debate. Dave brings up the Sam Darnold debate. And I got to tell it, do I think Sam Darnold is more talented than Teddy Bridgewater? Absolutely, 100%. Lock it in. Not even close. Do I know for a fact that the Carolina Panthers could not wait to get rid of Teddy Bridgewater? Yes, 100%. Mr. Short of the Sticks. I mean, they could not wait to get Teddy Bridgewater out of town and bring in somebody with some upside. But I can't shake the feeling, from my perspective, when I'm looking at facts, that there has been no reason right now to think, based on their careers so far, that Sam Darnold's a better player than Teddy Bridgewater. And I don't love Teddy Bridgewater. I just don't think there's any evidence right now for our game that said Sam Darnold is better than Teddy. Now, we have to factor in the Adam Gase tax. I mean, this is why Carolina, to me, is one of the most fascinating and frustrating teams to talk about because like there is no evidence that Darnold's good. I mean, he flashes. I know he's got some talent, but I mean, he's been a turnover machine since he was at USC. He's been a turnover machine with the Jets. How much is that Tiger going to change its stripes? That being said, is Robbie Anderson's role going to be the same? Because the coaches are the same. DJ Moore's still there. DJ Moore was the guy who was the deep threat in Carolina last year. Again, flipped on its head. We were drafting DJ Moore on the presupposition that he was going to be the short, shallow to intermediate guy that he was in the previous regime. That got flipped on its head. He's now going, by the way, DJ Moore. We're talking like 3-4 rounds ahead of Robbie Anderson. So I've been a little wary on DJ Moore at cost. I got to admit, I don't have a ton of Robbie Anderson right now either, only because I don't know how to answer the Darnold problem. But if you want to put a feather in the cap, it's Joe Brady and how he unlocked Robbie Anderson last year in a way that I had not foreseen. I'm absolutely entertaining the possibility that I have a blind spot for Robbie Anderson right now. And Carolina, with their machinations this offseason, bringing in Darnold, it's making it harder for me to see the forest through the trees.
Let's get somebody else you're higher on, Dave. I think these are interesting. I'm glad you sent me this list. Chase Claypool, I find interesting that you're higher on Chase Claypool than the consensus appears to be. Why, Dave?
I think that he is the type of receiver that the Steelers can scheme up. Whereas Juju will talk about, like, I'm going to line up everywhere, don't worry. I think that he's a volume receiver, plain and simple. I don't think that he's necessarily special, certainly not consistently enough after the catch. Deontay Johnson is more special than Juju, if you ask me. I just wish he would hold on to the football a little bit more often, and you can't deny the volume that he gets. But Claypool, they can manufacture targets for deep in the red zone, near the goal line, on screens, on slants. I think that he's a huge mismatch problem for defenses, and he's going into his second year. And in this offense, I know that they're going to Matt Canada, and they're going to say they're going to run a lot more, and there's going to be a ton of pre-snap motion so that Roethlisberger can get a read on the defenses. I think it's still going to be a lot of what it was last year. I think there's going to be a lot of short passing because that offensive line, I don't know how you have that line rated, Ross, but it's got to be in the bottom 5, if not the bottom 1. It's really it's an eyesore. I think Claypool can overcome and be a good intermediate area target for Roethlisberger to hit. I think he can make plays after the catch, and I love his size in the red zone. So I think he can actually take a small step forward in terms of yardage, in terms of catch rate, and be a better receiver in his second year, and hopefully come close to the total amount of touchdowns that he had in 2020.
Joe?
Ross, one of the reasons I haven't had a lot of Robbie Anderson this year is because I have a lot of Chase Claypool. Chase Claypool has been my most drafted wide receiver 3 this year. You know, I'm looking at his ADP fluctuating. I'm looking at NFFC and Best Ball 10s data. He and Juju Smith-Schuster are basically interchangeable in terms of ADP. I'm looking right now at Juju as wide receiver 29 over the last 3 weeks and Claypool as wide receiver 30. That could change if you just change the parameters, and that number could change, you know? So sometimes they're going before each other, after each other. But when I'm drafting best ball, and again, that's what I've been doing so far this year, so everything's kind of filtered through that lens. Claypool is the kind of guy I target for best ball. We saw the spike games. We saw how much better Pittsburgh was when Chase Claypool was on the field. And now, if I remember, I'm going to look up the game last year. And it was the game the Steelers were like getting blown out at halftime. And I remember literally tweeting during the game on Sunday. And I was saying to myself, wait a minute, do the Steelers remember that Chase Claypool exists? I think it was a game. It might have been against I don't know if they were getting blown out, but it was against like the Jaguars or the Ravens, one of the last 2 games that they actually won during the season. And I just remember them not using Chase Claypool at all. And then they brought him out in the second half and he started making plays. And that's when I was like, all right, this guy is something different. He gives them something a little bit more in the offense. Now, the big question people are going to have and say, well, I'm out on Claypool because Ben Roethlisberger's arm. And I don't know if I can argue against that. But right now, I've seen him be somebody who has been the cheapest of Pittsburgh's 3 receivers. And I'm going to be willing to invest in those spike games. So the reason I don't have a lot of Robbie Anderson at this stage is because I do have a lot of Chase Claypool, Ross. That's just a player where I'm investing in the cheapest of these receivers. Not to say I don't like Deontay Johnson, because I do, but I am investing in these receivers from this perspective. I'm gonna continue to have a lot of Chase Claypool because he is very affordable.
Do you guys know what these are right here that I'm showing on the screen?
I don't know the brand.
They're Ross. Wait a minute. Are those Crocs?
They are Crocs, but I wear these like out at night. These are, people don't realize how many sweet shoes Crocs have these days. It's time to put on your favorite pair of Crocs and channel your inner fortune teller, because your prediction might just make you $10,000 richer. How about this? Visit crocs.com, take your pick of wildly comfortable, lightweight clogs, have them, sandals, have them, slides, have them. You can personalize them with Gibbet's charms. Take your pick of styles that are straight fire and make your feet feel like $10,000. Speaking of that, by the way, this is how it ties in. The Crocs Hoop Draft Prediction Challenge. So the NBA draft, which is a week from now, is coming. And dare we say free to play on DraftKings.com. This is like all my worlds coming together. You know, picking like sort of betting on a draft, Crocs, DraftKings, this is amazing. Make all the right picks, and a slice of 10 G's could be yours. Just enter the game page on draft day and see just how well your pick predictions hold up to the real ones. At the end of the draft, winners will be paid out cold, hard cash based on how many you guessed right. Visit DraftKings.com/Crocs on Thursday, July 29th to make your basketball draft predictions. We hope your future is full of comfort and possibly full of money. Learn more at DraftKings.com/Crocs. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com for details. All right, Dave, let's get to some guys that you are lower on than others. And in fact, this is interesting. You're higher on Michael Carter, North Carolina running back with the Jets. Mm-hmm. You're lower on Javonte Williams, North Carolina running back, not with the Jets. Explain yourself.
I just think that taking Javonte Williams in round 5 is a bit of a stretch. And if you're asking me to compare him to Melvin Gordon, to me, there's no comparison. I'd much rather have the younger running back there. But the Broncos have kind of said it multiple times this offseason. They want to move toward a multi-back approach. So even when they realize that Melvin Gordon is old as dirt and doesn't move like he used to and isn't as consistent as he used to, Williams might be the primary back there, but they also added Mike Boone. Boone knows the offense in Denver. I think the offensive line will be okay, but I'm not sold on that offense being so run heavy game after game. I think Williams is worth a pick about 10 picks later. I think he's fine in round 6 if you're willing to just kind of wait it out, because if Melvin starts the season with the Broncos, he's going to be the main back. Williams will be the guy behind him. I know he's the better pass blocker compared to Melvin Gordon, but I don't know if the Broncos are going to see it that way. And if he's not playing in passing situations, that means he's not getting a lot of targets, and he'll be splitting the rushing downs with somebody. So you almost have to be patient when you take Javonte Williams. And when I'm in round 5 of my drafts, Ross, I want players that I know I can start now. And I don't think I can do that with Javonte Williams. So I'm going to let other people take him. I love the talent. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to let other people take him, but I'm not going to get him when it costs me a late round 5 pick.
Joe?
I'm looking at ADP right now, and here are the players going around Javonte Williams. Deontay Johnson, Cooper Kupp, Javonte Williams. This is 50, 51, 52 NFFC. Adam Thielen, 53. Tyler Lockett, 54. Kyle Pitts, 50. Kyle Pitts is an entirely other argument. But right. if I'm looking at Deontay Johnson, Cooper Kupp, and Adam Thielen, straight up, I mean, I want all those guys 10 times out of 10 over Javonte Williams on my fantasy team. That being said, the one thing that I have been coming back to when it comes to Javonte Williams, and I totally agree with everything Dave said, I think Javonte Williams is going to take this job, but Melvin Gordon catches the football. They trust him in pass pro. I don't think Melvin Gordon's going away. He's going away after this year. He's on the final year of his contract. They're going to get rid of him. Javonte Williams is more of a 2022 guy. But I will say this, just keep this in mind because we saw what happened at the end of last season. Jonathan Taylor, Cam Akers, these guys down the stretch were legitimate league winners after getting off to slow starts as rookies. And, I think you can attribute the slow start to the offseason and all that stuff, the COVID and all that. Does Javonte Williams and some of these rookies be able to come in and step in right away? Another question. But just keep in mind that fantasy players, especially young guys, maybe guys who come on after 6 weeks, 7 weeks, they have one extra week to make an impact if they are late bloomers this year. And I don't want to overestimate that, but I don't want to say it's nothing either because, imagine having Jonathan Taylor at the end of last year or Cam Akers at the end of last year when they're ranking as top 5 running backs, and imagine your Super Bowl is pushed back 1 week. That's one more week to ramp up and get you into the postseason. From Dave's perspective, if I'm drafting somebody in the 5th round of a redraft league where I have to make a start decision early, I don't think Javonte Williams is going to be somebody, barring a huge week 1, which isn't out of the question, he's not going to be somebody I'm comfortable putting in my lineup in week 1. And I totally agree with that. I'm taking Deontay, I'm taking Kupp, I'm taking Thielen, those guys that I had listed beforehand. But in best ball formats, and I'm saying this as somebody who doesn't have much Javonte Williams at all, but in best ball formats, just keep in mind that when those roster decisions are being made for you based on the output of the week, I think Javonte Williams, somebody like him, somebody like Travis Etienne, when they start finding their footing this year, they're going to have a wider window to make an impact. So that's why I'm more willing to sign off on those picks in a best ball format.
The other thing I can point out is that there's more than one way to get Javonte Williams. You don't have to do it on draft. You do in best ball. But in a redraft league, right. In a redraft league, let somebody take him in round 5. By week 3, they'll be kicking themselves for it. Trade for him. Because I agree with you, Joe. I think that Williams will have his time, and it'll be the impatient fantasy manager that'll say, all right, you're going to have Javonte Williams. Give me somebody off your team. You make a deal, and you've got Williams on your squad for the second half of the season. You'll be more patient with him when you trade for him. There were people in the leagues that I was in last year, they straight up dropped Cam Akers. They were cutting Jonathan Taylor. I picked those guys up in a couple of leagues last season, and I made the playoffs, and I made a pretty good run every single time. So you want to go ahead. I don't think they're going to cut Javonte Williams, but you can trade for him before they do, and it'll cost you a lot less than a 5th-round pick.
That's a really good point, Dave, about Jonathan Taylor and Cam Akers last year. Really good point. Another running back that you're a decent amount lower on than other people are, Josh Jacobs. Is this primarily O-line driven, or is there more to it than that, Dave?
There's a lot to it. The O-line is just the start. It changed. You know that it's got 3 new starters on it. I don't know how I feel about those guys compared to who they had. And they added Kenyon Drake, and they gave Drake a lot of cash. And then they talked up Drake's ability to be a good pass catcher when he really wasn't that prolific of a pass catcher when he was with the Cardinals. He was with Miami. I think that Drake is a bet for the Raiders against Jacobs because they're worried about Jacobs not being able to stay healthy. And I'll give you one other nugget that I noticed. Last season in short yardage downs, so downs of 3 yards or closer, Jacobs was 5 of 16. That's at the goal line. He only scored 5. He only converted 5 of those. It was 8 of 19 for Kenyon Drake. Noticeably better. He was better in short yardage. Maybe some of that had to do with Kyle Murray being there and opening up some lanes for Drake. But I think something also has to be said for the physicality of the position. And if Jacobs isn't catching a lot of passes, and he's averaged around like 2 targets over the course of his career per game, and if he's not getting all the goal line work, I'm not saying missing it all. If he's not getting some of it, what's his value? And he's been inconsistent for fantasy managers, 2 up and down over the course of his career. So I see the draft capital it'll take to get Jacobs. And I know it sounds crazy because he's a 3rd-year running back, but I don't see it. I don't see him doing as well as he did last year. I don't think he'll have those high-value opportunities because of Kenyon Drake. As silly as that sounds, but this is the Raiders that we're talking about. I don't think he'll get there because Drake is going to start blocking him.
Yeah, and Ross, you and I have talked about this on the program. And as somebody who loved Josh Jacobs, and I love him coming out of the out of Alabama, and one of the reasons I loved him coming out of Alabama was his ability to catch the football. And I thought, man, does this really just end up being a perfect fit for the modern NFL bell cow running back. And, you know, you look at it and then you see that the Raiders just haven't used him in that regard in his career. I mean, Ross, I continually go to stathead.com and make sure that I am doing my search correctly, because this is something that is so unbelievable that you have to actually see it on a stat page to believe it. In Josh Jacobs' NFL career, he has 1 target on third down. 1 in his career. And I just did the search. That's why I was kind of delaying there, because I was doing the search again on stathead.com to make sure that I had it right. He has 1 target on third down in his career. It was this season in 2020. It was on November 15th. It was a completion for no gain. So Josh Jacobs has zero receiving yards on third down in his career.
Why
is
would you take
mind-blowing to me.
Why would you take a running back in the first round and then not really use him in the passing game?
Ross, I don't get it.
It's the Raiders.
There has to be something they don't like about Jacobs in that role. There has to be something they don't like. They signed Drake to do it. Jalen Richard and Devontae Booker are scrubs. They're getting that role. There's something they don't like. I mean, I don't know what it is. Jacobs is still a 4th-round pick. It's not the worst pick in the world, but, you know, we talked last week with Jason Moore about somebody like Chase. I'd rather have Chase Edmonds, and I know people are down on him now. I'd rather have him in the 6th round than Jacobs in the 4th. I've taken a lot of Kenyon Drake in best ball. Not that I feel great about him either, because I don't know what the Raiders are doing. But, I mean, Josh Jacobs, who was a good receiver in college, has a single target on third down in his NFL career. That is not the kind of running back I want.
Let me just say one thing. Didn't Kenyon Drake come out recently and talk junk on Kingsbury, who got him paid not once but twice, got him the transition tag, and then helped him get the Raiders? And he's complaining about Kingsbury, and I'm not a Kingsbury guy. But it's like Kenyon Drake. What are we talking about here, bro?
Yeah, I mean, his receiving role last year in Arizona was weird. I don't think any of us, because he was so good in that role in 2019 after they traded for him. I don't really get that. I don't know but the Jacobs thing just blows my mind, Ross. It just utterly blows my mind.
And the cherry on top, hold on. The cherry on top, let's just say that you get him in round 5. Week 1, he's against the Ravens. Week 2, he's against the Steelers. Good luck at the beginning of the year with Josh Jacobs at running back for your fantasy team.
I will say this, though, looking at Josh Jacobs' numbers, Dave, just looking at his overall production, he has a lot more production than I thought. The way based on the way we talk about Jacobs, and I think it's because of spike games, but he's got 2,200 rushing yards and 19 rushing touchdowns in his career. For 2 seasons, that's pretty damn good. It's just the role has been so inconsistent that I think he's driven us nuts.
Check him out on social media at Dave Richard. He even has his email address there, so you can tell him how much you love the Miami and Dallas Cowboys helmets he has on in his background. For those of you that check us out at youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. He's a stud over at CBSSports.com. Dave, thank you so much as always, man. That was awesome.
Happy to talk fantasy with you guys anytime.
Back-to-back awesome episodes. Next week, we will have a legend on the show, and NFL training camps are here. We'll be getting real injury information, well, kind of, but we'll also be getting real reports starting next week, and we'll start to get new entrants for the August best ball draft. So hit us up. We love it. We need it. Ross at RossTucker.com. After you do the Crocs thing at DraftKings or whatever you do, send it to me, and you'll have a great chance to go against Joe and I in the August DraftKings best ball draft. And of course, get your subscription, fantasypoints.com. Use the code 21Feast. I'm stuffed. We're done.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All availavailable at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
All right, we're back one more time. One more time.
We're gonna celebrate.
Matt LaMarca, Tom Carroll, still rocking with Drew, Eamon, Daniel, and Tate behind the scenes.
Solid squad.
I know you guys were all worried Daniel is okay. He just fell asleep. That's not his excuse, but that's my guess. I think he fell asleep. And you know what? I respect that. I respect Daniel more for it.
Sometimes you need a little cat nap. Rossi's fat cat knows all about that.
You're telling me, I'm the master of the cat nap. As Eamon says, blame Samir. It's always Samir's fault.
Maybe Daniel has narcolepsy and he just falls asleep out of nowhere sometimes.
It's cool with me. We got the Chargers. We got the Seahawks. Two teams that I would say have expectations this year of making the playoffs. We'll see if that holds up. Hey, Kaufman's in the building. What's up, Kaufman?
Hey-o.
He says Amon's name like Amon. And I hate it. It was okay for like the first couple of times I heard it.
Amen.
And I was like,
he's saying that he's going to try and make it a thing. Koff's going to try. I mean, it's already a thing. If he does it once, he's going to do that forever. That's your name for him.
I don't need to hear that every sim from now until eternity.
I think it's going to happen, LaMarca.
It might. Anyway, Seahawks and Chargers. We got about 1 minute until lineup lock. Tommy can't give the whole store away, but give the folks a little taste.
Can't give away the whole shebang just yet, but when I have these two teams in particular, there is a guy that I always captain for one of them and a guy that I always captain for the other one. So since they're playing each other, I had to flip a wooden nickel and decide. I went with Eckler in the captain spot. Decided to go with the Exter. That's a nickname that he's never been called before. But, just decided to go with the running back there. I literally let the wooden nickel decide for me. And I made sure to get the other guy in my lineup as well as lineups have locked. So not in the captain spot, but Russell Wilson is there. Then I got both defenses because both of these defenses are fun to have in your lineup. Hunter Henry, Greg Olsen. So defense stack, tight end stack, and then beast mode stack with Wilson and Eckler.
Okay. I also have Wilson and Eckler in my lineup. I ended up captaining Wilson. Both players very highly owned, very popular in the captain spot. Not surprising there. I went with Mike Williams, Carlos Hyde, Philip Dorsett, and the Seahawks D. Seahawks D in our free roll here, our SimFam contest, 40% owned.
Wow. They do things, man.
A lot of love for that Hawks D.
It's crazy how much better they are in the video game than they are in real life.
Yeah, I mean, Jamal Adams is capable of causing fumbles with his hard-hitting ability. I forget the name of it.
Hit stick?
Yeah, he might be a hit stick. He pops dudes, and they put the ball on the turf. So,
Bobby Wagner, too. My man's a beast.
Double hit sticks. So that's where we're at. The one nice thing about having double defenses for these pops, you vault right up to the top of the standings. You're a 5-way tie for first place.
I'm going to feel good about myself for like half a quarter. No, but I do think both of these defenses, they give you some juice. And honestly, I think because of that, we're going to see a lower scoring game than you would typically see with the Seahawks and Chargers. I think that both the defenses do their thing. I feel good about it.
So we'll run through some ownerships real quick as the Chargers take over here on first down. Wilson, highest owned player. He's about 83% in the big free roll. Austin Eckler is 67%. DK Metcalf, 49. Justin Herbert, 41.5. Lockett, 37. Keenan Allen, 36. Hunter Henry 36, Greg Olsen 34, Seahawks 31, Mike Williams 28 and a half. So that's sort of their chalk rundown. We'll see if those guys end up being the difference makers or if maybe somebody a little off the radar can get something going.
Okay. I got to be honest, I've never had success with DK Metcalf in my lineup. I was going through and looking at the box scores. He does pop off from time to time. It's just never happened when he's in my lineup. So DK Metcalf owners, congratulations. He's not in my lineup, so he'll probably have a nice game.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of DK Metcalf in real life, right? And right there on that very first play of the game, we got to see that hard-hitting ability from Jamal Adams. Keenan Allen held onto the ball, but he got absolutely popped. You call soda pop?
No, that's a Midwest thing.
It's also... Okay, yeah, that's fair. Okay.
I know people from Ohio that do that.
My cousin in Michigan calls it pop.
Yeah.
It drives me crazy.
It's in that belt.
Eamon says Pittsburgh, they called it pop, and that bothered him.
Pittsburgh's in the Midwest, I'd say.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is freaking huge.
Yeah. It's so big.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Western PA, dude. It's the great unknown.
I've driven through it a lot, but that's about it. Also, Hershey Park. Went there once.
I did too. It's a fun time. It exceeded my expectations as a middle schooler.
Not bad, right? Coffin says, what about Dirty Pop? One of the most overrated Justin Timberlake songs.
David Israel Speck saying, Tommy, what up, baby? What up?
Give me any Justin Timberlake and Lonely Island song over Dirty Pop. Picked up the first there on 4th down. 4th and 2. Went for it.
Monster 01 saying Pittsburgh is not Midwest, in my opinion. And yes, we call it pop. Yeah, it's kind of Midwest.
It's one of those things where, like, wherever you are, you don't want, like, you disagree, like, with what other people call you.
Yeah.
Like, as a Long Islander, to me, if you are above Westchester in the state of New York, you live upstate. And if you say that to someone who lives in that area, they're like, well, we're not upstate. You know, Buffalo is up, or that's out west. But whatever. You know what it is. They don't want to be upstaters.
Then what are they? That's what they are.
But they're not like that far up. You know what I'm saying? But to me, they're up. They're up enough.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. North of Westchester is upstate New York.
Basically, if you're a state that I only drive through or fly over, you're in the Midwest.
The Midwest is massive. Like, if you you could talk me into like 12 different states being in the Midwest. People think I'm in the South in St. Louis. St. Louis is Midwest. It's got a little Southern flair, though.
Third and 5 here. We're inside the 10-yard line for the Chargers. Herbert going to get rid of it, but that pass is out of bounds. Pete Carroll, he's loving it. Full of energy as always.
Yeah, he's always fired up. Uncle Pete.
Yeah, Daniel says if it ain't one of the 5 boroughs or Long Island, it's upstate.
It's Midwest.
You know what? He's right. I tried to include Westchester because I'm trying to be more inclusive, but you're right. It's upstate.
executive sessions, everyone I know from New England thinks I live in the South, in St. Louis.
I mean, that's just not not good geography.
No, it's the Midwest.
Could like literally not be more in the middle of the country.
Yeah. There are parts of Missouri that are more, I could, you could make the argument that it's the quote South, but it's the Midwest.
Jordan
Daniel bringing
Lindenbaum
up a good
going as
point.
far as to say that people from Buffalo are not even New Yorkers.
They're Canadians.
I mean, it's not a bad take. It's not the wildest take I've ever heard. Oh, we got the turbo button going there. 2nd and 4.
Chris Casson.
So any thoughts on the Seahawks? It feels like they're kind of the team in the NFC West that like people aren't really talking about. The Rams, obviously they made the big move. They brought in Matt Stafford. People are expecting the 49ers to have a big bounce back season. The 49ers right now are considered like the 4th most likely team to win the Super Bowl.
Wow.
Which to me is pretty wild. But if you look at the markets, they are behind only the Chiefs, the Bucks, and the Bills.
Wow.
So you got those 2 teams, and then Arizona is like the young team. They made some moves during the offseason. They brought in some established veterans, J.J. Watt and A.J. Green, even though I think A.J. Green is super cooked. But it kind of feels like Seattle's flying a little bit under the radar.
I'm with you, man. Totally. LA's the sexy team because of Stafford. And you got Seattle up here. And look, Seattle, they didn't do their thing in the postseason last year, man. They didn't make a run. And they came out of the gate super hot to start the season. And then it just all kind of fell apart for them. So I kind of understand why a little bit of the shine on Seattle is not there anymore.
I think here's what everybody hates about Seattle. It's that they are just so antithetical to modern football. Is antithetical the right word there? I don't know if it is.
I think it works.
It sounds good, so I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to double down.
Works.
They're antithetical to modern football. Like everybody else is passing more and more and more, and Pete Carroll's like, nah. We're going to fire Brian Schottenheimer because Brian Schottenheimer doesn't want to run the ball enough. I never thought that was possible.
Right.
So, like, the hashtag Let Russ Cook movement is dead. It's buried. It's going to be a heavy dose of Chris Carson and, I don't know, maybe Rashad Penny if he can stay healthy for a year. But it's it's just hard to get super excited about that team, especially when they're not great defensively, you know?
It's hard when you're giving up a lot of points and you're not throwing the ball as much as you should. You're going to lose games. I don't blame Russell Wilson for wanting to leave Seattle.
Yeah, and the general consensus is that even though they were able to patch things up for this year, that Russell Wilson is playing on his last contract that he will play with in Seattle.
If you're a Seahawks fan, that's got to bum you the hell out.
As a Jets fan, it excites me.
Oh! Were they on the list?
I don't know if Wilson ever officially had a list, did he?
I think someone reported a list. I'm seeming to, maybe my memory is incorrect, but I seem to remember Chicago, New Orleans.
I think you might be thinking of
LA. I mean, not LA, Vegas. Here, I'm going to look this up.
Okay.
Russell Wilson list.
Eamon with a great point. He says Sierra wants to go to New York 100%. She's the captain now. Look at me. Look at me. I'm the captain now.
Okay. try and find Adam Schefter tweeted out a list. Saints, Raiders, Cowboys, and Bears.
All right, I think you can cross the Cowboys and the Bears off the list
at this point. Yes.
New
This was
Orleans
pre-draft.
New Orleans could certainly use Wilson. And what was the other team?
It was Vegas. Thank you. Sorry,
Vegas.
I closed it out. Damn it.
that was embarrassing.
God dang it.
Thank you, Drew. As always, that's why you
Appreciate
get paid
that.
the big
Just
bucks.
I completely exited it out.
Yeah, Vegas
Wasn't
would
paying
100%.
attention to what LaMarca was saying. Didn't know what team to say.
Vegas would 100% should be in the market for a quarterback.
Okay, what about if Aaron Rodgers is gone? Green Bay. Jordan Love comes out, has a mediocre season. Russell Wilson.
Honestly,
Green Bay, Wisconsin. Nice to
They
meet you.
don't deserve him. I'm gonna put that out there.
Wow.
They don't deserve it. You've had so many elite quarterbacks. This one don't even want to be there anymore.
I'm with you on this. I like this take.
All right, let's look at the stats.
Hey, you think Sierra wants to move to Green Bay, Wisconsin?
Yeah, that's a good point. Justin Albert, 7 for 11, 78 yards. Russell, very impressive first quarter. 0 for 1. Here's a good question. Why does that have a quarterback rating? If you haven't completed a pass, I think your quarterback rating should be 0.
Should be 0. Yeah.
Anyway,
I like that.
Chris Carson, 4 for 19. Eckler, 2 for 4. Wilson, 1 for 7. Keenan Allen with a rush. Keenan Allen, though, dominating as a receiver, 4 for 59 to start the game. Ooh, baby. Austin Eckler, 2 for 6. Hunter Henry, 1 for 13. So outside of Keenan, that's a rough first quarter.
Bad first quarter. But I have both defenses, so I'm actually kind of liking this quarter. Not going to lie.
All right. Word.
Let's keep it around here.
Jabble did say trade Russell Wilson for Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, here we go. Nice.
I just feel like if that's the route you're going to take at Seattle, you're just better off keeping the younger guy.
Yep. I would fire Pete Carroll and do anything Russell Wilson wants. Like, come on.
A 100%. I mean, I have been, I don't want to say Wilson's biggest fan, but like, I am Mr. Russell Wilson.
I love Russell Wilson.
The guy is a monster. I thought that people that were like, oh, he only won a ring because the defense was elite, are completely missing the point. Like, he did everything right for that team.
Yeah.
And yeah, he had a great defense, and that's why they beat the Broncos like 43-8 in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's not like they won that game 17-10, folks.
Right.
Russ
Historic
dropped a
blowout
40
in the Super
on
Bowl.
him.
Yeah, it was. And as soon as he became the starter in Seattle, his first year, they got infinitely better. And he went back to the Super Bowl that next year. Russell Wilson has nothing to prove.
He should have 2 rings.
Yes, absolutely. Pete Carroll should have ran the ball on the half-inch line with the untackleable Marshawn Lynch. It's the dumbest move in NFL history. Period. Dumbest
Tyler
coaching
Lockett
decision in NFL history.
With a nice pick up there to set up Seattle in the red zone.
I'll take Russell Wilson in New England. I'll drop Mac Jones right now. You want Mac Jones?
Wow. Mac Jones? You're willing to part?
Yeah. You want Mac Jones?
With the Mac Jones?
Go ahead. Take him. He's fine handing the ball off.
You know what? Fair. 3rd and 1 coming up here. Little 11-yard completion on that play. Looks like to Greg Olson. Daniel says give him Mac Jones and Cam Newton.
Take them both. All yours.
And the handoff, is that my man Carlos Hyde?
Oh, I don't know.
It is.
Yes.
Everybody loved Carlos Hyde.
But keep Hoyer. Great call.
Yeah, you got to have a good quality backup.
Got to have Brian Hoyer in there, who's awful backup.
So what's on the agenda for this week, Freeze Pops? Anything special?
Got some
outside
Sims.
of your diner stream?
That's the big thing for this week, man. Got the diner stream starting Thursday night, ends Friday night. 24 straight hours at a diner. I tried to check in on a Waffle House location I thought I was going to do it at. Turns out Waffle Houses don't have Wi-Fi. Like, that's a thing nationwide.
Wow.
Yeah, didn't know that.
So
manager said it to me at Waffle House like I should have known that. He's like, we don't have Wi-Fi here. So I went down the street and found a Denny's. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a Denny's like a mile from this Waffle House. So I'm talking with the GM from that Denny's tomorrow on the phone. Gonna work out some deets.
I feel like you need to have him on the stream. So what's it like?
Hadn't even thought about that. Seriously.
How does one get into the Denny's game?
Yeah, like, did you have to go to the, like, is there like a Denny's training program here? That fly into Denny's headquarters for a week? Drew, that's a great call. Fill in that 3:30 time slot with the manager on duty. I will be the only person in there, I think. That'll be something interesting to observe. Is there a customer at all times at a 24-hour diner?
I really feel like you should do some man on the street interviews.
Yeah.
I want to know who's at the Waffle House in St. Louis at 3:30 in the morning.
That could be an interesting character.
Seahawks D going to blow that one up in the backfield. 3rd and 5 coming up.
It's a great idea, though. Just bring people over. Why are you here?
Yeah, and you can ask them sports questions.
Yeah.
What
do you think about the Cards? No, they hate the NFL in St. Louis.
I guess that makes sense.
They're XFL people here. I'm only partially joking. They loved the Battlehawks, dude. The Battlehawks accounted for 50% of the XFL's revenue.
St. Louis, man.
It's a weird place.
They love them some sports.
They love sports here. All the sports.
What's up with the Cardinals? Are they going to be sellers at the deadline? It
So-
feels like they've fallen out of it, right?
All the national dudes keep telling me that they should be. All the local guys I listen to on the radio here are like, absolutely not. So the Cardinals seem to overvalue their guys, and then they pick the wrong dudes to send off. Like, they really shouldn't have traded Randy Arozarena. They made the wrong bet there. They keep betting on the wrong dudes. Although Tyler O'Neill has looked good this year.
It's just funny that the Cardinals are 50-50, and it's like, we don't know what they're going to do. The Cubs are 49-51, and there's talk that they're
Fire
literally
sale.
going to have a fire sale.
Yeah.
In the same division.
Yeah. That's because the Cardinals are just like, they live in that 50-50 spot, right? And then they have their nice run late in the year, and then they're always like in the postseason mix.
Yeah,
what they
the
do
Cards are 8.5 back in the division, 7 out in the wild card, -35 run differential. Sounds like sellers to me, Tom.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Then again,
all
like
of my local friends here would be.
What's the thing that they're selling?
Well, they've got Dylan Carlson, the young guy, but he's not going anywhere.
Of course. You're not going to trade Arenado.
They just traded him. They just got him.
Goldschmidt.
They're not trading Goldie. Yachty, no. Wayno,
Can't trade
no.
Yachty. Yep.
You think anyone would take Carlos Martinez? I'm sure they'd give him up.
I'm pretty positive he got shut down for the season.
So there you go. Not happening. So Alex Reyes is an interesting one.
Yeah, I was going to say, their bullpen, they've got some intriguing guys, but they're all young. Like, I don't know if they'd want to give up a Giovanni Gallegos.
Yeah, Gallegos is a beast. Tommy Edman is a guy that plays a lot of positions, but, like, I don't know that he's all that good. Like, what are you getting in return for Edman? I think Paul DeYoung kind of stinks.
I'll tell you what, if I could trade Wainwright, I 100% would.
They won't.
Yeah, I guess he is. He's 39. He's probably retiring.
So he came out the other day and said next year is going to be his last year.
All right. So
well, he said this year or next year.
Yeah.
He's like a huge deal here. People don't realize how big a deal Wainwright is here in St. Louis. It's nuts.
He
been doing his thing for a long time.
He provided one of the most devastating highlights of my fandom.
He sure did.
When he
as a young dude,
he froze Carlos Beltran. Herbert's going to take off.
That had to have been such a fun year for you, though, up until that point.
That's still probably my favorite Mets team. Like the 2000 Mets with
Piazza
and John Olerud and Robin Ventura. Like, I was a little bit too young to appreciate that team.
Mm-hmm.
So what was that? 06?
That'd be 06.
Yeah. When they had Beltran and Delgado to go along with Wright and Reyes, like, those were my guys.
I loved Carlos Delgado.
I go to bat for Beltran hard. Like,
he was awesome.
He had a terrible called strike. He should have swung the bat. If he swings the bat, his career is completely different in the eyes of Mets fans. But even with that, the guy's probably the greatest free agent that the team has ever signed.
Mm-hmm. He's one of the greatest postseason hitters of all time. I think he has a strong case for the Hall of Fame one day. But all this cheating stuff hurts him, even though it wasn't as a player.
It's a good point. He was going to manage the Mets, and then
it's crazy, right?
Eamon says Delgado had one of the best batting stances of all time, but Vladdy Sr. and Sheffield are the best.
Oh, I loved both of their batting stances.
Everyone
used to imitate the Sheffield in the backyard with the wiffle ball bat.
The Sheffield was super fun, but come on, it's Griffin. Give it a little. He had like a little more of a wiggle.
Yep. I myself loved Nomar, but more so the in-between pitch Nomar stuff.
Tugging on your batting gloves.
Mike Bizzle saying he is a cheater. So glad he's not currently the manager. Were you pumped for the Beltran hire when it happened?
Dude, I just told you, Carlos Beltran is one of my all-time favorite players.
Yeah, but managerial.
Sure. He seemed like a guy that the players respected. Let's be honest, Tom. As we get a Mike Williams easy money touchdown.
Wide open.
There's just not that much to do as a manager these days.
It seems like kind of an easy job.
It's like every decision is coming down from above you. All you have to do is make sure that you don't mess up too bad with the bullpen. I legitimately think I could replace Luis Rojas tomorrow and the team would be exactly the same. As long as the players didn't
become a massive Mets fan if that happened.
as long as the players didn't like walk out of the locker room in pure disgust, we'd be the same exact team.
Mike Williams captained in 4.3% of lineups. So
Jeremy Yastin says,
happy.
Julio Franco, greatest stance of all
Oh,
time.
loved Julio Franco. That guy played until he was like 58 years old.
He's I don't know about 58, but his stance was too weird to emulate because you had to
crazy.
Point the bat towards the pitcher. You guys can't see, but literally as we're talking about this, I'm doing all of the stances.
Yeah, LaMarco looks like he has an air lightsaber in his hand. Jason Myers saying the Cardinals need to move on from Carpenter and Wainwright. They'd love to move on from Carpenter.
Yeah, I forgot about it.
That's a bad contract.
He kind of revolutionized baseball. He was one of those first launch angle guys, and he has not aged gracefully.
He had that big year in, I think it was 2018, when the Cardinals made a little run in the middle of the season when Schilt first took over, and then signed an extension that offseason and just fell off the cliff.
Yep, 36 ding-dongs in 2018. 140 WRC.
There was a whole thing where like he made salsa for the team, and there was this big. There was always like a pregame salsa thing.
My salsa makes all the pretty girls want to dance. Sorry,
little Eminem reference for you. And then like they still sell Matt Carpenter's salsa here in St. Louis. People aren't as into it now. But yes, they'd love to move him. No one's taking him, though.
All right, 10-7 going into halftime. Quick first half. We had a Mike Williams touchdown for the Chargers, and we had a Carlos Hyde touchdown for the Seabirds. I have both of those guys in my lineup, but unfortunately, Russell Wilson, captain, has not worked out for me. Justin Herbert, 137 and a touchdown. He is off to a pretty good start. Russ, 6 for 7, 44 yards. Eckler's got 19. Carson's got 25. Hyde's only got the 3 yards, but he does have the touchdown. Wilson also with a 7-yard carry on the ground.
Eckler's having a bad game.
Rough. It's a rough game. I mean, he has caught 3 passes. He does have 13 receiving yards, so that has helped a bit, but not what you expected when you paid over $10K for him. Keenan's been the man so far. 5 for 73. Hunter Henry with 4 for 41. Mike Williams, the aforementioned score. Carlos Hyde has 2 catches. DK Metcalf, Greg Olsen have 1 apiece.
Mike Bizzle mentioning that he might spoil something Olympics related. It's going to air 10 hours later. I didn't see your previous comment, Mike. I'm not going to scroll back and look for it because I don't want you to spoil it. I watch it on tape delay, like the network television wants me to. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil Olympics things for me. I wait till prime time.
What do you have going on, Tom? You can't just be watching the Olympics while this stuff is going on.
Nope. I watch on tape delay. I told you I don't like change. Just like my ancestors before me. Tape delay.
All right. Second half coming at you. I believe the Seahawks are going to... No, maybe the Chargers get the ball to start. I can't remember. It's one of those two teams. Either the Seahawks or the Chargers will get the ball to start the half.
Okay. Let's see who gets it. What about your Mets? Like, what are they going to do here? Because they're in the hunt. Your division isn't that good.
No.
I mean, you have a shot here.
Bad.
It's bad.
We have better than a shot. We're the favorites.
Right. So, but I'm saying like postseason shot here, right? I mean, like make some noise in October.
they'd have to have, if they have a healthy DeGrom, they're going to be alive in any series. Because nobody's going to want to face that guy multiple times.
Right.
So they just have to get there. My thing is I don't think they're going to make like a huge move because I just don't know what they can do that's going to be like a huge upgrade. Like, yeah, they could bring in Chris Bryant or somebody like that to play third base, but
I saw recently
honest,
that the Mets were the favorite for him.
Yeah, like I think JD Davis is fine offensively. You know, and like bringing in like a Trevor Story and you have him play shortstop until Lindor gets back and then you move him somewhere like that. They could do that, I suppose, but I feel like they will just make some smaller moves. They already brought in Rich Hill. I thought that was a pretty good addition.
I love Rich Hill.
For cheap. I think they'll bring in a reliever or two, maybe another bench bat. Like, I think those types of moves are enough for this team, would be my guess.
Hey, you know the Colorado Rockies love trading their good players. So
Trevor Story will 100%
plausible.
be traded before the deadline.
Yeah.
It's just a question of where he's going.
The Rockies are just Major League Baseball's farm team for good players.
Yeah, I mean, he's a free agent during the offseason, and Chicago or the Rockies are not going to re-sign him. So it makes no sense not to
Got to
trade
get rid of him. Yeah.
Basically, like how baseball works is if they do lose him in free agency, what they will get is a compensatory draft pick.
Right.
So as long as what trade package they're going to receive is better than a compensatory draft pick, they should take it. Yeah.
80 Poker says, you guys need a closer, LaMarca. Forget the offense.
I'm still team #Edwin Diaz. He had a rough week, but, you know, today against one of the best lineups in baseball, he struck out George Springer, walked Vladdy Jr., struck out Marcus Semien, struck out Teoscar Hernandez to end the game. Or I'm sorry, Bo Bichette. Struck out Bo Bichette to end the game. Like, that's
those are
really
legit
good.
dudes. Yeah, those are legit dudes.
So I think, again, it would be nice to have another option and a reliable closer out there, or a reliable setup guy, somebody that can be used out of the pen. But I think the Mets are fine. The big thing is the Mets just haven't hit it all this year, but I feel like they are starting to heat up. Pete Alonso is red hot since the All-Star break.
Yeah, and that's not typical of a guy that goes out and does that home run derby thing, right? I mean, that thing, like, ignited him.
I think it doesn't matter for Pete because he's just always swinging for the fences. You know, like, it doesn't matter. He's
ultimate power guy. Be saying, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, if he stays healthy, he's going to own the Met record books for home runs. Do you know that Darryl Strawberry has the Mets record for home runs for the team? And it's like less than 300 homers.
Really? I guess that makes sense, though. Like, he was their power guy. I mean, who else was a great power guy for the Mets for a long stretch?
I mean, David Wright would have broken the records if not for the fact that he got hurt.
Injured,
but, like, as good as Darryl was, he wasn't there for that long.
Right. What was it, 6?
Darryl played he came up in 83 and he played through 1990.
Okay. So 7 years.
Yeah, and he had some very good years. He had a couple years with 39 homers, 1 year with 37. But, like, for a team that's been around since 1964 to have the team record in homers be less than 300, it's honestly kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, well, we are talking about the Mets here, little Marca.
Hey, now, you watch yourself.
Must Be was asked, speaking of Mets, he said, do you think Madden will have players like Taysom or Tebow involved in the offense? I'm going to guess no. It doesn't feel like the AI accounts for stuff like that. So my guess would be no. Because if they were going to have that, like, it would already be in this game with Taysom Hill.
Long field goal there from, I wanted to call him Jacoby Myers, but it's something Myers. Jason Myers? Close enough.
Yeah, it's a J name.
That'll tie the game at 10.
Jacoby is a cooler name than Jason. It's a fact.
Jacoby and Jacoby. Personal injury lawyers.
I'm a big fan of the show Jalen and Jacoby. Dave Jacoby is cool dude, funny guy.
Yeah, I'm not so much into Jalen anymore.
Dave Jacoby's awesome.
We've already established that we're both, we were both Simmons guys growing up. So when Jacoby used to be on the Simmons network, that was good stuff.
Honestly, I was never really a big Jalen guy. I used to think he would sing too much, and I guess that's the pot calling the kettle black, because I sing quite a bit on here. I just never... He talks in circles for me. His type of analysis is the type where he just says names of guys, but doesn't actually, like, provide any depth. And maybe I'm being unfair, but that's how I feel about Jalen Rose. His draft comps were always comically ridiculous. But draft comps in general are always just kind of absurd.
A rough business, the draft comp business.
Yeah. It's a losing battle. Mike Bizzle saying early ratings came out. Jonnu Smith is going to be a beast next year. Simland MVP numbers. What did we say? He was at an 81? Jonnu, when we were going through 81. It earlier?
Most B says Jalen Rose killed Kendrick Perkins the other day. Google it. It was funny. Kendrick deserves to be killed right now for that Batman and Robin take that he had a few weeks ago.
Perk. I love Perk, but man, he lets it fly too much. Like he doesn't remember certain, like he'll say a take and then the next day he'll have a take that completely is the opposite of the take he said the day before. It's just Perk doesn't care. Whatever Perk's feeling, he just throws it out.
I'm very anti-Perk. Not sure what he ever did to become an analyst.
It's exactly what he's doing is why he became an analyst.
One of the worst basketball players to the point where people made fun of him. I know he won a Celtic title, so he'll probably have a soft spot in your heart.
Yeah, I love
Perk. I was trash.
Perk, it's becoming harder to defend Kendrick Perkins in today's day and age. But he was a very important piece of that Celtics team that won the championship.
Was he though?
Yes.
He was the fifth guy on a team with 4 potential Hall of Famers. Don't think he was that important.
But he was the 5th guy. Takes 5 to win a title. Ubuntu. When we all work together for the same cause, success happens.
I'm gonna stand firm on my take that they could have won it with Nazi Muhammad at center.
Hey, that starting 5 never lost a series where they were all healthy.
Never lost.
I'm Team Perk. Perk till I die. I like that you put Rondo as a potential Hall of Famer, though. I'm into that. I mean, we were talking about it recently. The NBA Hall of Fame, Pro Basketball Hall of Fame, whatever it is. They let dudes in. Like, they're willing to have guys that are fringe just be in.
Let's see what Basketball Reference lists Mr. Rondo's Hall of Fame odds at. They have him at over 60%.
Wow. Okay, so he's probably getting it in. Love to see that.
Active players with a better chance right now: LeBron, Chris Paul, KD, Harden, Curry, Westbrook, Dwight Howard, Anthony Davis, Melo, Lillard, Lowry, PG-13, Irving, Kawhi, Kevin Love, which
I mean, look, if Dwight Howard's getting in, right?
Dwight Howard was the best player on a team that went to a title. Should have won an MVP. I will stand for Dwight Howard.
True, I mean, Kevin Love for a time was one of the better players.
Yeah, he was one of the best players on a team that couldn't make the playoffs in the Western Conference.
True. Okay, fair.
And then Giannis, and then Rondo.
That's good company right there. I mean, you read a lot of names, but that's good company.
Decent company. Good company.
Kevin
All
Love.
right, Justin Herbert, $198 with a touch. Wilson has 58 yards. What a dreadful Russell Wilson game. Eckler, 27 yards on the ground. Carson, 29. Wilson, 30. Hyde's got 5 rushing yards to go along with a score.
Honestly, you could make a strong case for both Eckler and Wilson to win the Babysitter Billy Award right now. Both been bad.
Cheeks, one would even say. Keenan Allen, 6 for 81. Hunter Henry, 5 for 65. Mike Williams, 4 for 39. He does have a score. Hyde has 3 catches for a super productive -1 yard. Eckler's got 3. Olsen's got 2. Dorsett's got 2. Metcalf, Lockett, and Carson all with 1. 10-10. Final quarter. Final sim of the night.
Mike Bizzle reminding us to hit on the 3-on-3 basketball Olympic roster stuff that we just said we were going to talk about later.
Oh, yeah, word. Okay.
What would be your squad?
Are we assuming perfect health for everyone?
Perfect health. Which 6 guys? 3 starters, 3 backups.
Okay. And I can assume that everyone is happy with the role that I've assigned them.
Yes. Yep. No groveling amongst the stars. Everyone's healthy.
All right. I feel like the starting 3 is super easy, and I don't know how you make a different case.
Okay.
It's Steph, it's LeBron, and it's Kevin Durant.
And then who are your backups?
I'm gonna bring Dame off the bench to play the Steph Curry role when Steph needs a break. And we're sticking to Americans only, right? For the American squad.
This would be the ideal Team USA 3-on-3 team.
Okay. I would love to have like one.
So far, we're 4 for 4 having the same people.
Okay. I want like one big bully center that I can maybe, if the offense, Drew says perk. Yeah, no shot, Joe. But all the best centers right now are international guys. So I'm going to come back to that.
Okay.
I'm going to say Klay Thompson.
Wow. Okay. Didn't expect you to say that.
That might be a little bit of a out there pick, but we know that he can play alongside superstars.
Great defensive player.
Right. He's a good defender. We'll stick him outside. And if you collapse on my defense, Klay is just going to bury you from deep.
Really, really good call by you. Didn't have him in my 6, but once I give you my 6, you'll understand why.
And I want one like legitimate big guy. Eamon says Bam.
Well, since you're trying to think of it, maybe I can give you this name and it will get you in the right direction. I have Anthony Davis in my 6.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, for a 3-on-3.
You know what? I'm sorry. Anthony Davis, you're off the team, and Kawhi Leonard is in.
Oh, okay. So no true big.
No, we playing small.
Small ball. Okay.
I mean, Durant can play center.
LeBron can play center. Yeah,
we're fine.
Okay. So my 6 was the first 4 that you mentioned, and then James Harden. Although defensively, he's not that good. And I think you kind of want more well-rounded guys. But he's just so lights out, and he's a great passer.
What just happened? We had a Russell Wilson
fumble. A scoop and almost score.
I bet you they're not even going to look at it. It was a clean fumble on Russ, who continues to plow towards the babysitter Billy. And the Chargers have a chance to put this game in cruise control, basically, and they will do it. Eckler with a touchdown.
All right. So, yeah, it was AD and Harden were the other guys that I had.
Yeah, I mean, Anthony Davis probably deserves to be on the team. If you want to replace Klay Thompson or Kawhi with Anthony Davis, I wouldn't fight you too hard, but I don't trust him.
He just is never healthy.
Ooh, Tate says Zion.
Zion would be great.
Maybe in the 2024 Olympics, Tate. Right now, I'm worried that teams would just play him like 7 feet off.
Mm-hmm.
It would muck up my offense.
Bam is a good call, though. Bam would be a good big to have there.
For sure. For sure. I'm a big Bam guy. Got a Bam 1 out of 1 rookie card.
There you go. You've got things invested in Bam.
Pulled that one myself, actually.
Wow. That makes it even cooler in my mind. I actually think Kyrie would be an awesome 3-on-3 player.
Yeah,
as much as I hate him.
100% Kyrie would be a great call. Harden's a great call too. But I'm trying to play a little bit more of a team style, team-oriented ball. If you wanted to build it where you just had like the 3 best one-on-one hoopers, I think you could even start Irving, Harden, and Durant. Just start the Nets trio, and you'll be real fine.
That makes me cringe. People kept throwing Giannis's name out earlier. I'm like, guys, he's not American. It's the Greek freak. It's in the nickname. But like you were saying, LaMarca, all the great big guys that you'd want as that like definitive 5, international guys.
Yep. Like, because that was my first thing. I was like, all right, I'm bringing Embiid off the bench.
You can't. Yep. Embiid,
can't bring
Jokic.
Jokic.
You can't have
Sabonis.
Gobert in there for defense. Sabonis, yep.
Even Karl Anthony Towns is Bahamian?
Yeah, I think you said that right.
I definitely did.
Porzingis is international.
Porzingis isn't sniffing my team. Guy stinks.
Porzingod.
Mike Bizzle points out that the earlier duo said the Antetokounmpo said that wrong.
Antetokounmpo
could rep Greece. Right. They got their starting 3. There's
Exactly.
2 other brothers. Just throw them on the bench. And then
It'd be a fun squad.
We'll get Pops in there.
Exactly. You see Jeff throwing out Doncic. Doncic, different country, man.
I
Is
don't think
Sabonis
that's
American?
correct. I want to say he's Lithuanian.
If he is, he should be on this team instead of JaVale McGee.
He's born in Portland, Oregon.
What the heck? Why is Sabonis not on Team USA?
Maybe he didn't want to be there.
Wow. That's brutal. He's young, too. I'm mad at him.
Oh, juke him!
Oh, he's dual citizen, so maybe he plays for the other country. They got to convince him to play for the Team USA.
Yeah, he played for Lithuania in the FIBA World Cup and Lithuania in the 2016 Olympics. So, I guess
We got to try and steal him from the Lithuanians.
And I guess Lithuania just didn't qualify this year. Because they have him and they have Jovan.
Usually just every decent Eastern European team, I assume, is just in the tournament.
Well, the thing is, like, it was pretty tough to get in this year if you were not one of, like, the top teams. Basically, for the last 12 spots, they had 4 6-team play-in tournaments, and you had to win your tournament.
Yeah, that's tough.
So, like, that's how Slovenia got in. That's how Iran with my guy Mojam, that's how they got in. It was a tough year to qualify.
I think my 6 beats your 6.
You're so wrong.
AD is going to let nothing happen in the paint.
Yeah, my team's never going to be down there. Just going to rain threes on you.
Yeah, Clay is a good call. Sneaky call. So Rondo had better. Did Rondo have better Hall of Fame odds than Klay Thompson on that list that you read off? Did I miss Clay's name?
I don't think I said Clay, so I think you're right.
Wow, that's wrong.
Yeah, that's a mistake.
At least it should. I personally believe it to be wrong. Clay has better.
Rondo in his prime was really good.
No doubt. One of my favorite players ever. Maybe my third favorite player in the history of the NBA.
It feels like his prime has been over for about 6 years.
But then he keeps popping up. Rondo. he won't go away. Remember in New Orleans, he was doing his thing with Boogie and AD.
It is funny. Every playoff contender convinces themselves, like, you know what we need to put us over
Rondo.
the top? Rondo.
Juan Flores is in first place in the contest. Let's go.
I'm in 48th. It's been a rough sim.
Drew saying Clay hasn't played since like 2017. He's had bad injury luck, but I still think he has better Hall of Fame. He should have better Hall of Fame odds than Kevin Love or Dwight Howard.
You hate Dwight Howard.
I hate Dwight Howard. He was so good in his prime, though. The Orlando years were impressive. There's no doubt. But that feels like an eternity ago, too, doesn't it? That Orlando team was before its time, man. Shooters with a big man that plays great defense.
Yeah. Not even great shooters either. It was like Rashard Lewis.
Yep.
Ian Nelson. Hito. Hito had a great playoff run for them.
Hito is awesome.
Guy Michael Petrus.
Oh, I loved Michael Petrus when he was in Boston. I love that guy. Was Redick on that team? That was before Redick figured out how to be a good NBA player.
I do think he was on that team.
He was floating for a while.
All right, Chargers doing their best to salt this game away. It's going to be 1st and 10 at the 2-minute warning.
I'm pulling up the 09 Magic roster right now.
Guys, I haven't asked for it all day. We've got 334 people watching. If you don't mind, drop us a little like ski. Let's see if we can get this up over 200 before we get out of here for the night.
Some notable names: Rafer Alston, Tony Battie, Marcin Gortat, Courtney Lee,
Martin the Machine,
and Courtney Lee. Tyronn Lue. Was he backup on that team?
Some of my Knick fan friends, when they signed Courtney Lee, were like, yo, this is the guy that puts us over the top.
That's what people in Boston were saying as well.
We added Bargnani and and Courtney Lee. Like, how are they going to stop?
Andrea Bargnani. He just needed a new situation. Dude, I thought Courtney Lee was going to be so good in Boston. Oh, God. What
Andrea Bargnani.
Rip.
Maybe the worst rebounding 7-footer in history.
Second worst number 1 pick ever?
Behind Anthony Bennett?
Yeah. I mean, I don't have the full list
I'd
in
have to
front of
really
me, but
think about it.
Kwame
Oh, yeah.
Brown actually had a better career than people realize.
Who?
Kwame Brown.
I stand hard for Kwame.
Yeah, he
was
and
never a
he's
star, but he played for like 15 years.
long time. Yeah, he found his role.
Yeah, Drew says Olowokandi.
Ooh, that's a good one. Bad player.
I mean, it's not really his fault, but Greg Oden.
Ooh, that one hurts, but I get it.
I mean, what did he play? Like 80 games in his whole career?
Yeah, he was actually decent though when he played.
80 Poker says Darko, but Darko went 2. That was the LeBron year.
That's true.
But he did get drafted before Carmelo Anthony.
I know. Imagine what that does for that Pistons group if Carmelo is there. How many titles they could have won.
Yeah, it would have been a nice addition for them.
Oden played in 105 games in his career.
Oh my God.
Total.
Poor guy. All right, victory formation. Y'all want a victory?
Anthony Bennett is just laughably bad.
Yeah, I mean, that was a
Even
rough
at the
year.
time. At the time, we knew right away it was going to be awful.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't hate it at the time. My thought process was like, okay, what are you gonna? You're gonna take Victor Oladipo? Like,
it was a weird class.
Maybe Victor Oladipo becomes like a reliable two-way player. Swing for the fences.
It's one of the worst draft classes ever.
Was that the Giannis class though?
Right, but it's Giannis and then a bunch of dudes.
Well, Giannis saved that class then.
Let's see. Anthony Bennett draft.
My favorite thing is the 76ers were like openly losing on purpose, and they had 2 picks.
Right.
And they were like, you know what? Not gonna pass on this guy who they nickname a freak.
Yeah.
Doesn't that seem like the perfect pick for a rebuilding team? Mm-hmm. Anyway. Let's wrap things up here. Real quick, we'll run through the stats. Herbert, 230 passing yards with a touch. Wilson, $115 with a touch. On the rushing side, not a ton of production. I do think Eckler may have like saved his value a little bit.
Yeah, Eckler is no longer in the babysitter Billy conversation. I think I'm going Wilson.
I'm totally fine with that. He had 59 and a touchdown. Wilson had 51 rushing yards, but virtually nothing as a passer, and he had a fumble. And Carlos Hyde scored a rushing touchdown. Receiving-wise, Keenan Allen had the huge first quarter and then kind of cooled off. 86 yards, 7 catches, still a very respectable game. Eckler with 6 for 32 through the air. Henry 6 for 73. Williams had a touchdown. Greg Olsen, Carlos Hyde, 3 catches apiece. DK Metcalf had 2. Tyler Lockett 2. Philip Dorsett 2. And Chris Carson 1.
I'm actually going to give the wood nickel to Eckler.
Nickel.
Yeah, he gets it.
Okay.
Because
nobody really stepped up and earned it. You know, it was open.
Exactly. And he caught some passes too. I mean, 31 points in my captain spot.
Yeah.
No one really stepped up. So Eckler gets it. An uninspired wooden nickel for Austin Eckler.
And Russell Wilson taking home the babysitter Billy.
That's right.
All right. We made it. 3 sims for me and Tommy today. But we're done. I'm officially going to go, I don't know, maybe take a bubble bath. What do you think about that?
Ooh, okay. I'm into it. You should live stream it. If we redid that draft, by the way, Giannis goes number 1. And then any order over the next 3, it's Oladipo, CJ McCollum, and Rudy Gobert. The rest of the draft, pretty bleak.
Okay, so that draft ended up like not being as bad as advertised.
But outside of those 4, dude, like the next best player, I don't even know who it would be. Otto Porter Jr.
That Yeah, no.
Nerlens Noel.
Yeah, it gets rough after that, man.
Yeah.
Maybe it really is. Oh, Schroeder, probably.
Mason Plumlee.
All right, let's run through the schedule for tomorrow. We have our usual 6 sims, but first we've got the sweat starting at 11 a.m. That's going to be with Emerson. Let the rhythm take you over, Emerson. Te quiero. 12 o'clock, first sim of the day. Cardinals at Eagles. Kaufman and Jason Rossi. 2 p.m. Giants at Rams. That's going to be Emerson and Glash. 3 p.m. Get the Green. Emerson and Reed Fowler talking golf. Probably talk about Bryson DeChambeau and John Rahm being forced to withdraw from the Olympics. 4 o'clock, fun duo here. Glash and Tara Lynn.
Nice.
They're going to be on for Panthers at Broncos. 5 p.m. is the slate. 6 p.m. Vikings at Bills. That's going to be Kenny and Christian. Then 8 p.m. Bears at Ravens. Kaufman and myself. 10 p.m. Saints at Chiefs. It's a good game right there.
It's a good Madden game.
Me and El Jefe Jeff Ulrich.
Love it.
So
got the night
that's
off.
It. That's it for us. For Tommy Freeze Pops. For Drew. For I was gonna do the Kaufman and decided not. For Eamon.
No, look, yeah, just stand firm with that. You're not gonna do it. You're not gonna be that guy.
Tate and Daniel. I'm Matt LaMarca. We'll catch you all tomorrow. Peace.
See you guys.